By being a part of the community, you actually get to know Master Hua. Because his light is reflected, amongst the whole community. And it's not like there's one person who has that light. It's actually everyone has a bit of that light.
The longer that I've been here, the more and more I understand, because I feel more and more grateful to this person who physically I never met, but I feel like I know this person just by the impact that he's had, feeling the energy here and meeting the people and meeting his disciples. So I feel more and more grateful every day, because without Master Hua, I wouldn't have the opportunity to be here.
I realized that it wasn't these miraculous kinds of things that made Shifu my teacher. It was the person that he was and how he conducted himself.
He always uses expedient devices, and he always uses according to conditions teaching. In other words, he look at your situation and teach you according to your situation. And he told me one time, he says, you think I look at people when they come to want to meet me. He says, I don't look at people. I don't even know if they're men or women, or boys or girls or babies or whatever, or even animals, or even if they're humans. He says, I look at their Buddha nature and I see, what can I do to help this person see their Buddha nature? That's the mind of a bodhisattva. And that was the one profound teaching I always got from being near the Master.
I think I first saw him on the street in the fall of 1965. We didn't really know anything about Buddhism, and there was very little Buddhism in the West. And so we didn't know what a monk was. We didn't know what enlightenment was. We didn't know what karma was. We didn't know what taking refuge was. We didn't know what making merit. When I moved in the same building with the Master, they told me, well, he opens his door every day at 7 o'clock. You can sit with him for an hour from 7 to 8. He does that every night. I was a little nervous, but the first time I went in, it wasn't very much light. It was pretty dark. And he was seated in full lotus. So you would just come in and sit on one of these cushions and leave. And so that was the other way that I got to know the Master, because right away, as soon as I sat down, the energy was just much, much different than at San Francisco Zen Center. And it took me about 6 months to really have any idea of who he was. No matter how deep my meditational states were, that I could feel that he was a catalyst to the progress that I was making in meditation. He was really deeper inside me all the time than I was inside me. So that was very interesting. I'd never experienced anything like that before. And when I realized that he must be a great enlightened master after about 6 months, I didn't know what great enlightened master meant, but that was what was going on in my head. I thought, how sad it is, that in this culture, how many people in the world could there be like this? Maybe 3 or 4 or 5 or 6? And we are totally ignoring him, and he's living in this slum building and nobody even knows he's here. Then what I did was I wrote all my friends and I said, I've discovered this great enlightened master. You should drop everything you're doing and come to San Francisco. And nobody came. And then right when I was about to give up, I got a letter from a some classmates of mine who were married, who were also interested in meditation, and they said, we're coming to San Francisco. And I was so excited because finally somebody was interested in meeting the master, and they came, and they ignored the master. They'd just come to see me, and he completely ignored them. And then, so then years later, I went to visit them in their home, and in their library, my friend had on the very, very top shelf a photo of the master that I had sent him. And I was very surprised because he'd never exhibited any interest in him whatsoever before. So I said, you know, what are you doing with that photo up there? And he said, well, do you remember when I visited you in San Francisco way back then? One day I was looking out the window of your bedroom, and the master was on the street below. And I looked down at him, and he looked up at me, and he said, don't look down on me. And so I put him up there, so he's looking down at me.
Oh my God, here I made this vow never to do it again, and the pie's right in my hand, and I can't give it up. So this story you've heard before, but I want to tell it again about Hongju. As you know, Hongju will admit this, he had a sweet tooth, a huge sweet tooth. And so part of his cultivation was to regulate the impulses of the body that always want to just, you know, impulsively do whatever. And so he took this as a, I'm gonna control this sweet tooth. And so it was a Chan session, and the Chan session was going on many days. Now at that time, just around the corner from Gold Mountain Monastery was this lovely little bakery. And every day that bakery put out these incredible sweet donuts and pastries and whatnot. And once you went by that bakery, even though you went into the meditation hall, the bakery followed you. It was there in your mind. And at lunch, at those days, and Hung Tri will attest to it, the lunch was not very scrumptious. And so for Hongju, this was really bitter practice. So he went 4 days, 5 days into the retreat. By about the 6th day of the session, into the 7th day, he couldn't take it anymore. And so he sort of indicated walking around this confined space was too small for a Navy guy. He needed to go outside and walk. So he walked outside. Now in those days, even the lay people wore robes during the retreat. And I mentioned before that the robes then, before we cut off these long sleeves, were Batman robes. I don't know how to describe them. You know, they hung way down, right? And they were hollow inside. And so you could go and walk. So he walked and looked left and right and around the corner to the bakery. And he went in and he said, you know, I want 3 of those little berry pies, because berry pie was the weakest thing. So he got 3 berry pies, and he's going back and he's eating one quickly, and he gets around the corner. He's getting closer. He's trying to pace himself because soon someone's going to go. And so in goes a second berry pie, and then, oh my God, and he's like, because the inside of his robe turns it on and wipes it and then puts it back in so it wouldn't show. Now he's got the last pie, but it's not finished. And he's going, oh my God, I should throw it away. I can't throw it away. And he's like, oh my God, here I made this vow never to do it again, and the pie's right in my hand, and I can't give it up. And nobody's talking to him or whatnot. And what am I going to do? And he's right at the door, and he drops it into his robe. So this is after lunch. And he's going around, walking, standing, sitting, meditating. This berry pie is hanging down in the pouch of his robe. And, you know, he's going, Om Mani Padme Pai, Om Mani. I mean, he's thinking along these lines. And he's like, what am I going to do? I can't eat it now. He thought of every break. He'd go in the kitchen maybe, and then somebody else would walk in, or the master would walk in, and they'd go back in the pouch and back and get. And so he completely moved off of his Watto to, you know, the pie thing. And it went till the end of the day. He waited and waited till everybody went to bed. And this was now going between 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning. Then he went into the bathroom. And in those days, the bathroom had the old windows. You had ropes with pulleys. And so if you opened them fast, you go, boom, and the pulley would drop. So he sat there with ninja samadhi, lifting that window so slowly that the rope and the thing never made a sound. Inching, I mean, he must have been sweating just slowly, because it went out to the fire escape. Slowly, and he finally got it open. Nobody heard it. He's like, aha. And he slips into the fire escape, goes up to the roof. And he's on the roof, and he's just sitting there. This is nirvana. And he takes a big bite of the pie, and he's like, oh my gosh. But then he's like, oh, but geez, my vow and everything, this is... And then he hears some noise in the fire escape. He's going, what? Who is that? I'm not going to share my pie. And he looks, and the moonlight is out, and he sees this shaved bald head, and it's Master Hua, the abbot. And he's coming up the fire escape. Hangzhu goes, shit. And so Master Hua comes towards him, and Hangzhu goes the other way. Master Hua turns around, and then Hangzhu turns the other way, and Hangzhu takes his beads out, and he's got the pie in one hand, the beads in the other, and he's pretending he's up there reciting, you know, and they're reversing directions, and Sherpa's just patiently going back and forth with them, and finally they meet face to face, and there he is, blueberry dripping down his chin onto his robe, covering his beads. He's sitting there like that, completely exposed. And all the master says to him is, how does it feel? And he turns and walks back in. And Hangzhu said, he told me later, he said, I sat there for like 15 minutes, frozen. And he said, I was expecting a blast, a scolding, you know, the Chan master who takes a stick and whatnot. And he asked me, how does it feel? And I started, what did he mean by that? And then he went through this whole thing. How does it feel not to have control when I wanted to have control? How does it feel to be deceiving and cheating? How does it feel to take this vow and not keep it? And from that time on, he just came back in, finished the session, but changed his whole approach.
Shifu to me was always extremely kind. When I got pregnant with my son, I was 39, which was quite old in those days. And I was determined that I wanted to have the baby at the City of 10,000 Buddhists, because it seemed to me, of course, I mean, how auspicious would that be? I wanted to have a home birth. And at first the doctor said that that would be okay, and I had midwives that were going to help me. And then about 2/3 of the way through the pregnancy, the doctor said, you're going to have to go to the hospital. I don't feel comfortable for you to have the baby at home. And I was heartbroken. And I went to Shifu, and I said, Shifu, I wanted to have a baby at CTTB. And how could that not be everything wonderful? And he just looked at me and he said, of course you should go to the hospital. Don't you know that wherever you are, I will be there?
We'll come back many, many times in the future. Thank you.
And I was getting up with this baby, and nobody tells you when you're a new mother about the sleep deprivation. I was getting no sleep, and I was getting so impatient with this baby who wouldn't stop crying. And I remember picking him up, and I was on the verge of shaking him. I was so desperate. And the phone rang. Oh, let the baby down. And it was Shifu. And he said, what's going on? And I said, oh, Shifu, this is so hard. The baby won't stop crying. And he said, you have to be patient. You have to be patient, patient, more patient.
一念这个咒就把这个小孩子念的都老老实实在那儿循规蹈矩了呢？我说有，这简直的很平常的，这个方法我可以教你。然后我说我念这个咒给你听啊，就是这么念：培训培训，摩尔培训，菩提娑婆诃。
There was no scolding or judgment, except at times when it actually led to a self-realization. So it was never for the sake of scolding or embarrassing or humiliating you, except if that could cause you to wake up in some way. But it's a way the Master would teach us how to be aware of the smelting process. He wouldn't come in and say, "Oh, you blew it, foolish person. Shame on you," and scold you. And he wouldn't even say, "You broke your precepts." There was no scolding or judgment, except at times when it actually led to a self-realization. So it was never for the sake of scolding or embarrassing or humiliating you, except if that could cause you to wake up in some way.
Sometimes people get the impression that Shifu was very fierce all of the time, and I would say 95% of my experiences with Shifu were with him being incredibly kind and patient. That even if he was telling me that I was doing something wrong, he did it in a very gentle way. Or if he was fierce and he scolded, I think the part behind the scenes that people didn't see was that there was always a gathering back in. Once you got the point, then it was gone. And I will mention one thing. At one point, Shifu said to me, and this was not unusual, he asked our opinion a lot. He said to me, "So, is there anything that I do that you don't like?" And of course, I was terribly embarrassed. How could I, as a disciple, tell Shifu there was something that I didn't like? But Shifu wouldn't let me off the hook, of course. Said, "No, I'm serious. I really want to know." So finally I said, "I really don't like it when people get scolded and then everybody, sort of shuns them and doesn't talk to them. And it makes me feel afraid." And he just looked at me and he said, "It's just temporary. It's just until they get the point." And I think that's very important, that if he did scold people, it was never to hurt someone. It was always to help them, and always, if nothing else, would wake them up. He never scolded people just because he liked to scold. It was, if that was what would help you, he might be really fierce for a moment. If you needed someone to be very gentle, then he was very gentle. But his heart was always in the place of trying to help you and to try to have you suffer a little less and be happy. And I think that's the other thing that I want to say, is he really wanted us to be happy. There's nothing in the Buddha Dharma that says that people should be miserable. We should delight in the joy of the Dharma. And most of the time, that is what he communicated, was that incredible joy in studying the Dharma.
My dad said about him that he was like one of the guys that was the happiest guy he'd ever met, and they were out there just laughing it up. My dad and Master Hua were laughing it up there in the back of the monastery for an hour, or something like that. Every time I'd get up to go, I'd run into his chest. He'd be just standing there right in front of me, and then he'd reach into his little pocket there and give me some candy. "It's okay, it's okay."
was just sitting in the little Buddha hall crying because I didn't know what to do. You know, the teachers were quitting and students weren't listening. And that night at lecture, Shifu called me up to the high seat and he gave me a little bag and he said, and in the bag were all these little special treats, dates with walnuts and little candies and all these things. He said, you can't just cry, you have to come up with a method. So when the kids behave well, you can give them a treat. And he helped me a lot in those early days. He taught as every situation arose. It wasn't like he sat me down and said, this is how you run a school. He told us general things. We should teach kids to be filial to their parents. We should teach them to be respectful to their elders, to be good citizens. Other than that, he really left it to us to figure out until something happened, and then he would try and help us out of the difficult situation.
You know, we were sitting there, I'd be sitting there, and then I'd say, okay, that's it, because I'm going now. And then every time I'd get up to go, I'd run into his chest. He'd be just standing there right in front of me, and then he'd reach into his little pocket there and give me some candy. It's okay, here's some candy. So every time I tried to escape, he'd be standing there, and he'd go, oh, get you going. And I said, he says, calm down, it's okay, no problem, go. Anyway, I tried to escape a bunch of times, I couldn't escape, and he was just sort of kind of hovering around.
人死了，你再叫他活了也不难啊！只要你有这个神通，可以叫他活的，教化西方人这样啊！所有一切再难的事情都可以做，但是啊，教化西方人不容易。他的眼睛一瞪，一看比师傅也高也大啊，很不容易管的。所以教化美国人呢，不是那么简单，不是那么容易的。
I watch him interact with these car dealers, and he's not interested in buying the car. He's interested in making them let go of their attachment to selling the car. Then one time some people, I don't know who it was, but they donated, they said, Shifu, you need a car. You don't have a decent car to travel all these places you have to go. So here's money for a car. So the master said, okay. He sent me and former Hung Guan all over San Francisco and says, pick up all the brochures and all the dealers in San Francisco. So we went everywhere and picked up brochures and brought it back. And then Shifu took all these brochures and spread them all out on the floor up in his room. So it was like the whole carpet, it was like a carpet of brochures. And he's going, He says, oh, call this one. Tell him to bring the car over. We take a look. So we didn't go to the dealer. They came here. And we call them, oh, just come on in. We'll show you. So no, you bring the car here if you want to sell it. We're cash buyers. Oh, okay. So they drive the car over. We'd get in the car, then the Shifu would stay back. He says, okay, you two get in the car. Hung Guan, you get in the front. Guo, you get in the back. And then I'll come in. And when I come in the car, just tell him this old Chinese guy wants to take a ride. He said, okay. He said, we get in the car. Here's this, oh, we're ready to go. I said, oh, wait a minute. There's this old gentleman like to come with us. Oh, okay. You know, bro, he doesn't know what's going on. So Shifu would take off his robes and you just have his work clothes on, his wattses, and he'd jump in the back seat and we'd drive around and you know, salesmen, they're always be selling, always be closing, you know, they're always doing that. So they're talking about all the great, wonderful things about the car and how they're going to give us a really good deal. So we're driving all over the place and Shifu wouldn't say a word. And so he'd just be in the quiet and sitting in the back. And we drive around, we get up, you know, maybe 10-minute drive, and then come back to Gold Mountain. Just as we're pulling back into the front of Gold Mountain, he would say, how much? So the guy, excuse me? Yeah, and then Hung Guan would say, oh, yeah, he wants to know how much. Oh, well, I can give you a special deal. And back then, I think the cars, this is in the 70s, so cars were about 12 grand, I think, back then. And he says, oh, I can give you this for about 12,000. It's usually for 15, but blah, blah, blah. And Shifu goes, I thinking 6,000, good price. But I give you cash. But even that, I learned that over time, that I watch him interact with these car dealers, and he's not interested in buying the car. He's interested in making them let go of their attachment to selling the car. So it was really wonderful to watch this interaction take place. We had one car dealer come there, and he's almost to the point where Shifu's ready to sign, and he gives the paper to Shifu, and he picks up the pen, he goes, I still thinking too much. Finally he gets up, I can't take it anymore. And he runs out the door, and Shifu ran after him, waving the paper, I sign. But I can see that he didn't care about the car at all. He wasn't even interested in it. He only wanted to see if he can get this person to let go of his attachments. So that was really wonderful to watch.
Looking at Shifu, I realized that all my life I had been looking, hoping to see someone like him in the world, because my only model was Christ, the perfectly good, perfectly compassionate, perfectly unselfish human being in the flesh. And you could see that this was what Shifu was like.
For that meditation session, I cried the whole time. I think the first reason was to have found Shifu. Now, I didn't know what I'd found yet, but there was something about him that was so awestruck by this individual. I'd never met anybody like that. And the feeling of coming home, and that's another reason I was crying. I didn't want to leave, and I really didn't know why. Shifu said to me, if you believe in me, then really far is really near. And if you don't believe in me, then really near is really far. I got to Oregon, and I thought I better stay the night instead of try to drive all the way through. So I found a motel, and I was sleeping, and the master appeared in things I hadn't seen him wear. He had his yellow robe on and his red robe on, and I had never seen that. And there was a lot of light around him. It was not a totally dark room. It was a motel. There was outside light. I didn't know anything about putting your hands around the Buddha's feet as a way of bowing. I didn't know any of that, but that's what I decided I wanted to do when he was there. I reached out to try to make my bow by putting my hands around, and as soon as I did that, he was gone. So I took from that what he had said, that if you believe in him, then really far is really near, and that he had come to let me know that that's the case.
你对我有信心啊，我和你寸步都不离的，时时的看着你。我和众生啊是最近的啊 ，very close。对我有一种信心的人，我发愿呢，一定要先度这个人成佛。
Look at him. Look at him. He's taking all the spring rolls. We're not going to have any left. None of us get to have any spring rolls. I said, Shifu, I felt so embarrassed.
master said, okay, we're going to do a delegation to Taiwan, Hong Kong, Malaysia. And then he said to me, if you want, you can come if you want to come. In other words, you're coming. So I said, okay, Shifu. And then I said, oh, this is great. I get to go on a vacation. I get to go to, I've never been there before. I've never been to Taiwan, Hong Kong, or Malaysia. That's a great vacation. And with Shifu, too. I was all excited. So halfway down to Taiwan, I stopped for lunch. And they'd already prepared this big park with these tables, big round tables, for all these Dharma masters and all their left-home people. So we sat together with Shifu on a really big round table. So we were going to have lunch, and of course the lunch is always really good. They're passing it around, the Lazy Susan, the turntable is going around. So I saw this big pile of spring rolls. I said, oh, I really like spring rolls. So I took one. Then I said, well, maybe two. Oh, well, maybe three. Meanwhile, Shifu's going like this. He's looking at me funny. Maybe four. He goes, look at him. He's taking all the spring rolls. I said, oh no, I'm really embarrassed now. He says, we're not going to have any left. None of us get to have any spring rolls. I said, Shifu, I felt so embarrassed. And so I couldn't take it. I jumped up from the table and run away. And then I felt, where am I going to run to? I don't even have my airplane ticket. Guan has all the tickets. So I said, oh, I can't keep running. Where am I going to go? I have to come back to the table. So I come back to the table, felt really bad. And then Shifu, he says, oh, come sit down. No problem. It's okay. Sit down. And so I sit down and I see he filled my plate with spring rolls, all a really big pile of spring rolls. He said, here, you can have. It was terrible. I felt so embarrassed. But I know that Shifu always used these kind of trips, these delegations, to teach and transform us. He'd pick out our weak spots, and he'd really be able to work on us because he knows you can't run away. It's not so easy. But it's not just me. He did that to everybody. He'd pick all their weak spots out, and it would be different for each one. I know that for former Hung Wu, he was always picking on him. Why are you so late? Why are you slow? He's always scolded him, no matter what he did. Wow. He just looked at their causes and conditions and worked on it, And it's hard to say about each person because everybody has their own obstructions. I remember Hung Ju telling me, former Hung Ju, when he went to India with Shifu, he says a similar thing happened to him when he was with the master. They had a round table, they were sitting around with a bunch of important abbots and things like that. Hung Ju told me he saw this nice cold Coca-Cola on the other side of the table. It wasn't on the turning Susan, so he stood up and reached over and picked it up. And Shifu goes, what are you doing? Why are you taking that? I said, he goes, why are you making me lose face in front of all these Dharma masters? That's what he said. So he would teach us that way. He always knows how to get under your skin. Shifu was never, you always hear about the old Buddhism where you go to a Chan session and they beat you with a stick and all that. Shifu never touched us, but he still knew how to get under our skin.
可是你们不要以为好得意的教化老番不容易的。我常说，上天虽难也不难，教化西方人最难。入地虽难也不难，教化西方人最难。因为他的性情和这个亚洲人的性情完全相反的，还最不听招呼，最不听教化。
Phoenix to Umfachung is a long ways. It's like a 4-day trip in a bus that only goes 35 miles an hour. I don't think this is going to make it. Shifu called up one time on the phone. I was in the office, he called me. You have time? He always used to say that. Yes, Shifu, I have time. He goes, there is this person who got in jail and he wants to donate his bus. He's living on a bus and he wants to donate his bus. So you have time, you can go? I said, okay, Shifu, where is it? He says, it's in Phoenix, Arizona. I said, oh? He says, yeah, go to Phoenix, Arizona and drive the bus back. Oh, okay, Shifu. You have money? Not very much. You can take some money. Take $200. I said, okay. I didn't think $200 would be enough, but I didn't dare say so. I went to the jail, and they brought this guy out, and apparently he had taken refuge with Shifu up in Vancouver. And he got caught because he was selling Chinese medicine over the mail. So he got arrested for that and put in jail. So he says, I have a bus you can take. It's an old bus, but that's what he wants to give Shifu. I said, okay. So I went to where his bus was and it was really, really old. I mean, like 1940s. Really old school bus he was living in. And he converted it, put a carpet in there and a chair and a bed. He had like a microwave. It was like a little mobile home. But it was a really old, kind of dirty old thing. It wasn't worth hardly any money.
你这一个偏离呀，就等于你这功德已经等于回得100元、1000元、1万元那么样子。因为你诚心，你有一点诚心呢，你就不论多少。所以这个佛法里边呢，只要你有诚心，你多少都有功德。你要没有诚心，你供养多也是少。你要有诚心，供养少也就是多，这样用你一种真心来行这供养。
And the wheels, the tires were bald. In other words, all the tread is gone on the tire, so they're just smooth, round. And I had my little $200. Couldn't possibly buy a new tire with $200. So I said, well, I'm just going to have to drive on these tires, even though they can pop any minute because they're just bald. They don't even have any tread. I got the thing started. At least the engine ran. So we got it started and I started driving down the highway. But the tires were so bald and they were out of round. They weren't round anymore. They were kind of oblong. So when you go more than 35 miles an hour, the bus is going wah, 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 wah. So I said, oh, me tofu. So I started reciting Guan Yin and driving. He said, well, Guan Yin, it's going to be up to you because I don't think this is going to make it. I just barely had enough money to put gas in it. So Phoenix to Swampachung is a long ways. It's like a 4-day trip and a bus that only goes 35 miles an hour. I drove all the way through the hot desert and I'm waiting every minute for the tire to blow up because it was so hot. And still I'm reciting Guan Yin and it didn't blow up. I said, oh, whew. Then I drove over Donner's Pass. Now there's this mountain you have to go over, the Sierra Mountains. So you have to climb. Then you go down the other side. I didn't know if the bus was going to make it over there because it's not very strong. It's a very old bus. And I was going like 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. Whoa, 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 whoa. And finally gets over the top. It took all day to get up there. Then it came down the other side. I said, whoa, I might make it after all. I only had like $10 more, $20 more for gas. I couldn't afford any kind of problem. It's late at night, I'm going to pull over and stay overnight, sleep, and then go out in the morning. So I pulled over the side of the road and then slept, and then I got up to leave. The bus was stuck because it was muddy there. I didn't notice that night, but when I pulled the bus over, it was very muddy, and when I tried to leave it goes woo. Then the engine completely stopped. I said, oh, me tofu, I'm in trouble now. Within a minute or two, a guy in a tow truck stopped, pull up alongside. Oh, you have a problem? And he opened the hood. He said, oh, it's this regulator. It's a very old regulator. You can't find these anymore. This bus is so old. But I have one in my garage. I have this one regulator. I said, really? Yeah, I have one. I don't know. I've kept it for years. I'll sell it to you. There's so much money. I said, well, I'm afraid I only have no money. He says, oh, well, he was inside the bus with me. He said, how about that old black and white TV? This guy, he had this little black and white TV. I can trade you the black and white TV. He says, yeah, okay, I'll take that. So he went and put the regulator in and got it going, and that bus started up and ran. And the tires are still not popped yet. So I drove all the way to Wanfachon, reciting Guan Yin, because I was running out of gas by that time and no more money at all. So Shifu had figured it out exactly right. $200 exactly to get the bus to Wanfachon.
The car was locked. He got in the way he gets in. Shifu kept it quiet that he didn't live at Gold Mountain. Nobody was supposed to know. Just his closest disciples, every night we took him somewhere. And actually where we took him was to where we used to live in the avenues. It was his house, he was the owner. And we would take him there and then we would pick him up in the morning. So always what would happen is he had us do dharmas after he finished the lecture. So when it was all done, then one of us would go up and find him and he would come down and get in the car. And that day when we went up, he didn't answer the door. And so everybody figured, well, maybe somebody else took him or he doesn't want to go. We couldn't figure out what was going on. So we went out to the car to go home and he's sitting in the car. And the car is locked. The car was locked because that was a really risky area, you know? And I mean, what do you say when you get in the car and he's sitting there giggling, laughing at us?
The car was not locked at the beginning.
No, the car was locked. He got in the way he gets in. And those kind of stories, you know, there's some disciples now who don't want to tell any stories about Shifu. They don't want to talk about Shifu's spiritual powers, but to me, there's no way you could possibly talk about Shifu without that. It's not that we want to, you know, make him anything other than what he was. And he was that. He just didn't want to wait, so he transported himself into the car, and we had to unlock it and get in.
So and when you get into the car to tell Shifu, how did you get in?
He laughing. Why are you so late, you know?
From the very beginning, it was clear that Master Hua, invisibly or sometimes visibly, was the third member of the pilgrimage. There are some mysterious aspects that are mysteries to this day. The part that needs to be explained the most and is one of the hardest to accept for people just hearing about it, and even for me, is the pilgrimage was three people. From the very beginning, it was clear that Master Hua, invisibly or sometimes visibly, was the third member of the pilgrimage. We would not have made it out of LA if it wasn't for Master Hua. The 30 days that we bowed from South Pasadena to Santa Monica and Highway 1, we wouldn't have made it. We had guns leveled at our heads, and that's not our virtue that keeps those guns from the triggers from pulling. 3 times.
三步一拜从洛杉矶到万佛城，不是一个短时间可以做好的。这个刮风下雨啊，在路上那么多车啊，车水马龙的，不是一个很平安的事情。
Another occasion, this one is harder to accept because it involves something that we would traditionally call magic. We were in Malibu bowing along. So we had a letter that we had prepared explaining what the monks were doing. These monks are on a pilgrimage for world peace. They're trying to repay the kindness of their parents. They do not solicit, and we'd appreciate any protection you can offer them. So the Malibu proper policeman had taken us into under their wing and the highway patrol. So this guy came out, and I think it was Officer Lubbock, he said. And he said, all right, now you guys up ahead, the road's really narrow, stay way over on the left. He said, that way we have less chance of you getting run over. And could you wear that red robe, the red robe that old Chinese monk is wearing? Because we can see him a long way off, but we don't see you. Your brown robes match right with the vegetation. It's dangerous. And we go, the old Chinese monk. He says, yeah, we were, our post lawyer was driving by and saw him mentioned to us at the station, and he said that would really help if you could wear the red robe that the old red monk is wearing. We're like, yeah. He said, okay, well, that would help. He said, by the way, my wife baked these cookies for you. Good luck, fellas.
And then make sure the old monk gets some too.
Yeah, make sure the old monk gets some.
他们在那3步1拜啊，这个2年9个月的期间呢，很奇怪，刮风他们那个拜那个地方也不刮风，下雨他们那个地方也不下雨。
We got back to Gold Mountain, and so one of his Dharma protectors, there was a woman named Fang Guowu. We said, hey, Guowu, about 3 months ago or 4 months ago, where was Shifu on this day? Guowu says, where was Shifu? She said, yeah, that was strange that day, I remember. I was talking to somebody up we brought Shifu's lunch up. He sat up and got this, 1,000-foot stair in the 50-foot room kind of, and stood and went into his room and came out 2 hours later and said, they're fine now. And we didn't know what to make of that. Was that the same day? So we went, I think so. So what do you make of that? We don't know.
I take out the axe and I give it to him. I said, but Shifu, I got to protect you. He says, I will give you a secret Dharma that you can use to protect. I thought, wow.
From the beginning, where the first day before we began at Gold Wheel Monastery in LA, Master Hua told him, okay, as Dharma protector, he said, you may not use your fists or your feet. You may not use your martial arts. And Marty's a black belt in Taekwondo and other things. He said, as soon as you throw the first punch or the first kick, you are no longer my disciple. And so Marty had actually considered putting a hatchet.
No, I did.
And he had a hatchet.
I had an axe
in his bag.
When we were planning this, we were in the monastery in the back. I was still a layman. He was a monk. So my idea of this pilgrimage is, something out of, living in the wild, back to nature. And so I go on and get all this really good sleeping bags, the latest titanium cooking ware with the stove and all this sort of things. And I bring it in, and we're in the back room and we're planning. Hung Shu's going, oh, that looks good. That's great. It's good. And then Master Hua comes in and he looks at it. What are you doing? Well, we're getting ready for the pilgrimage. He says, nah. You should take anything that nobody wants. Don't take anything that anybody would even turn an eye second. Oh, yeah. So we didn't. Got all this great stuff. I would say within the 4th week of the pilgrimage, it was all gone. So all those nice things that we got were completely stolen. So that was one instruction we didn't listen to and learn the hard way. But then the other instruction, I thought, oh, Hung Shu, the holy monk is going to make this vow, and I, Go Ting, will be his Dharma protector. And I will use my martial arts to save him from all these villains that descend, like Xuanzan and Monkey. Here we go. And I think, well, I got my martial arts, but I should have a weapon too. And so in the monastery, there was this nice little axe.
And I thought, well, just in case, because if I just hold that, it'll threaten the hell's angels away, right? And so we're ready to go out the door, and the Master Hua says, where are you going? Where am I going to go? No, he says, give me the axe. I said, what axe? He said, you know what axe. You can, blah, 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 blah. No, you can't go out the door. I take out the axe and I give it to him. I said, but Shifu, I got to protect you. He says, I will give you a secret Dharma that you can use to protect. I thought, wow, here's the Kung Fu movie. You know, now, grasshopper, I'm going to give you the secret. I thought, this is classic. The Chinese master transmitting to me the secret iron fist or one finger, da-da-da. He says, it's called the 4 unlimited minds. I thought, yeah, that's a very clever expression, you know, like the lotus flower and whop. And he says, and I said, what are they, Master? And he says, kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. I go, what? I'm sure it's translated. I said, maybe you got it wrong. It's fist, hand, and, you know, kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. He said, if you use those 4 unlimited minds, you will never be in danger and nothing will happen. If you don't use those, I can't vouch for you. And then he said, if you...
Down in L.A., just as we were about to go out the door for the very beginning, first day, he said, as soon as you throw the first fist or kick the first foot, he said, you're no longer my disciple on the spot. You may not use those. He said, furthermore, if you can use those 4 power tools that I gave you, nobody can touch you. And of course, I can see Marty's going, no. And then Sherpa turns to me and says, well, he says, on this trip, this time, you're not going to get enlightened. But what you write may have the power to cause all kinds of people to fa puti xin, to bring forth the resolve for Bodhi. And of course, I didn't hear the second part of that sentence. All I heard was, you're not going to get enlightened on this trip. I was like, Shifu? We're what? He said, you must write. He said, any day, if you don't put your clothes on, that's not important. If you don't write, that's important. You must write every single day. Any day that you don't eat, that's not important, but you must write every day. Do you understand? It's like, okay, Shifu.
现在说你保护这个果真3不1拜呀，这是也维护这个佛教啊，你不要怕劳苦啊。你看他们是不是为跑忘去啊？3不1拜，刮风也拜，下雨也拜，天热也拜，天冷也拜。
There was one time in Big Sur when this guy, we're an isolated part of Big Sur, near the lighthouse, and this Jeep pulls up, an open top Jeep, and this guy, my job is not to look around, right? I'm just keep bowing, and so this guy pulls up, and I hear this ha ha ha, this crazy laugh, and this guy has got a gun pointed at my head behind me, standing up in his Jeep, and Marty goes up, hi, how you doing? Hi, we're Buddhist monks here making a pilgrimage for world peace. From Los Angeles to city of 10,000 Buddhas, would you like a flyer? And this guy is like, uncocks his gun, drives away.
Actually, it was a .45. I knew that much. And he was very stern. He just held it like that, just right at me. And I'm thinking, okay, the 4 unlimited minds, let's see, what are they again? And what I actually did was I put my palms together and did a half bow to him. And at that, he kind of looked at me and then he released it, put it in and just drove off.
In his Jeep, yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you explain something like that? There was nobody around. It would have been, easy to wipe out the 2 monks.
他们这个拜的时候啊，就空中在他们拜那个地方，它就不下雨，所以这是大家天龙八部感应。
During the 98-day session, about halfway through, we purchased the Gold Mountain Monastery, the first one. We were sitting maybe 30 people in the Buddhist lecture hall, and you could tell there was a lot of kind of boring or you know, just really wanting to get up and do something. So the master was great at that. So he said, when we bought the Gold Mountain, he said, anybody who wants to can leave the session and go and help renovate Gold Mountain, because it was an old mattress factory and it was filthy and we had to clean it up. Almost everybody left. So it was one monk and me and a laywoman. Finally, it got down to just that. And Shifu said, you should just, you know, just quit and come over there. And we didn't want to quit. He said, well, you don't have anything to eat. So I went in the kitchen and I found a soybean, a whole bag of soybean, and a whole bag of flour. And I knew how to cook, so I said, we can make it. We can have bean soup and can make different things with the flour, bread or whatever. So the master let us do that. When it ended, I was the only one who hadn't left the Buddhist lecture hall. Somewhere along the line, Hung Jing and Ruth Eberle, her name was, she and he decided they'd like to go on Sunday and hear Shifu's talks. So they would go back and forth, and I didn't go, I stayed. So I was the only one who stayed. So when the time came, I took the bus over to Gold Mountain and met the master. He was sitting with Hung Jing at the time. So one of the only times Shifu praised me. And he said, "Wo huan xi ni." And I found that very strange as an American. To me, that meant I like you. And that wasn't exactly what you thought about Shifu saying about you, but I guess it must have the meaning in something like, you pleased me, or something like that. That's one of the only times I remember where I got out of Shifu's mouth some praise. And then he told me that my job was going to be to pick up the excess pieces of wood and store them in the attic. So that's what I did all day. And then at night, he told me I had to take the buses back to Buddhist lecture hall so that I could light incense for the Buddhas in the evening and in the morning, and then take the bus back. So I did that. And at that time, I vowed that I would recite 108 Great Compassion mantras a day. And I thought, well, I'll do that while I'm moving wood, but often I would forget. So by the time I got on the bus to come home, I'd have a pile of mantras that I had to say before I could go to sleep, you know. So it was good because I recited on the buses and between transfers, and I finally got home. If I wasn't done, I vowed that I was going to finish them before I slept, and Shifu would call me. There isn't anybody else that could have been on the phone but Shifu. He would call me, and I was so stubborn that I wouldn't answer the phone because I hadn't finished my Great Compassion mantras. And so if I had 15 mantras to go, the phone would ring for all 15 mantras. Until finally, I was all done with my mantras, and I would pick up the phone and say, hello? And he would say, oh, Guxiu, and then talk to me as if nothing had happened, that he hadn't been sitting there ringing the phone for 45 minutes while I finished my mantras. And I loved that because I didn't laugh and he didn't laugh, and we never discussed the fact that I was a recalcitrant disciple who refused to answer the phone when she knew very well it was her teacher. He never scolded me for it, and he did it over and over again, and I did it over and over again.
How do you know it's Shifu?
It couldn't have been anybody else. Nobody had that phone number. But it was done with a sense of humor, the whole phone call thing. Never did he say, why don't you answer your phone for your master? Nothing, you know, not a word. And yet we're both sitting there, you know, giggling on the other end because the phone's been ringing for 45 minutes. I pick it up as if nothing was going on, and he answers as if nothing is going on. I love that kind of humor.
谁要对我不好，或者骂我，想要打我，他会一口把你们吃了。
It's said that
The Master was usually impartial. He was always coming from two prongs, compassion and wisdom. The compassion would pick up on the need, the necessity, and the wisdom would be the medicine that was required in a particular situation. But he always kept those in balance. So if he came up and asked you something, talked to you, invited you to talk with him, you were clearly in a situation of need. And that could have been you're on the verge of having some breakthrough, but you weren't clear, or you were having extreme doubts, or you were afflicted with something. And then he would apply just what was necessary to release you and no more. I'll give you an example. We had traveled to, this was a trip to Malaysia in 77, 78. And we went to Kuala Lumpur, and this was the first evening, a massive gathering at a temple. Lots of people there. And I was blown away because this is my first time really to see Buddhism in Asia. I was disappointed. Primarily folk cult practices and superstition. So I came in and they were burning paper mache houses and Mercedes Benzes and airplanes, you know, to offer to the dead in the underworld. And then they were taking, I thought it was real money, it was paper money. Because I thought, well, real money, that's pretty sincere. No, it was paper money. They were burning paper money to buy off the ghosts and spirits in the underworld so their relatives could pass through. And then there were actually bottles of wine and dead ducks on the altar as offerings to Guan Yin. I mean, this is really primitive stuff. And you couldn't breathe because the incense smoke was so thick. People were going up with joss sticks of 50 to 100 in a bundle, lighting them, putting them in, and there was two attendants who were quickly pulling them out because it was catching fire. They had fire extinguishers on the side to make sure, and it was like this frenzy of stuff that I had completely moved away from. And so Master Hua began his talk. He said, now, the burning of paper money for the ghosts and spirits, he said, are ghosts and spirits material or immaterial? Well, they're immaterial. So if they're immaterial, what need would they have for these kinds of things? There's no place to put a wallet in a ghost or spirit because there's no physical body. So he says this is completely superstitious. And he said, and offering all this incense to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, what do you think? They're like, you guys? So if you get one thing that's good, you want 10 more. And so you think one stick of incense is good, they want 110 more, that would mean they were greedy. You're actually slandering them by doing this. And he says it's symbolic. One stick of incense is to purify your mind, not anything else, and so forth. And every time he said one of these things, about 100 people would get up and walk out. Then he said, well, now the dead ducks to Guan Yin Bodhisattva. As far as I understand it, this is the Bodhisattva of great compassion. Great compassion means great compassion. It means reaching out to all living beings, including ducks. So why would Guan Yin Bodhisattva be interested in dead ducks as an offering? And then another group of people got up and walked out. By the time he went through all of these various practices, there was about 150 people left, all of them under 30. Everybody else had left, and they were really excited.
Run 死了就要烧纸，说这个纸啊，在地狱那儿可以用的，阎罗王啊也很贪财的，这要有一点钱呢，可以买个鬼推磨，到阎罗王那儿你有什么罪都没有了，那么这样子，这是太迷信了，这种呢， 佛教迷信啊。本来佛教啊没有这个烧纸啊，这一类的啊。如果人死了要烧纸，他才有钱用的话，那么在西方的人呢，没有人烧纸，那么西方所死的人呢，都变成了穷鬼了。你烧多一点纸呢，灰多一点是真的。灰多一点，把世界邋遢多一点是真的。你信佛的人，你为什么不想一想，你将来回了升天，回了到极乐世界去？为什么你要去买通鬼神，贿赂鬼神呢？
Next morning, I was washing up in the basin of the temple, and Master Hua came up and he was washing up too, next to me, and then he said, "Well, what did you think of that talk last night?" And I said, "Well, I was really impressed. I liked it a lot." He said, "What did you like about it?" I said, "Well, Master, I'd come from a religious background where this was the essence of it, and I always thought it was superstition. But when I came to Buddhism, I thought there wasn't any of this here, and now I was shocked to find that there's so much of it. But then I was really happy that you said what you said." And he shook his head and he said, "Even if I didn't want to say that, I had to say that. I could not say that." And he said, "Even if everybody walked out and there was nobody left, I would still say it."
各位对这一点呢，咱们信佛的应该要有智慧不要以讹传讹，不要信那些个没有根据的这种道理我是一个世界上讲真理的人，所以到处人都很讨厌我。
And I said, "Oh, that's why I'm following you." And he took his towel and he just whacked me across the head. He said, "Stupid." He says, "Don't follow me, follow wisdom." And he walked away. It was cold water, another dose of cold water in the face. But I saw that an ordinary teacher, perhaps, a professor, would have been very flattered by one of the students and really like what you said last night. "I'm really following you." And he completely turned it around and put me back to what he was following rather than following him. I mean, in the essence, he was saying, follow what I'm following, don't follow me. So that reinforced this idea that he wasn't interested in having that kind of relationship with us. And every time we try to set it up, it would be rejected. So on the other hand, he was actually trying to get us to stand on our own 2 feet. Probably that's the essence of the teaching. And if you think about it, that's exactly what the Buddha was doing, which is saying, you have everything you need, whole and complete, to replicate this experience. Go out and do it. All I'm here for is to help you see clearly what that pathway is to that. Buddhas only show the way.
We got to Malaysia, and we were, I think, in Terengganu, Ding Jalou, on the east coast of Malaysia. And Doug had decided that this was his opportunity to do some serious heavy-duty mountain climbing. And this was the autumn, and so the time was right that he needed, this was the farthest northern spot of our delegation from which he needed to get to K2 if he was going to beat the snows and climb Annapurna, one of the world's third tallest mountain. And so he notified Shifu, "Shifu, I've got to go," he said. And Shifu said, "Go where?" Guolei. And Mila Pusa, Guole, Mila Pusa, right? Maitreya Bodhisattva is his name. So Doug said, "Well, Shifu, I've got to beat the snowfall, or else I won't be able to go up. This is my last chance. I really got to go." And Shifu said, "You're going where?" "I'm going to climb the mountain, Shifu. I really got to go." Shifu got that long, they call it the 1,000-foot stare in the 50-foot room. You know, he's kind of like that. And Shifu says, "Well, you don't have to go right away." "Oh, Shifu, I really have to go now, because if I don't go now, I might not get another chance." Shifu says, "Well, you should. Why don't you wait a little?" "No, Shifu, I got to go. It might snow." "Well, what if I guarantee that it won't snow?" "No, Shifu, I really got to go." "But I could almost promise that it won't snow if you'd wait a while." Shifu, I got to go." And Shifu says, "可以." Then he said, "But be careful who you make friends with." Then Shifu came to us and said, "Talk him out of it." So we're like, "Doug, you sure? Did you? Shifu was really good." "No, man, I really got to go. I got the equipment, What was his equipment? He had some tennis shoes. When you go up Annapurna, you go up with oxygen tanks, and you get porters and Sherpas and crampons and ice axes and ropes, and Doug went up. So Doug left. So we go on, and we're now in Alor Star. We went up the coast. We're up the northern boundary of Malaysia, where it meets Thailand, and we get this phone call. And I think it's Hung Shun, who was back at Gold Mountain at that point. He said, "Did you hear the news?" "No, what news?" "Doug Powers has just been airlifted into the Stanford Hospital. He broke every bone in his body." We're like, "What happened? What happened?" "We don't know. We'll tell you as soon as we find out if he's still alive." So Shifu said, "I told him not to go." But we heard that Doug got to the ranger station at the base of Annapurna, and the ranger said, "You're not allowed to go up by yourself no matter what." And so he said, "Well, you got to have somebody to go with me." So this guy comes out of the shadows and says, "I'll go with you." And if this were a movie, you'd hear, dun, 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 dun. This is the person Shifu warned him against. So don't go up there with just anybody.
Actually, the guy I went up there with was just coming off of heroin in the Golden Triangle in Burma.
There you go. Perfect companion.
Okay. So he was the perfect companion.
So he goes up, and the first night is kind of okay at the base camp. Then they go up a little higher the next night, and then the third night, a big snowfall. And it's a big snowfall, and everything's like whited out. And Doug goes out of his tent. It's not clear whether he missed his step or whether he might have been pushed, but the next thing he knows, he's doing a somersault through the air and then wham, onto a rock ledge like this, he said. And just landed smash. And actually, he's not wearing his beard now, but if you look carefully, his face has two halves to it because they rebuilt.
Dr. Lee has actually worked on that.
Okay. So he hit the rock ledge and smashed the bone, literally crashed, smushed the bones. And he said that he was, the way I tell the story, was that his, just exactly like that. That's how it went. Boom, just like that. Wham. Hua la la yisheng. He said that the pain was so intense that he left his body, and he was out there watching his body like be crushed on this small ledge. And had he missed that ledge, it would have been, many, many hundreds of feet down. And so he had a discussion about pain with himself. And then he heard this voice. And this voice was saying things like, "Oh, you think this is pain? Well, you're out of your body. What hurts?" And he'd talk about that. And then talked about, if I were you, I would probably recite the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva. And so Doug says, "Yeah, I have been reciting Guanyin Bodhisattva." And so he said, "Yeah, well, what's the experience as you recite Guanyin Bodhisattva?" And he realized that he was having a conversation with Guanyin Bodhisattva, who kept him alive in a conversation for the 2 days that it took for the Royal Nepali Air Force helicopter to come up and discover him on the ledge. Because when he hadn't come back down, the ranger notified the Nepali Air Force that they had somebody missing. And at this point, his parents found out about it. So the helicopter came in, spotted him, pulled him off, and somehow, I don't know how it happened, but he found himself on a jet chartered to head off to Stanford for emergency surgery.
And he also, Shivu, actually, before I left, I said to him, well, it's going to cost me more money to go for this house. And he says, well, okay, I'll give you any amount of money you want right now.
If you'll
stay. Yeah, if you'll stay. And I said, no, that's okay. Pretty much when I got back to it, I was in the Buddha hall, and I showed up in the Buddha hall, and Shivu says, were you there? He says, come up. He says, come up here. I said, what? He says, well, what are you doing? I said, yeah, I had a little problem. He says, how many times did I tell you to not go up there? And I said, maybe 3 or more. He said, yeah. And so you went anyway. I said, yeah. So he said, well, he says, I have to tell everybody here that you died. And he said, you died on the mountains. And he said, you know, what I hope is you don't make as big a mess out of this life as the last one. He says, you got a new life. For what you must have something to do or something. You got a new life, but I just hope you don't make a big mess out of this one.
The new one.
The new one as you did is that one. Yeah. Fortunately, you know, at that time we were like all cultivating pretty seriously. We were doing all the sessions. We were doing all the chants. We were like really serious. So, you know, we had a little bit of cultivation. You don't actually get to use your cultivation until you get in an emergency. But the problem is that what you do learn is that when you're in an emergency situation like that, then if you have the cultivation available, then you can use the actual recitation to actually not be in the pain. And you can actually, I mean, I couldn't do that just on a regular basis with my legs. I mean, I can feel the pain right away, but when you're in an emergency situation, it's a different situation. And you can actually use that cultivation to hold your mind in a certain kind of place, and you can actually watch it go and pay attention to the pain and then be caught up in it or move away from it. And so I have to actually tell you, I was there for quite a few days, and I have to honestly tell you that if I could really recite, I actually had the thought, you know, this isn't really any different than being anywhere else, as long as you could recite. If I couldn't recite, then it was like very painful.
你呀，如果不念观音菩萨的话，掉到山涧里一定是没有命了，粉身碎骨啊，连骨头都没有了，把你那个身体呀，皮血肉筋骨啊，就摔得像那个面粉那么碎，看不见了，找不着你的尸首。遇到这种呢危难的时候，你能不忘了念观世音菩萨，一定会有大感应的。观世音菩萨来救护你，令你呀丰胸化吉，是遇难成祥，为而不为，是显而不显，能有这样的感应。
但是这个妙法呀，一般人都不知道，所以在那个最危险的时候啊，都想不起来念观世音菩萨。你要是能在最危险那个时候想起念观世音菩萨，你只要能在那个最危险的时候，你能念观世音菩萨，都有感应的，一定会得到这个救，观音菩萨会来救度你。但是怎么样的呢？但是你要有一种信心，不要将信讲疑的。
When I first started studying Buddhism, one of the things that attracted me was it was the one religion that I had encountered that didn't say that they were right and everyone else was wrong.
How would Buddhism do this? Or how would Buddhism do that? Or how would Buddhism talk to, quote, other religions? I think first of all, take the capital B away from it and put it in small b. And then you're down to something rather than a belief system or religion as some kind of teaching. And if you look at it, it's really about teaching of human consciousness, the mind. It's the teaching of human nature. It's a teaching about the nature of reality. And it's not so much, here's what the nature of reality is, but here's how you'd go about accessing what that is. And so now you're getting down to it's real a methodology rather than an ideology. He would then redefine what we call Buddhism. He would say, I don't call it Buddhism. I don't call it Chinese Buddhism. It's the teaching of the mind. It's the teaching of all living beings. It's the deepest psychology. And all of a sudden, he rectified the name away from an ideology or religion to some process or method. I wouldn't say it's a religion, but rather these are laboratory guides to self-discovery.
I couldn't really make up my mind about Buddhism unless I just jumped in and tried it. So, and bowing was the same way. You know, at first I was very, no, this is something I'm not supposed to do. But I felt like I just had to jump in and try things and see what happened before I could make any decision about whether Buddhism was right for me.
俺们是宗教研究不是比较啊。我说这个宗教啊各有所长，各有所短，俺们是要取长补短啊，互相尊重，互相爱护，要互相帮助，互相劝勉。 俺们无论哪一个宗教，也不要就看其他宗教不入自己的宗教。
You don't try to convert anybody, because that's just another form of fighting.
When I took refuge, one of the things that stopped me from taking refuge for a while was there was this tiny little book that in not very good English that had this refuge ceremony in it. And one of the things it said was that I take refuge with the Dharma, and I vow that I will not take refuge with any outside way teachings. And at the time I was a religious studies major. And part of what, as I had said, had attracted me to the Buddha Dharma was that Buddhism accepted all religions. It didn't say that religions were false. So that was a real stumbling block for me. So I was really struggling, and I asked him about it. And he told me, well, when it says outside way teachings, what that means is not another religion, but with any teaching that teaches you to seek outside of yourself for the truth. So when he explained that, then I felt comfortable. And I was able to decide to take refuge.
Obviously, the world is filled with people who are killing and fighting each other in the name of their religions.
我说于书记，你呀要做一个天主教的兼佛教徒。 然后我又对他说：“我说，于书记，你不要很惊奇的。我说我愿意做一个佛教的天主教徒。俺们两个人呢，互相了解，互相明白这个教主创教的，不是要和其他人争的。俺们这个宗教不争了，那么。” 世界人类呀，也就都不争了，不争了就没有战争了。你说这样好不好？那么这个于书记呀，当时他想了一想，他说好，我们就这样做。 我想问他，我要做他的教徒，做他的一个徒弟，他要不要？
The answer is very simple. Sorry, no.
不会，不肯。那我真是个圣人了，剩下的人。
Shrippo, there's people demonstrating outside the gate. And he says, great, bring them in. Shrippo's Dharma in that when he said, all I'm doing is trying to get people to get into touch with their own nature. I'm not teaching any ism. I'm just teaching that mind ground. I'm just teaching people to get in touch with their awareness in the natural state of itself, which is completely aware, completely okay, everything's okay, no problem. From this place where your awareness is just comfortable, basically contented, basically observing, from that place you can operate and you can begin to observe, you can become aware. And when Shrippo was talking about faith, he actually says, I mean by faith, confidence in that nature. He actually uses the word confidence, not faith. And so when you start talking about people, that the first step is to be confident in that, I think you have a pretty universal starting place with people. So the first step that he would always do is find out about the context of the person you're talking to, and then be skilled at using their own experience as a point of reference and not some kind of proving you're a Buddhist or more whatever, smarter or something. Because as soon as you got into that, Shrippo was hitting you in the head, smashing you. Anytime you got into something where you were trying to prove Buddhism or something, he just cut you off almost. I remember we had a bunch of people demonstrating outside the gate. We had some conference here. And there's a bunch of fundamentalists that were outside the gate demonstrating for Jesus, against the heathens, So there was this so they were out there, and Shrippo, there's people demonstrating outside the gate. And he says, great, bring them in. And he said, no, Shrippo, okay, then I will. He got in his little cart. He had this little golf cart. And he took the little golf cart and he went out to talk to him. He says, come in. He says, we'll put you in the first row. You can present. You'll be the first presenter. So we want to hear what you have to say. Come in and you can present. And so he invited him and he says, it's really hot out here. It was like one of those 110 afternoons. And he says, man, it's really hot out here demonstrating. Why don't you come in and demonstrate inside where it's cooler? He says, you can come in and demonstrate inside where it's cooler. And not only that, you can have the platform. You guys talk, we'll stop. You guys must have some really good insights and we want to listen to them. So they come popping, so they followed him in with their signs, and they they sat in the front row. He says, sit in the front row. Okay, present to us, what. So then we all sat there and they presented their views, and everybody said, yeah. He says, so he was sitting in there listening. So he goes, that's an interesting point, Then he would ask a couple questions about the point,
所以在去年呢。那儿开宗教联席会议的时候我就头一天就遇到麻烦。什么麻烦呢？有一个不知道叫什么新耶稣教是新基督教是新天主教不知道是我不确实知道他的名字。我们一开会的时候，第一天他就到了门口，举起个牌子，上面写着英文的标语，说是你魔鬼的行为你瞒不了耶稣，耶稣早就看穿你们这个把戏了，就这么示威，在门口示威，就被我的徒弟吓得战战兢兢的，就来对我讲。他们问门口很多人在那示威，这怎么办呢？这不是好现象怎么要想什么办法来对治他们？我说他们示威了，示威好了，那我去向他们叩个头，他们大概就走了。
我这个徒弟是，我这个徒弟啊，他们怎么会懂得叩头？你给他叩头，你就怎么样的，他们也不懂啊。我说他们不懂啊，不懂呢，我给他打个问心大呀，他明白。好，我去试试看。我就坐着我的一个高尔夫车，打高尔夫球的车。我不会打高尔夫球，但是在那个万国城里边呢，我有这么一个小车我那个小秤虽然很小的，但是能坐7、8个人，大秤不过也是如此。我就去了我带了一个金黑面神去，是我万国城里边的黑面神。怎么叫黑面神呢？这个人是个美国人，高高大大的，有我这么高骨头有的很粗的。那么我就叫他同我一起去做翻译。那么他呢像一个天神的样子威风凛凛，杀气腾腾的，跟着我去，我到那儿，我叫他给我翻译。我说你们各位朋友们在这儿站着被太阳晒的，你们这么辛苦，身上都流汗了，你们请到我万国城里边来示威呀，我欢迎你们进到里边来。我说里边呢，树木也很多，房子也很多你们在外边呢，在树底下示威，不会那么辛苦，太阳不会晒得你们那么辛苦。你愿意，如果在树底下又觉得疲倦了，请你到我的房子里边来示威。房子里边示威，你站着示威更觉得疲倦，你就坐下来示。坐下太疲倦了，你就躺下来示。你这个躺下来示威，觉得躺那地方睡着了，那更好。如果冷我就给你拿个 plug 来，给你盖一盖。你们到我里边呢，你们渴了，我有水给你们喝；愿意喝茶，我有茶给你们喝；愿意喝咖啡，我有咖啡给你们喝；你们愿意喝汽水，我有汽水给你们喝。你们支持，你们需要什么，我都会供给你们，在这示威用的。你们饿了，在我这吃饭；困了，在我这睡觉。大家都是朋友。你到我里边示威，你觉得示威示的不够力量，你要骂我一顿，我欢迎你们骂我。你要觉得骂还不够厉害，你要打我一顿，我绝对不还手，我给你们打够了。你打我，我也欢迎你们来向我示威。我再对这个什么，你们气还不平的话，你拿把刀把我杀了，我都愿意的，我不会反抗的。我说为什么我这么愚痴，我这样呢？因为我有耶稣的精神。这么样一说呢，这些个朋友他看看他看看他，也不知道互相说什么呢，大家都不约而同了，都是默会了，都是心照不宣了，就都把台放下了，都回去了。把衣服也都换了，不是那么粗粗那么野蛮人的
穿的衣服啊，好像工人阶级很不讲道理的这些都换上西装啊、笔挺的回来参加我们开会了。那么他们也来这么多人参加开会呀，我们这个人数也多了增加新力军到这地方我们就讲互相提供自己的意见，对宗教应该怎么样改善，我们人与人之间应该怎么样共同来尊重研究这些道理，以后那么开得很愉快，很愉快呀。这个最后有一个发现他就说：“哎，这些个人我们真惹不起他们。我们每一年他们都给我们很多麻烦。我们只可以叫policemen来把他们撵走了但是撵走了，他们又会回来，总是像这个什么呢，挥之不去，驱之不跑，这么一般的无赖的人今天你用这个方法，这是最好的一个方法，咱们以后都要用这个方法照你来学习。我说这个方法不是我的，这是我们佛教人入的功夫。我们这个愿力就是要把这个所有的佛经都翻译成英文。这么多年，西方没有真正的出家人，为什么呢？就因为佛经没有翻译成英文，西方人就不容易明白佛法这是一个最大的问题。
He made it very clear that he wanted us to be doing the evening ceremonies in English. It wasn't equivocal. That's how we should be doing it. I think there's a lot of reluctance to chant those kinds of teachings in another language than your own. One of the reasons that I wanted to retranslate the Dabei Chan, the Great Compassion and Repentance, is that it's a repentance. If it's not your own language, you can't quite get all the way down in there. But also, the main thing that Shifu emphasized was, if people who don't speak Chinese show up at the temple and they want to participate in the evening ceremony, and maybe for one day or for 5 years, and it's always got to be in a language that isn't their home language. And I think that's a project that could be taken on as an important priority of the Buddhist Association, is to get those texts into good English, as soon as we can.
不适合这个西方世界的音乐。把这个早晚课什么都改成英文。这个，因为这是西方，这种的方式是要随这个地方的风气来所好。
And you have to understand, most of us didn't know Chinese, and we were looking up the words in the dictionary. And we also were learning Shifu's spoken Chinese so that our ear would know what he was saying without seeing characters. So we each worked at our own pace, and whoever got finished, then the teacher would certify it. Shifu was open, our teacher was open. We could go and have conferences with him and talk about passages, and he was very, very patient about all that. But nonetheless, you must know that the sutras that got printed in the early days were not going to be totally accurate. And what he said was, it's okay, we'll let you publish this now, and then people will come along and they'll be able to do it much better. So the second or the third edition of something is going to improve. He also told us, okay, if nobody, after a while when I'm not here, if nobody wants to translate what you do, don't worry about it. You translate it and you put it up on yourself. And someday somebody's going to come and look at your shelf and say, oh, look at this, it's a translation of something. And then it will be recognized. So he was very careful to have us not have publication be the goal, or how many we translated. So the first ones were the Lotus, the Shurangama, and he did small sutras. So the Heart and the Vajra were Prajna period. 42 sections was early because that was the first thing that came to China, and it's little vignettes, pretty easy to understand. But then the master started, after the Lotus and the Shurangama, he began the Avatamsaka. And that is still not all translated. He spent many years on the preface and prologue by National Master Qingliang, which is tough stuff, not easy to understand. And to this day, not all of the 9 doors or 9 sections are in print because of its difficulty and so forth. And the Avatamsaka is not completely in print, but we're getting close.
因为我有2种愿力，第一个就是翻译经典。因为我出家以后，我也常说过，我面对这个现在这个世界的问题呀，我就研究这各宗教的问题，为什么天主教、耶稣教它就能那么普及，有那么多人信仰它？那么这个我就觉得佛教的道理这么高深，这么微妙，高不可测，微妙不可思议。这样子为什么它不普及呢？我发觉到就是因为佛经翻译的外国语文没有，英文本呢是少之又少的，因为这个所以我虽然不懂英文，不懂外国的语文，但是在我有生之年呢，我愿意把这个事情做好了，提倡翻译经典呢，把这个经典能以翻译多少国的文字就翻译多少国的文字。那么这样这个你就不求这个它普及，它也就普及了。我们为什么不把它发扬光大？这是我的意思，我的愿力。我就不懂外国的语文，我也要提倡，要把它做好了。
I would say that all those things he did were expedient. In other words, expedient to satisfy our need, whatever it happened to be at the time. And when he applied expedients, they were absolutely wonderful. You would never know, number one, that it was an expedient, and you would never know who it was aimed at. And sometimes one expedient could be aimed at 4 or 5 people differently. It was doing different things. He juggled amazing things with expedients. So, the music, Hung Yin's albums, they were expedient. And they were, you know, for people who wanted to hear 60s type music with Buddhist lyrics, they were wonderful.
master was very open to music, and I don't know that he was particularly musical.
我也给你们唱个歌，唱个英文歌好不好？为儿老不得脱贫大摩地 ，If you listen, understand this Dharma.
I used to be a folk singer, and when I became a monk, monks take a precept against touching instruments. No singing, dancing, playing music, or listening to entertaining diversions like that. And then, so the first thing I did when I wanted to leave home was sell my guitar. And it was a really nice guitar, and I sold it for like 1/4 of its value because I wanted to get rid of it. Put an ad in the paper, and so the San Francisco Chronicle, the want ads came out that day, and it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the phone rang, and John, Shifu, what are you doing? And I said, Shifu, I'm going to sell my guitar. And he said, stupid. I said, Shifu? He said, stupid. He said, why are you selling your guitar? I said, Shifu, I want to become a monk. I can't be a monk and play a guitar too. He said, stupid. He said, don't try to be Chinese. You can't use my old methods in this country. It won't work. If all you try to do is imitate me, how will you possibly teach the people in your country? They don't understand Chinese ideas. He said, you have to fully use everything that you know in order to make the Dharma come alive. He said, in the future, a bhikshu who could play the guitar would be very useful, he said. And I said, yeah, but Shifu, I can't become a monk if I play my guitar. I said, stupid, he said, hung the phone up. The phone rings immediately. He says, Gil guitar, $200, don't sell it, I'm coming right over. The guy comes over, I sell the guitar, and immediately regret it. I regret it like... So my first instructions I refused to accept, and so I regretted it, and 25 years later, 25 years passed, and I finally, connected. Maybe that would be a good place to meet.
各国家这个佛教的歌词是没有的，以前。因为现在谁欢喜做佛教的歌，或者做这个诗或者做这个词都用你们这个寺外的智慧来做。你们一天做1个也可以，一天做10个也可以，一天做100个更可以。你能一天做100个歌，就是最有进步的这个佛教徒。做100首，要能做1000首，那一定是第一的。那么2天做1个也可以，3天做1个也可以，一天做不了1000个，你可以2天做500个，或者3天做1000个也可以，这都是活动的。那么谁做出来，俺们最好大家研究研究俺们成立一个做歌的这个委员会，咱们审定过，看哪一个是做的好的，咱们就保留，把它来出版印出来的。很快呀，咱们这个歌大家就可以走到这个全世界去了，这佛教的歌词，因为这国家还没有，这是一个很好的办法。如果你要是说我用什么意思来做歌呢？你就可以用这个《法华经》的意思，《法华经》的意思这是无穷无尽，你取之不尽，用之不绝。所以现在我们弘扬佛法，要用种种的方便法门来弘扬佛法。那么因为这个国家的人多数都欢喜听唱歌，你要一唱歌他就高兴得不得了。所以每一个人都小指做多一点佛教的歌词，做多一点佛教的诗，写多一点佛教的文章。谁呀高兴的时候，这个心血来潮了，这是高兴的时候心了高兴了就写出来跟今天晚年会做梦的做歌。
弟子不落地，向生命历历，虚空粉碎也，放心当下息。
At Gold Mountain, Hong Kong came. First time Hong Kong came, I answered the door. He's a great big 6-foot guy. So he very soon wanted to become a novice, and then he began to recite the Shurangama Mantra non-stop all day long. And it reached the point where he knelt to do it in front of the altar at Gold Mountain. His legs got huge, almost like he had elephantitis, because he knelt all day and the circulation got stopped up. And the other thing he liked to do was make juice, and he loved to make it for Shifu. So what happened is he got in this habit of, he'd come to Wanko, to evening ceremony, but he would leave evening ceremony to go. In Gold Mountain there was this wall. This was the Buddha hall. This was the dining room and kitchen. So it was very easy to slip out the door and you'd just be in the kitchen. So usually during when we recited Amitabha's name and walked around, but sometimes even earlier, he would leave the evening ceremony so that he could go next door and make very fresh juice for the master. He loved to do it. And then every night he would, after the master got seated, he would bring the cup in and he would put it on the master's table. But the master didn't like people to miss evening ceremony, and he especially didn't like Hong Kong was leaving evening ceremony to do something for Shifu. So he told him many times in front of us, don't do that. I don't need the juice, or you can make the juice early, but Hong Kong wanted it to be absolutely fresh, just squeezed. So one night he brought in the cup. And the cup had a lid. So Shifu began the lecture, and he would drink during the time when the translator was translating. So he lifted the lid off the cup and picked up the cup, and Shifu was either had a cataract or was nearsighted, farsighted. He used to look at things like this. So he looked at the cup like that, and drank, and then talked, and then the translation came. He drank again, and he kept looking in the cup. Then he called Hung Jing up, and he said to Hung Jing, "What's in the cup?" And Hung Jing looked, and he said, "Shifu, there's nothing in the cup." And Shifu said, "There's a bug in the cup." And Hung Jing looked, and he said, "It's not a bug, it's a little piece of fuzz, soggy fuzz." Shifu said, "It's a bug." So then Hung Jing sat down, and there was another round. Shifu spoke, and then the translator, and he called Hung Jing up again, and he said, "What's in the cup?" And Hung Jing looked, and he said, "Shifu, it's a bug." Shifu said, "I told you it was a bug." Okay, so then Hung Jing had to show every one of us in the hall that night, had to take the cup and show us, and then we had a vote at the end. How many people said it was a bug, and how many people said it was a piece of fuzz? Well, it was a beautiful bug. I was there, and the bug was very beautiful and very clear, quite big, standing in the bottom of the cup with these lovely legs, and very beautiful bug. So I voted for bug. Everybody voted for bug. So then he called up Hong Kong, who brought him the cup, and said, why do you bring me juice that has a bug in it? And Hong Kong said, there wasn't a bug, Shifu. There's the bug. So he told Hong Kong never again would he accept juice from him. And that solved the problem of Hong Kong missing one cook because he couldn't go make the juice anymore.
So could we interpret as Shifu
created the bug?
Of course. You don't interpret that way, but you know, no, I mean, Shifu has his skill to teach beings.
Yeah.
Change from now on, no more.
No more. He tried. He tried to tell Hong Kong many times, many ways. So it took the bug in the cup to do it.
金山寺佛教讲堂，这个果行，在我那个茶杯里头，有虫子，那个茶杯里头有虫子，你们记得不记得？那个虫子也是来听法的。
We had a Chan session, and the master did almost all the sits with us and really had to babysit us and do some of the cooking, tell stories and recite Chinese poetry and get our energy up. From that session, he wanted us to see that we could do a lot more than we thought we could do. He always said, each one of you, if you work hard, can have a real awakening. And this is so different from the Dharma ending age energy of, oh, this is the Dharma ending age, nobody can get awakened, all we can do is recite the Buddha's name so we can get reborn in the Pure Land. You know, sound familiar? The master wasn't like that at all. It was always, you can do it, if you work hard, you'll have an awakening. Every session, you know. If you don't have a big awakening, you'll have a small awakening. And so we had this session for a week, and it was wonderful. Before going back to Seattle, most of us were in Seattle, or some people from the Bay Area there. It was all Westerners. And we decided to ask the master whether we could come back in the summer and do maybe 1 or 2 weeks of Chan in the summer. So we went and we asked him. He said, well, yeah, that's okay, but why don't you come for the whole summer instead of just 1 or 2 weeks? And I remember thinking, wow, I could barely make it through this Chan week. How am I going to make it through the whole summer? You know? But I'm sure most of the other people had much better routes than they, you know. So we were obviously wavering about, can we really do this? And he convinced us, and so we all came back in the summer for the first sutra study and meditation session. And that was amazing and transforming, life-changing experience, I think, for everybody who was there. When you do a longer session, which is more balanced, like the summer meditation session, you have a longer period of time in which to change your habits, and so it has a sustaining quality for the rest of your life that sometimes the more intense sessions may not have. If you read the whole commentary from the Shurangama Sutra summer session, you'll see that the master is not just commenting on the Shurangama Sutra, but he's taking this group of young Americans who basically know nothing about Buddhism, karma, precepts, and is teaching, you know, basic Buddhism 101, Buddhist study and practice to this group. So you have not only the commentary on the sutra, but you see very clearly how in this context the master is teaching Buddhism in a way which is very quickly transforming the lives of the people who were there. So by the end of the summer, almost everybody there took refuge. Almost everybody there took 5 precepts, going from this very dissolute lifestyles to very pure lifestyles in the course of 3 months. So that's pretty remarkable. And then out of this group came the first 5 left home people and the beginnings of DRBA, actually.
那么最后呢，就有人呢请我给讲《楞严经》，暑假班来了，这外国人来了30多人，30多人都还各地读大好的各地好生，有的还读 master， 有的读博士，他们都来听这个《楞严经》96天，在96天呢，早晨从这个5点钟开始，到晚间10点。那么96天中间呢，就是礼拜六放香，放半天。那么平日呢，就5分钟的休息时间有都还讲经。我最初讲楞严经，一天讲1次。那么讲着有10几天，我搞得这个楞严经在96天讲得圆，讲得圆呢，那么就每一天讲2次，一次2个钟头，2次就4个钟头。那么又过了10几天，搞得这个楞严经好长的，总还讲不圆。那么以后就一天讲3次，等到最后这1个月，搞得还讲不圆，就讲4次。我一个人讲，一天讲4次经，这可以说是从古以来恐怕没有宾果法师讲经一天讲4次的。各这暑假班96天，必须要把这部经讲圆了。本来在西雅图来的这个人，在西雅图读书，以后就都转好了，都到三藩市来读书，就终于天天来听讲经。那么就供养呢，以后就有人出家了，最初有5个人出家，还有3个比丘，2个比丘尼都在台湾呢，受戒，在一共69年受戒。那一年正月初1就计划等暑假班的时候就开暑假班讲楞严经，我就对他们讲，我说在今年呢，美国的佛教会开花，开几多朵花呢？我有5朵莲花，今年会开。讲过这话，一般人呢也不知道，还没有意思。那么以后等有5个人出家，那么他们这个人呢，说这个师父在正月初1个天呢讲过，我有5朵莲花，今年在佛告里有5朵莲花会开了现在有5个出家人，这是代表5朵莲花。那么以后就陆续就有人来出家。这是在美国最初有人正式出家受具足戒一个开始。
I was a sailor on an oceanographic ship. On this particular cruise, we were on for 6 months. But about 2 months into that trip, in this experience at sea, I had all my thinking stopped. And I needed to find out what happened. How did this happen to me? And so I started reading books, tried to find somebody to help me. And I found a book in the ship's library called Yoga, and he spoke about enlightenment and what happens to the mind, and it struck home.
it made sense. I said, oh, this person would tell me, this person would help me. He really makes sense, the way he spoke. He obviously had the way. So he says it's important to try to find a good teacher. So I said, well, that's what I need to do then. So that's how I kind of approached Buddhism. At that time, I was dating a young woman whose friend was Yin, former Yin. They were schoolmates. They went to the University of Washington together. And they were roommates, so they were very close friends, and they'd always write each other. And she was writing about her experiences with this old Chinese monk who was enlightened. And I said, oh, I really need to meet this person. I needed to find somebody that could help me understand what happened. And I think this person definitely could do it. The way she wrote about him, he sounded very real. She was able to make arrangements for me to meet him. Before I went to San Francisco, I had a dream, and then there was the master, Venerable Shifu, and there was the 5 Western disciples who were left home, the first 5. There was Heng Xian, Heng Jing, Heng Shou, Heng Yin, Heng Che. And they were all sitting there with the master on the floor together in a circle. And then I just kind of went in a door in my dream, and they all looked up at me and all laughed. That was my dream. So I said, wow, that was kind of a special dream. So I eventually did get down to San Francisco. We were in Chinatown, in Waverly Place. And there was this old building there. And the lecture hall where the master was is on the 3rd floor. It's called the Buddhist Lecture Hall. But it was a very old Taoist temple that we were leasing. They were leasing it. And you can only get to it through this old rickety staircase. So I started following former Heng Yin up the steps, and she turned and said, oh, by the way, you really need to want to be a Buddha if you wish to meet the master. I said, well, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what a Buddha is. I never studied Buddhism. She says, oh, okay, come on, I'll show you. I'll introduce you anyway. So we went up to the top, and the master at that time was standing there with the other shamanis, and he was showing them how to fold the sitting cloth. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what he was doing. I just saw him folding a cloth. And then former Heng Yin, she could already speak Mandarin at that time. So she went up to him and said, this person wants to meet you. And Shifu just laughed. He says, him? What took you so long? That's what he said. That's how I met the master. But I could see in his eyes that he was true. I knew that he was very special, just intuitively. Because I saw his eyes, they didn't seem like they were connected to his body. It's like he was using this body as a temporary device just to be able to interact with people. And I knew that there's something very special about this person. I just felt it. I didn't see any fireworks or anything, but I just felt it very strongly. And I didn't understand why he said, what took you so long? He said, no, actually he says, oh, so you finally got here. It was something like that in Chinese. I don't know exactly what he said, but Heng Yin translated. She says, oh, you finally got here. What took you so long? First of all, I don't know anything about Chinese. I don't know anything about Chinese culture. I don't know anything about Buddhism at all. Nothing. I had no background in it. They invited me to come to the lecture that night. So I went to the lecture. But at that time, it was in the early days, and nobody was really good at translating. They were just learning the Chinese themselves. But I didn't know what I don't even know what a sutra is, how much the less Shurangama Sutra. They were trying to translate each character, each word that Shifu said, rather than try to translate the meaning, they were translating the characters. So it was very, very stifled. Later they said, we're going to do a session. You're invited to come if you want. And it's meditation, and then we recite the Shurangama Mantra and Sutra. We did a lot of meditation. I said, well, this makes sense because I read about that in yoga. Meditation can still your mind, and I definitely wanted to still my mind because I wanted to go back to that experience again that I had on the ship. And then Heng Xin, David Fox, the former Heng Xin, he said, okay, the master has agreed to let people apply to be his disciples if they wish. And here's the application form, everybody can fill it out. We had about a couple dozen people there. They were new, so they were filling it out. I said, oh, okay, I'll fill it out too. So I filled out the application form, and then I started having a lot of false thinking. I said, how can I dare ask this person, to be his disciple? I don't even understand Buddhism or anything. It's not, I'm just cheating him. I don't want to do that. I don't know enough. I don't dare. I was really feeling uncomfortable about the application that I filled out. And then I saw this big poster of Shu Lao they had on the wall. They had a really big big picture of him. And it's the picture where he's sitting on a seat, and you can see he had a very severe look on his face, very concentrated look, and is holding up some beads, I think, but one of his fingers was missing. And they told me that finger he burned off, his finger. What? He said he burned his finger off. I said, why did he do that? I said, oh my God, these people are not playing games. They're very serious. I really got nervous then. So I said, I better go talk with this master and beg his forgiveness for wasting his time, because I'm not ready for that. I went to his room. It was in the back. Every place is very small. And in the back he had a room back there. So I went back there and knocked on the door, pom, pom, pom. And meanwhile, David Fox saw me do that, and at that time he was the head bhikshu. So he said, oh no, what are you doing? He goes running after me. He says, don't bother the master. You're not supposed to be knocking on his door. What are you doing? And the moment I knock on the door, Sherpa opened the door. He says, oh, everything okay? Come in. So I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, sir. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I filled out the application, but I'm really not. Oh, he says, no problem. Everything okay. He says, take a break. Go take a break. You can come back later when you're ready. No need to worry about it. Everything okay. He kept saying that over and over. So he already knew my state. So I knew that. I knew that he had some kind of very special, now we call it Shintong, but spiritual capable. But I just didn't know the extent of it, But I knew he understood my situation. I just knew it. So I felt very bad. So I left for a while. I went to Zen Center for a while, tried the Zen. It was all just surface, not profound enough. So, and then eventually, former Hung Yin, Hun Lani, she sent me a note. She says, you should come back. You should come back here. So I said, yeah, I better. I can't keep running away. So by that time, when I came back, they'd already moved from Waverly Place. They just bought this new place in Mission District, an old factory building. And they named it Gold Mountain Monastery. And it was still really dirty. They just bought it. It's everything piled up everywhere. They're trying to clean it all up. I came later in the evening. It was close to 6. And the master says, okay, we'll all take a break now. Everybody get washed up. We're going to have a lecture. He saw me coming. I came, and then he says, oh, you came back. And then he says, here, come sit here. So he made me sit right next to him while he lectured. I forget what he was lecturing. He said, maybe the 6 Patriarch Sutra or something. I don't remember. But because I couldn't understand it anyway. I felt so embarrassed. He made me sit right next to him while he's lecturing.
咱们这儿有一个果回的，字叫恒来。这个人呢，当初报名要皈依，我就对大家说了，我是示范皈依我的人呢，都要成佛。你要不成佛嘛，不愿意成佛就赶快跑啊！现在还可以来得及，我就不收你。你们这果回嘛，什么他都愿意成。就是不愿意成佛。于是乎啊，他也不敢皈依了，拔下腿就跑了，逃之夭夭了。跑了几年，跑到什么地儿去呢？跑到海里去。他在陆地上啊，
恐怕又找他回来成佛。那么到海里，到那个潜水艇里边去，总在海里头迷着。你看这找不着了吧？可是有一天嘛，这个特别的情形就出现了。他往什么地方看嘛，什么地方有这么一个鬼现出来。这个鬼是谁呢？就是他以前要皈依的，叫他成佛这个人。那么他看桌子也是这个鬼，看板凳也是这个鬼啊，没有一个地方不是这个鬼的。于是乎他晚间又听见呢，在这个船板上啊，好像穿皮鞋那么走。这样子经过了9天的时间，都是这样子啊，无论往哪地方，除非他不看不睁眼睛，甚至于闭着眼睛也看见这个鬼，所有地方都是这么样子。他想，哦，大要钻到海里也跑不了，还要回去成佛去了，所以就回来了。回来这回又报名皈依，所以给他起的名字叫果回，字叫恒来啊。这回不好了，那不跑，但是还是有的时候打一点妄想，打妄想跑。可是这是不要紧的。我把这个果回这个事情告诉您各位听一听。
Stephen Levitt and Dr. Epstein were friends, and his wife came to Seattle. He had her go down first to see Shifu before the rest of us went down because she was having difficulties. So he sent her down, and Shifu had her write a letter in answer to Dr. Epstein's request. And what Dr. Epstein requested is, would Shifu at Christmas time please come up and conduct a week meditation session in Seattle? He said, I know there will be people that would come. So he had Nancy, who was Stephen's wife, write the answer in beautiful English script, which said, I can't leave San Francisco because there'll be an earthquake if I do. So, but I'd be happy to host you at the Buddhist lecture hall for a week of meditation. So there was nothing to do but go. So he asked me if I wanted to go. Dr. Epstein asked me if I wanted to go. I didn't know anything. Didn't know Chinese, didn't know Buddhism, nothing. Didn't know what meditation was. But I said yes, so I arranged. I had a child and a husband, and so I arranged with my family that I'd be gone for 7 days, and they were very kind. They let me go, and I also had a job. I had to work it all out, so I went. And at the very last minute, Dr. Epstein told us he was flying back to Shaker Heights, Ohio, where he lived with his parents before he came out west. And we had to go to the Buddhist lecture hall all by ourselves. He wasn't going to be there to help. So Randy and Teresa Dinwiddie, who were a married couple at the time and good friends of Dr. Epstein, and I drove my car. So we took turns driving. We got to the Buddhist lecture hall about dusk, toward evening. And of course we were kind of scared because we figured we'd have Dr. Epstein with us and, you know, he'd break the ice. So we had to climb up. It was four-story flats, so we had to climb up 4 flights of stairs. And then we went in. It was very dim and dark in the lecture hall, and Shifu was sitting there. 3 of us had no Chinese, and he, we didn't think, had any English. So we sort of made sign language, you know. And so he invited us in, he invited us to sit, and so we sat at the Buddhist lecture hall was multi-purpose because it was only one big room. And then a hall that had the library along the hall, and then Shifu's room, which was very small. Beyond Shifu's room, right beside it, was the kitchen, and there was a toilet, no sink, no shower, just a toilet. And then you went up the stairs to the roof. So there was really only one big room. So we sat there was a big table in the room, so we sat at the table in the room, and Shifu excused himself, the master excused himself, and he went to the back, and he came back with a big pot of soup, one big pot and a big spoon. And he went back, and then we jumped up because we realized he was fixing our dinner. And so then I think Teresa went in and we brought out the utensils, and so then we had our meal. That was my first meeting. We had no idea that who Shifu was, and that this sage was serving us dinner. You know, we hadn't seen him or known him long enough to realize that. So there was a bit of embarrassment because he was the oldest among us, and so, you know, carrying the soup pot all by himself, that kind of embarrassment, but not really realizing who he was. So during the meal, it was a strange soup, I have to say, because I didn't eat Chinese food. I came from Ohio, and there weren't Chinese in Ohio. And I don't remember my parents ever having any Chinese food except at home, and mostly I didn't like it. My mother was a very social person, and she taught us social niceties, things you should do in a situation. So I thought the thing to do, because as you say, none of us, we didn't have a language in common. So I would take a bite, I would take some of my soup, and there would be some blob on top that I didn't know what it was. And I would sort of go like this, okay, sign language. And, you know, and I would say, what is it? Well, he probably could figure out what is it means. And then he would tell me in Chinese some name, you know, Donggu or something, you know. And I would say, oh, you know, and then eat it. And that went on only a few times. I did it 3 or 4 times, and then he just said, and this must have been in broken English, he basically said, why don't you just eat the soup? And boom, he stopped me so short. And I realized, because I'm a very strong woman, and in my life, not many people dare to counter me or to correct me, you know? And he did. So I realized in that moment, oh, he could probably teach me, because he would just stop me short if I, you know.
所以我呀，到什么地方，我讲出来话都是人家不愿意听的话。这个佛教讲堂以前呢，在华佛，那么一个小小的楼房，4楼上边，第一个暑假班在那儿开的，这是1968年。 这个暑假班，当时这个暑假班呢是96天，在这96天呢，有很多人从西雅图来参加这个暑假班，所以在这一个暑假班96天呢，勉强把这个楞严经讲完了。那么讲完楞严经，就有5个人呢出家，5个人之中。 有3个比丘，2位比丘尼。这是啊，在美国最初有人正式出家、受具足戒一个开始。在今年这个暑假班，这个
大家修行。那么有从很远的地方来的，到这参加我们这个暑假讲修班的人呢，都是有大善根的人。这些个人或者是从天上来的，或者呀是从星球里来的，或者从其他世界来的。那么到这个国家来，这个没有佛法的国家能以遇到佛法，这一定都是有大善根，并且都是从很远的地方来。那么把这个暑假这个黄金的时代来研究佛法，那么这是很有价值的一件事。所以啊，每一位不要怕苦，不要怕难，不要怕功课太多，要拿出你的忍耐性来学习佛法，这才不会白来到金山寺一次，到这来不要空着手走。
I think we were profoundly disrespectful of him in many ways because we were, most of us were radical, individualistic dropouts of the 60s, early 70s. We challenged every authority except our own. Our own authority, of course, was solid, but challenged every authority. Most of us were very anti-religious, anti-clerical, had bad experiences with religion, was one of the first things we tossed out in our liberation. And then any form of political or social or parental authority was, and so here you have a Shifu, a father teacher figure, and bringing all this tradition and authority. It took something to break down the resistance to that. And eventually we all ended up in this converted mattress factory called Gold Mountain Monastery in San Francisco under this teacher who actually spoke no English and had no access to what we were coming from. And yet, he just took a look at us and he opened all sorts of expedient doors to allow us to come in into something that was traditional and deep from the places we were coming. And one of those things that he was not judgmental. You didn't come in and he'd say, oh, your hair or your beard, or you've been taking drugs, or anything like this. He'd say, oh, welcome, you're home, good to see you back again. You're going, back again? Wait a minute. When was it? He would just do that. And then at the beginning, we would just kind of sit around and say, like, give us a Dharma, man. And he would cook. He would clean the monastery. He'd cook for us, cook the meals, give the lectures. I mean, provide for us. And we had no clue that this was not, appropriate. And he would use terms. He would quickly get English terms like, he loved this expression, everything's okay, no problem. So no matter what you came to him with, whatever affliction, he would listen for a while and say, everything's okay, no problem. Or try your best. And that was a sign that was over the door. But even in this way, we came in and we had our guitars, and so instead of saying, music is not allowed in Buddhism, he would say, sing some songs, play some songs to the assembly, write some music. Buddhism is new in the West. We only have Chinese music. That can't last. We have to be, have Western-inspired music. So use your guitars and your instruments to create this whole genre. And teachers like Master Hua, if you look at his life, they don't go to the Pure Lands. They actually go to the opposite. So that we had a close relationship at the beginning with Master Hua is only because that was the most dire, worn out, desolate place in the Dharma realm where he could do his work. He was at the heart of San Francisco in the Mission District in the 60s. And the people that were coming in were on the fringe of falling into various evil destinies, okay? And so he does that emergency room treatment in an area. And you look, he goes next, he goes to Los Angeles. He goes to the major cities in the United States at a very troubled and turbulent time. He doesn't choose the comfortable places to go. Temples that he sets up are rough-hewn. They're abandoned factories and abandoned churches. He goes into the shell, the detritus, if you will, of what's there and brings new energy. And so it's the fact that maybe we met him at that time is only an indication of how dire I think our situation was, perhaps because of previous relationships. As a concerned parent, he says, these kids have really gone off the track here. I need to get there right away.
啊，我再对你们说一说我这个在美国这个狂的样子啊，怎么狂呢？我对大家讲，我说我是个工程师啊，安尼啊，我说我是工程师，什么工程师呢？我说我呀是造活佛的，是造活菩萨的。是造活祖师的工程师啊！你谁愿意做活佛啊？到我这个工厂里来。什么？就是我那个金山寺啊！金山寺不是我的，可是啊，我在那儿暂时来做一个工程师啊。那么，谁愿意做活菩萨也可以来，谁愿意做活祖师都可以来啊！我是来者不拒，往者不追啊！谁愿意来，你愿意做这个祖师的材料啊，我就造一个祖师；愿意做一个菩萨的材料，你是个菩萨的材料，我就造一个菩萨；你是佛的材料，我就造一个佛。我这个佛啊，不是说木雕的啊，你这工程师造一个木头佛像、铁的佛像、铜的佛像，或者金的佛像、银的佛像，不是的，我造一个活的佛像啊，是有血有肉的佛啊。那么谁愿意做，我都来愿意造啊。所以我不主张造庙，我主张是造佛的。怎么样造法？就是不怕苦，不怕难，不怕没有钱啊，真修实证啊，有认真脚踏实地去做去啊，怎么苦也要受，怎么难也要受啊，也要忍也要受。
We had tried our best to, quote, get enlightened on our own and realized we didn't have it. We couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So I knew I needed a teacher, but at the same time, I wanted a custom-made designed teacher to my fantasies, right? I didn't want the real teacher. My grandmother taught me how to pet cats. When you pet cats, you start at their head and you go back, and then they go, but if you go this way against their fur, they... So this teacher rubbed the wrong way. He rubbed my fur the other way from the tail forward. And I was like, and I just, why don't you just rub me so I purr? And he said, basically he said, you've had too many people rubbing you that way. And you've surrounded yourself with people that give you honey and sweet talk. And he said, as a result, you're really confused and you can't grow. So he would rub the wrong way. And the first way, of course, he rubbed was my first week there where he just out of the blue made this 5-minute commentary on arrogance and people who think they know everything and therefore their vessels are already full, they can't put anything in, and how pathetic. They come to the mountain jewels, leave empty-handed, and it's like, oh, he's talking to me. Then that was the breakthrough that allowed me to say, if there's somebody who knows me better than I know myself, he could be my teacher. Yet I resisted. The traditional thing would be to bow, and I didn't want to bow. So I told you the story. I stayed in the back of the group. Everybody was around the master talking, and I was 6 rows deep back, and I looked left and right, and I went, did a bow, came up, did another bow, came up. You have to do 3 bows to show you're sincere. And I thought, good, I got away with it. Nobody's seen that I'm bowing. He doesn't even know I'm bowing to him. It's like, yeah, I'll have this secret teacher, And the 3rd bow, I go down. When I come up, the whole line is split open. He's sitting there in his chair. He had parted the crowd, so they had a direct avenue right to me. And I go, oh, and I'm blushing and whatnot. And then he just says, how does it feel? Does it hurt? And, and as a result of that, that was the first encounter. But I must say, I went on testing. I'd look for any sign of greed, any sign of an emotion that wasn't completely under his control, any sign of having an eye for something. I mean, it was just so subtle. Did he look, somebody made an offering, did he look at that with a kind of fondness or pleased? A red envelope came in, did he look and see how much money was inside? Incredible offerings were made to him. Did he, categorize his offerings? I just went through everything. Was there any inconsistency in anything he ever said? I was just quick to get on it and nail it. And as much as I thought I could find something, I never found anything. And I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And I think probably that's the most important factor in my heart opening up, was the trust. And it wasn't a blind trust, but it was a trust that was tested. I had to test this. But it was also his ability to respond to me without me asking that really opened it up. He just kind of was there at the right time with the right words. And then, most importantly, nothing in return. Not a single thing did he ask in return, which is what I was expecting. Even the fact that I want to leave home or something, he had no interest in amassing a group of disciples. And so if you wanted to leave home or you didn't want to leave home, as Dharma Master Chur was saying last night, she wrestled 8 hours whether to take the precepts, and she finally goes and says, I think I want to take, okay, fine. It was like, and the same thing happened to me. I thought, okay, I think I'm going to leave home, and a big fanfare, and I go up to meet with him, and he's having his lunch, and Master Hua, I think I want to leave home. And you go, think you want to leave home? What do you mean think? And he's eating lunch, and I think, well, I'm waiting for him to say, oh, that's really wonderful. Look, at special disciple wants to leave home. And he says, pass the soy sauce. Well, and he says, why are you asking me? What? Well, I thought, he says, you don't think about leaving home. You either leave home or you don't. What do you, he says, are you thinking about eating? He's food. I said, what? I said, no, you eat food and then you're full. You don't, and so he gave this analogy, and I was like, wow, he doesn't even want me. I'm really special. And it's like there was the arrogance again and the whole thing. It was, so that was another test, because you could think, oh, he's got bright young American disciples. This will look good for him. I can remember once here in Malaysia, and we went to visit a monk in a cave. As he was touted as being a real cultivator. But then as we were walking into the cave, I saw the extension cord going into the cave. So we got into the cave on the hillsides, and there's a nice refrigerator in there and a heater, It was a pretty comfortable cave. And I could see Master Hua just coming in smiling, And then he said, oh, Master Hua, you're the great, Dulun Fashir. You've got all these American disciples and and these temples and so forth. And he was sort of saying, must be hard to cultivate with all of that.
And Master Hua, without even batting an eye, said, I could put it all down like that. Doesn't mean a thing to me. He said, but what if I pulled your extension cord? And then the guy relaxed and sort of laughed a little and thought, oh, I've been had. You know? So there was none of that. And every time I saw that, I realized I had someone really true. And I must say, I've never met anyone who was so true. Now, I met people, obviously there's a lot of true people, but there's always a little tarnish in the gold, you know, and sometimes a lot of tarnish and a little gold. But even the best people I met, and some I considered like my grandfather, one of those persons, that trueness wasn't complete as his was. He truly, truly sought nothing. I mean, I can't think of anybody I've met who didn't seek something, even at the most subtle. I met really deep cultivators who were still seeking nirvana or seeking bodhi or seeking some special spiritual state. He absolutely had a vibe of he didn't seek anything, and he was totally okay with that. We're driving to LA. I'm just digressing. We're driving to LA in a car. We get a flat tire. And Hung Sure and I are with the master, and we're trying to think, well, what are we going to do? Somebody stops and says, you need some help. And we say, well, you got a flat tire. Can you drive us to the gas station? And Shifu says to Hung Sure and I, says, you two go together. Because, you know, as you travel in pairs at your young age, you know, you never know what's going to happen. Well, we're going to leave you here alone. Yeah, I'll be okay. Really? You're going to be? Yeah, I'll be. Don't worry. And we're on 5-8. Is it 5? Well, no, Highway 5? Is that the I-5, right? In the middle of nowhere out there, and there's no water, there's no food, the broken down car. And so I'm thinking, oh, what's going to happen? He doesn't speak English. He's out there on the highway alone. You know, be nervous or whatnot. We drive down, we get the tire, we come back. And as we're coming back, I'm looking on the hillside, and there he's just sitting in lotus position with a little smile on his face. This wavy, dry grass is going, completely at ease. Oh, you're back already. Okay. You know, no nervousness, not anxious, not hailing down anybody, just being who he was. So that kind of relaxed me into both taking him as a teacher and as a model. And that became very clear that I was seeking all the time, always seeking, always after something, and, you know, not able to let that mind go to rest. That, I guess, is how the relationship changed. And it had changed from skepticism to distrust to trust and confidence in. And at the same time, I don't say we ever got closer. This is really a funny thing. You think with time, with relationships, you get closer. I got closer to my true self. I didn't get closer to him. To this day, I don't know who he was or what that was about. I really can't say I knew Master Hua. But I got to know myself a little bit better through that encounter. And maybe there wasn't any Master Hua to know. Maybe truly that's what no self means. He was a person without a self. You know, there's an expression, a person of the way with no mind. And that was it. You encountered him, and it was just a gateway into all sorts of things, but you'd say, where was he? And that's why he said, I came from empty space, I returned to empty space. What did he mean by that?
所以我常常对人说我没出家以前，我的名字有个假名字，叫什么白中医那时候以为我是中国第一人这个名字很好的。又一想，这个名字又有什么呢？在什么地方呢？没有所以那时候又叫活死人 以后就叫活死人。啊，这活的这个人呢已经死了啊，这也还是个假名字。以后有守孝呢，一般人啊又称说这是白孝子，这还是个假名字。那么出家的名字呢叫安慈，以后叫渡轮啊，现在又选了话，这通通都是假的。那么究竟真的名是什么呢？我的真的名字就叫众生啊，这是我一个真的名字啊。再还有一个真的名字叫佛啊，为什么呢？众生可以成佛，我将来呀等到一切众生成佛了，我就成佛。你说这个名不对吗？我又要叫心啊，因为众生和佛都没有除去你的一念心，所以这个心这也是我一个真名字。心佛及众生是三无差别，这三个没有什么分别，所以这三个是我的真名字。你们要找真，你们师父是谁？说哦，我们师父就是众生啊。我们师父是谁？是佛啊。我们师父是谁？是我们的心。除了这三个，那都是假名字。这三个你要只照它是真的吗？那也又错了，也不是真的。就好像我告诉那个白胜法师说是，我说我这个卡片上有三个名字，一个安慈，一个渡轮，一个选化，但是这三个名字哪一个名字也不是我的真名字。什么是我真的名字呢？虚空啊，我真的名字就是虚空啊。
One day the men got the mail, and it was an invitation from the Zen Center in San Francisco that Suzuki Roshi, that's not the one who wrote the book who's famous, it's the Suzuki Roshi who was the head of the Zen Center in San Francisco, different Roshi. He was going to transmit his Dharma to an American, Dick Baker. And so, you know, we got a lot of those invitations, but Shifu would never take us anywhere. But this one, he said he wanted to take us. So he set it up that we were going to go. I can make a long story short, or I can make a long story long. The long story is we looked terrible. We didn't have clothes because the clothes came from Hong Kong and they were for little Chinese people, and we were big Americans. And so they didn't fit. You know, they were either too short or not wide enough around or whatever, and they didn't match color. And we didn't have shoes because they didn't make them in the United States. You had to get Sangha, Arhat shoes from Asia, and we didn't have money. So we were a motley crew, we really were. And he said, you're going to go with me. So about maybe 8 or 9 of us disciples, the first 5 and the next 4 at least, went. And because Shifu was Shifu, he got a place of honor. So there we are in our mismatched everythings, and he marches us in. They march us in almost front and center. And then Baker, Dick Baker, who's going to become Baker Roshi, comes in. And we were quite amused because he looked just about like us. His was Japanese tradition. He was a great big tall guy, probably 6 foot. So his clothes didn't fit either. He had scrawny legs, and the robe was up about his knees. So anyway, now when I go to that place and I see the room, it's very small, but to me at that time it was a vast room. And so it turns out Suzuki Roshi had cancer of the throat and couldn't speak by that time. And so I remember, now I know because I've been there and I know what I saw then, but what I saw was Dick Baker, who was going to become the Roshi, walked over and up some stairs, and Suzuki Roshi was on the other side of the door, up the stairs. And that's where the transmission took place. They said, well, Suzuki Roshi couldn't talk, but something happened between them. And then he came down, and the ritual was, because Japanese are very into ritualistic, so the ritual was going to be, he told about his transmission, he gave a little speech, and then they got to ask questions. So he came down and said, it was wonderful. I got my teacher's transmission. He said, there is no high and there is no low. This comes from the Vajra Sutra. Everything is equal and everything is empty. So he went circle, and then he said, I got it. I know what he meant. And so then there were questions. And we're sitting in the front, so we can't see in the back, but it certainly felt to me like it was probably all rehearsed. You know, this person asks a question and Baker Roshi answers and so forth. So it was kind of, you know, 2 or 3 kind of innocuous questions, not much meaning to them. But then somebody stood up in the back, a man, and he said, when I got ready this morning and I clipped my toenails, I didn't know where to put the clippings. And so he asked Baker Roshi, where should I put the clippings? And Baker Roshi sort of did smoke and mirrors because he didn't have an answer. And finally could only, and so he said to the guy, oh, I know, you work in the kitchen. And the guy said, my working in the kitchen has nothing to do with my question. Where should I have put my toenail clippings? And finally Baker Roshi just said, you know, I had the same problem. So it's like shaggy dog, no good answer, right? Okay, so then we finished. We had tea with Baker Roshi, and then we all went home. And of course, when we get home to Gold Mountain, we're going to debrief. So we had a 5-minute restroom break, and then we had to come back and debrief. Now, the first one to talk is Hung Jing. He's the Jewish guy that left home with us, smart guy. So he says, well, you know, come on. I mean, that question from the cook, Baker Roshi just couldn't answer it. And so, of course, Shifu said, oh, how would you answer it? So Hung Jing had nothing to say. Shifu says, really easy. Have you heard this story before? Yeah, you're the only one. They've all heard it. He says, really easy. I would have told him, you just take the clippers and you clip a little circle in the top of your head and lift out your skull, and then you go and you clip out a little bit of your brains, and then you put the toenail clippings there. You're laughing. So what was that? That came from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra. Sixth Patriarch said, in the end, when he taught us how to handle the Dharma, he said, if somebody says day, you answer with night. If somebody says good, you answer with bad. So, the most useless thing probably is our toenail clippings. And the most valuable thing to us is our brain. So the master just did that. That was an example of the 36 pairs of opposites that Sixth Patriarch taught. But what was the principle? The principle, it wasn't just I say this and then you say the opposite. It wasn't Chan banter. What the principle was that if you say something extreme and he follows with something at the other extreme, there's a chance that you come back to the middle in that very moment of thought when you're over here with the toenail clippings and he says the brain, whoosh, you come back. So that's an example of the middle way, and that's what the sixth patriarch was teaching his disciples to use, was that method, so that if people were ready, they could get enlightened when they heard those two opposites and brought them back. And you could have gotten enlightened. I mean, it's not true for telling it, but you could have. Did you? No. Oh, okay.
It's 36 pairs.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that story. And it was it's another example of his humor, which always has a moral to it. You always learn something. So the lesson from this is,
我现在呀，给你们讲这个经，只是啊，好像啊，开一个荒地似的，种下这个种子，将来呀，要你们自己去啊，开辟广大的这个佛教的这种田，下这个菩提种子。你们以后每一个人呢，都要有一种自立的思想，不要生出一种依赖性，不要好像恶男似的。释迦牟尼佛要入涅盘了，他就哭起来，就因为依赖心太重了。那么你们都是人才，都是法门的龙象，我为什么欢喜你们这样学啊？我虽然没有什么本领，我教出一些个徒弟要有比我有本领，要青出于蓝，青出于蓝，那个青色呀是从蓝色染出来的。又有一句话说，有状元徒弟，没有状元师傅。你看中状元那个学生啊，他的老师并不是状元，他的老师啊也是一个普通的秀才呀、举人之类的，不是状元。那么他可以教出状元的徒弟来。你们现在呀学这个佛法啊，你们这个师傅是个业障鬼。为什么讲这个呢？这也是讲众生的根性的啊。我是业障鬼的根性，你们就是菩提萨法的根性。那么要经过一番锻炼，然后会成就的。但是不要生一种依赖性。我在这儿，也就像我没有在这儿一样；我没有在这儿，也就像我在这儿一样。如果你们现在不练习自己自强不息呀，不知道哪一天。或者有什么阿斯顿或者地震把我震到海里去，你们那时候怎么办呢？你也早就不依赖师傅，那么到有什么问题的时候都不要紧。你们各位呀，要时刻要努力，要为佛法着想，不要为自己做着想。那么这是很浅显的一个道理，也很要紧的。
So in the fall of 1975, there was an election happening. It was an election year. And Shifu encouraged us all as American citizens that we should be informed about what was happening in the election. And he set up a series of candidate nights at Gold Mountain Monastery and invited the people who were running for office, among them Quentin Kopp, and Carol Ruth Silver, and Moscone, and many other very well-known figures came and spoke at Gold Mountain, and he encouraged us to ask questions so that we could make up our own minds. And when Carol Ruth Silver, who was running for district attorney at the time, came, she brought with her her adopted son, Ahue, who's now Stephen, but his baby name was Ahue. She had adopted him from Taiwan, and he had already lost one mother, I think a motorcycle accident, and so he was very attached to her, and it was difficult for him to leave her. So she brought him with her to the candidates' night, and while she was speaking, Reverend Heng Sure was writing Chinese characters with Ahue. And so afterwards she said, "You really need to start a school because I really want Ahue to continue learning Mandarin. And all of the schools in San Francisco teach only Cantonese." So the nuns looked to me and said, "You're always playing with the kids. You should start a school." So Carol said, "Yeah, I'll do all the paperwork." And being the amazing person she was, this was November, and by March 1st, 1976, she had everything in place. And we had gathered together about, I think there were 8 students. Our Master Heng Chu's son was here too, so he was the oldest. So he was about 10 or 11, I think 11. And the youngest was about 4.5. And my only training to be a teacher was a year of working as an assistant teacher at a nursery school, a preschool. And actually I continued to do that. Shifu said I didn't need to quit. So in the mornings, I taught preschool, and the nuns took care of the school until I got home at lunchtime. And it was a little chaotic that first year. And it was definitely learn as you go kind of thing. So he helped me a lot in those early days. And he taught as every situation arose. It wasn't like he sat me down and said, "This is how you run a school." He told us general things. We should teach kids to be filial to their parents. We should teach them to be respectful to their elders, to be good citizens. And other than that, he really left it to us to figure out until something happened, and then he would try and help us out of the difficult situation. Of that first group of students, we did go and visit him a couple of times. We took a field, there were so few kids that I could take them anywhere. So we took a field trip to Gold Mountain to see Shifu, and they all took refuge. And their names were all from the 7 jewels from the Amitabha Sutra. So there was a Guo Ma and Guo Nao. There was a Guo Che and Guo Ju, Che Ju Ma Nao. So he gave them all the names. And then we had an Ananda, that was her name. And then one of the nuns had a son named Josh, and he said that was Jasha, Kashyapa. So they were a very interesting group of children. At the City of 10,000 Buddhas, he did come to visit. And if you go into Dharma Master Bin's classroom now, she has these pink desks they adjust so that they can come up or they can be flat, and the kids drove me nuts with them because they were always opening them and shutting them and making noise with them. And the first thing Shifu did, he came in the back of the classroom and went, "Bam, bam, 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 bam," with the desk, and then just grinned at me. But he did get up and he gave a lesson, and I don't remember the whole thing, but I remember he wrote on the board in Chinese, "Animals have 4 legs and people have 2. And if you want to be a person, then you should offer up your conduct and, and be a good person. Be a good person." And I remember one little girl asked him what that meant. He said, "You should be filial to your parents." And she said, "Well, what if you're just a little bit not filial? Is that okay?" And he got a big grin on his face and said, "Yeah, that's okay. Maybe you'll just have one eye that's not in the right place. And then he laughed. And she didn't know what to think. But I have followed her since, and she has always been very filial to her parents. So I don't know if she remembers that. But he had a way, he was very gentle with the kids. He often played with them in the Buddha hall. He would sit in a chair in the back. He would sometimes give the kids candy if they would bow to the Buddha.
Is 这个字吗？就是鸟，鸟就是 bird， bird， 鸟，会飞，鸟会飞 ，can fly， 鸟会飞啊，马那是马 ，horse， 能跑，能 run， 马会 run， this bird， 这个鸟啊，穿的花花绿绿的，很好的衣服。还有啊，很喜欢高了飞，马能跑，鸟会飞，马能跑，会飞，马能跑，鸟会飞，马能跑，马会飞，马能跑，马是 horse， 马能跑，你看那马跑的很快的嘛，有汽车那么快。
What if you are filial, but sometimes you don't do what they say?
但是，如果你家庭父母他是有的时候不听话，
那就不是孝顺。
That's not being filial.
要是孝顺父母，就要以顺为孝，要顺从父母的心。
If you're really filial, that means that you always do what you can do. You're really supportive of what they tell you to do.
What if you only do a little bit?
就是费着一点听话。
一点点不听话，就有一点点的丑陋。
Then I'm going to be filial. I thought Buddha said I never said
念几个字，念几个给我听听。
Okay, Jeff, just like the characters on the board. Come on. Would you?
鸟会飞，马能跑。跑。
鸟会飞，马能跑。
鸟会飞，马能跑。慢点。
鸟会飞，马飞。鸟会飞，
马能跑。也可以做一个对人，鸟会飞，就马能跑，这就是一个对人。
So we get to Kuala Lumpur, and we go to Maliujia, to Malacca, a place called Qingyunting, Green Cloud Pagoda, and a famous historic old monastery. And I'm eating at the table outside, and I'm watching Marty, and Marty turns white and faints. Just goes down, just like that. And Shifu looks at him and says, take him in, find a room for him. So I remember going in this ancient, beautiful, everybody's vision of what a temple, a Buddhist monastery should be, carrying him up to the second floor, kind of supporting him like this, putting him down in a bed, and watching him just go. Just going like that. And Shifu finishes with lunch and comes up and grabs his hand and starts to do whatever Shifu does. And he says, you stay beside him and recite the Great Compassion Mantra. If he dies, it's your fault. I'm like, what, Shifu? If he, what? So you better be sincere. So I'm like, I'm reciting. And here's my Dharma protector, flat on the bed, just gone. And I'm reciting. And the delegation goes out at night, and they go out to do some speaking and come back. Shifu comes back, and how is he? Shifu's concerned. He's obviously concerned. He recites some more, and he says, you keep reciting. And I'm reciting, I'm kind of sleeping and waking up. The next morning, Shifu comes in, same thing, says, okay, you stay here, take care of him, and be sincere. So I'm reciting, and then another day goes by. And then, I think it's the third day, and I hear this, and I'm looking, and Marty's back, it's like, oh, I go, Shifu, Marty's back. So Shifu comes in, recites, okay, he says, he didn't die. He said, you can get some rest. So I sleep for a while, and then Marty says, I need to go, help me to the bathroom. So we walk past the door where Master Hua is talking to the other monks. And Shifu says, 你还没有死啊，你赶快死. You haven't died yet. You should die sooner. And he says, bring him in. So I bring Marty in. And that's where you take over the story. Because you're back. So
on that trip, 3 people basically came close to death or died and came back. One was Doug Powers. The other one was Alan Nicholson, go away, and then myself. In different circumstances, but this was a very traumatic journey. So in any event, we're there. The other side of the story is I get sick in Malacca. In between this, they take me to both the Chinese and Western doctors, and they're just clueless. They have no clue on what's wrong. I'm draining, my energy is going down really fast. It's coming out of every orifice. And nothing is working. And there's a fever rising. The pain it's just incredible pain throughout the whole body. I can remember Hung Sure there. I remember lying in the bed, him coming or going, but there was nothing he could do except be by my side because there wasn't any relief. I vaguely remember people coming and going, and I lose complete sense of time. So when he says it's 3 days, I have no idea it was 3 days, 3 minutes, 3 seconds, or anything. So there I am, and what happens is, to answer your question, nobody knows to this day what it was, if you want to say physically, bacterially, or whatnot. But clearly, from my understanding of it, was karmic, and my time was up. It was time. But I remember, now I'll just go into it, I was lying on the bed, and the pain got to the point where it was almost unbearable. And then suddenly there was no pain anymore. And I thought, wow, finally this thing has broke. And I just totally no pain. It was a wonderful feeling. And then I looked and I saw my body on the bed. And I was above my body. I thought, oh, is that why there's no pain? I'm not in that body anymore. And then I was gone. So it's just like, if you ever see these rocket shots where the rocket takes off and they have the camera showing the earth below, and it just, that's what happened. And I just completely then left my body.
You said you started reciting one mantra. And then...
Oh, well, I was getting sick. I would recite the Shurangama mantra, and then I would get down to the heart of the Shurangama, And then I got down to na. I couldn't even do mo. So I also saw at that point that my mindfulness was very thin. I couldn't even hold on to anything. And so then I was gone. So at this time, I find out later from Doug and others that the master has started his talk into 10 minutes or something, and then all of a sudden said, we need to go back. And so they turn around and come back. Hung Sure was going to go with them to that, but Master Hua told him to stay with me. And so right at that time that basically now I realize I die and I leave the body, Master Hua is turning around to come back. So my experience then is very hard to relate. What happened? All there was complete darkness. I'm using this parenthetically, there was just awareness. There wasn't a body, there wasn't even a will, there wasn't any intentionality, there was just passive awareness. And I want to stress this. Something was aware, but it was like a ship without a rudder. I was just floating in a void, and it was so much floating, there wasn't even a sense of up or down, left or right. There was no locational parameters at all. Just this floating consciousness, awareness in this void. And it was both, at one hand, it was extremely, almost frightening to be so disembodied and so out of control and not, on the other hand, it was also liberating in the sense that at that moment I knew that death was not the end. It's funny. There was something, I actually knew that death was not the end, but it certainly wasn't anything I expected or whatnot. So, and then I remember I was floating and I could hear voices and a conversation going on, almost similar to what you'd hear in a judge's chambers, where the attorneys are talking with the judge. And this is going on, and I'm hearing this. And I also know at that time that something about me is being debated or decided, where I'm going to come out in some form here, but the negotiation is taking place. Now the negotiation stopped. What I saw was, as I went into that space, literally every aspect of my life had just flashed by as I was in that floating. I could see it all very, very, very clearly. I don't know what the time element was, and I knew that on the basis of that, I was going to come out someplace else before I heard these voices. And what that vision was, when I say it flashed before me, was a very, very clear scene of everything right and wrong I'd ever done. It was moral content. It wasn't about my accomplishments or my failures or what I had. In fact, there was nothing. It was like so fast did everything disappear. All material things, the whole material world, everything was just completely gone. It didn't exist. It was like I must have imagined it. All that was there was this floating consciousness and a very, very clear idea. I did this wrong. This was good. This was bad. It was almost childlike in its simplicity, and there was no argument. It was like, well, you don't understand. You see the reason. No, it was like none of that was there. It was just so crystal clear. And then I also saw, and I'm being carried along by that, whatever the composite of that is. That's my check. That's my balance sheet. Moreover, at the heart of it was unexamined raw desire that was compelling me. Lust, sexual desire, whatever you want to call it, lust for, was the driving mechanism of this engine, and then good and bad was it. It was so close, and I couldn't do anything about it. Now, if I wanted to, I couldn't make any change because I had no will to direct anything. It was just watching what I'd done. There was a balance sheet, and then it was going to come out someplace that I didn't know where. Then this negotiation kind of thing was happening, and so there it was, and it was like, wow, yes, death is not the answer, but boy, I know what's driving this machine now, and yet I can't do anything because I'm in this state, and whoa, whoa, whoa. And then I remember I opened my eyes, and Master Hua there was rubbing my hand and reciting something. And I thought, whoa, I'm back. I came back, and I don't know how I got back. I just know that from that I came back. I was in my body. The pain was back, of course. And Hung Sure was there, and Shifu was doing something very kind, very concentrated, intense, and then he looked at me and nodded and he went. So that's my side of what happened. So then when we're passing the door, when he says, have you died yet? Hurry up and quickly die. he was referring to what I experienced was what was keeping me in this was my desire. Let your desires die to solve this problem. That's the part. And he says, then he turned to somebody and says, how inauspicious is this teacher wishing his disciples to die? But he said, I wanted you to die to your desires, which keep you in this cycle of birth and death. And so then I was back.
And I think he also said, it's a good thing that you have a little bit of cultivation, or I wouldn't have been able to bring you back.
Then we found later it came out, he said, do you remember? I said, yeah. And she says, well, I had to go and negotiate on your behalf. Oh, so he said, I had to go and negotiate with the king of the underworld because of your time. And he said, it cost me dearly to bring you back. This was not a cheap exchange. Hung Chur, Dharma Master Chur was there at the time. Maybe we'll tell you more about this, but Sherpa related to her exactly what was going on there and how much of Sherpa's merit and virtue was required to ransom this disciple.
When the day that it got really serious, Sherpa went out with the others and he left Reverend Hung Sher to take care of Marty, and he left Gotong to be there too. So Gotong was in the room with the two of them, and Gotong could see some things. So he suddenly got cold and he saw the ghost of impermanence come and scared him to death. So he began madly reciting the Great Compassion Mantra, and the ghost subsided. And the other thing I know about that story is that Sherpa told us that he used the seal hand from the 42 hands. When you do the seal hand and you know what you're doing, you put a command on the seal. And that's what he did with King Yama. For Marty, he sent King Yama the seal hand, and with the message, this is my disciple and you can't have him, it's not time yet. And so he and Yama went back and forth about Marty, and in the end, Sherpa got to keep him. But he told Marty when it was over, I had to use all your merit and virtue in order to pull this off. So you've got to start again.
So then when I came back, I realized all of that, and I thought, I'm here on completely borrowed merit and virtue. From here on in.
It makes you sincere.
Yeah. Well, it made me sincere, but it also sort of made me realize that my commitment to doing what I'm doing was now completely single-minded. And I had an incredible responsibility. And I was like, why would he bother to bring me back? I don't know. But I was back and changed everything.
那么我要有一个皈依弟子不成佛的话，我也在这等着，无论等多久，等1年、2年、3年、5年、100年、200年、1000年、10000年啊，甚至10000个大劫、100万个大劫、1000万个大劫，我都等着。我一定要皈依我的人都成佛了之后，我再成佛。
I went to Gold Buddha in '85 because the master asked me to, and it was the first time I'd left him. And he was lecturing every day, well, many days at CTTB, and I was going to miss that. But I always did what he wanted, even though it was hard, and this was very hard. He had me take Hung Ming, another American, and then he had the two of us drive. It was about 20-hour drive from CTTB up to Gold Buddha. And we became the people who took over when we got there, that everything was in Cantonese. There weren't any Westerners, and the only language was Cantonese, and I didn't know Cantonese, and neither did Hung Ming. So we began to have to learn it. I thought that when Shifu sends you away from him, that suddenly it's a big loss because you don't have the daily contact with Shifu. But I found out from the phone calls, first time was, remember the phone calls when I was at the Buddhist lecture hall, and Shifu would call me and let the phone ring until I answered it. You know, I thought about that. Maybe he thought I was still on the bus. But of course, I guess he knew I was there reciting the mantra, just not answering. Anyway, and then he would talk to me, so that I got a part of Shifu when everybody else got him during the day. When I would go back at night, he would find out, how are you doing, and all those things. And so, even though you were away from him, he gave you a lot. Well, the same thing happened in Gold Buddha. He called me a lot and taught me. So how he taught me was downstairs in the vestibule, when you first come into Gold Buddha, the old Gold Buddha, there was a desk, and we made a record of everybody who came in the door. And if they gave money, how much money, if they gave donations, we made notes. And so every day you'd have a date, and then you'd have numbers, and you'd have the number of people who came, and somebody wrote their names, okay? And the phone was upstairs. So Shifu called and asked how I was, and then he said, how many people came today? And the book was downstairs. So I had to say, I don't know. You don't know? You're in charge and you don't know? I said, well, I can get the book. What good is the book if you don't know? Okay, so then the next time I got a call, before I would answer the phone, I'd run and get the book, right? So then I had the book. How many people? I knew. Oh, what are their names? Well, their names were written in Cantonese. It's not always the same as Mandarin. And I could hardly read Mandarin, let alone Cantonese names. So I would struggle with it. And he said, you mean you don't know the names of your lay people? Okay, so then I had to start. I'd sit with the lady at the desk, and the person would come in, and I'd have to learn how to say that name and put it with the face. So then I began to be able to tell him the names. And then he said, Sun Guo Xiu, when she comes, does she take the bus, or does somebody drop her off? I had no idea. No idea. Okay, so I'd find out. I'd have to find which one is Sun Guo Xiu. Then I have to go sit. She speaks Cantonese only, I speak English only. And we'd have to figure out how to figure out that I could know whether she took the bus. So I figured it out. So next time, Shifu Sun Guo Xiu takes the bus. Oh, does she have to transfer? I forgot to ask. Okay, so then we got Sun Guo Xiu straightened out. And then Guo Jian. Okay, Guo Jian, I forget her last name. Guo Jian was here today, Shifu. Oh, Guo Jian. How many children does she have? No idea. No idea. Okay, so then next time Guo Jian's name comes up, I know she has girls. She has Hen, and she has, what's her name? I forget. She has two girls. oh, how many grandchildren? And it went on like that. On and on and on like that, until I had to sit with almost all the people and find out all about them. And that's how he taught me. That's what you do with your people. When you're the manager, you have to know everything. You have to know what's hard for them. You have to know what's good for them. You have to know their health, their family problems, everything. And he did that by the phone over a period of time. So even though I was, 3 states away and I couldn't hear him lecture, I got the advantage of learning what a manager's supposed to do.
做师父很不容易做的，这所有的出家的弟子、在家的弟子都要照顾，所以呢，我早就对你们声明过，你们任何人不要相信我，相信我的人我就有麻烦，相信旁人的人呢，那我就不管了，相信我有什么麻烦呢？我的麻烦要卖一卖，就卖给相信我的人。那么谁相信我就会吃苦头，就会有麻烦。那么你们以后大家都要聪明一点，不要叫我净给你们麻烦。
Moved into the same building with him in January of 1966, and he was living in the flat on the first floor, and I was renting a room with a bunch of other students in the flat on the second floor with a communal kitchen, and he was this very interesting, colorful figure. He was unlike anybody else who was living in the neighborhood in the slums of San Francisco, and there were all kinds of rumors about who he was and what he was doing there, but none of us spoke Chinese very well, and he didn't speak English very well, and so it was very difficult to communicate and to understand his world, And my entrance to his world was in two ways. One, sometimes when there were Buddhist holidays and 10 or 15 disciples of his from Chinatown would come, they would invite us to lunch, and we understood good vegetarian Chinese food. That language we could speak, And the other was that they told me, well, he opens his door every day at 7 o'clock. You can sit with him for an hour from 7 to 8. He does that every night. I was a little nervous, but the first time I went in, it wasn't very much light. It was pretty dark, and he was seated in full lotus. So you would just come in and sit on one of these cushions and leave. And so that was the other way that I got to know the Master, because right away, as soon as I sat down, the energy was just much, much different than at San Francisco Zen Center. And it took me about 6 months to really have any idea of who he was. No matter how deep my meditational states were, that I could feel that he was a catalyst to the progress that I was making in meditation. He was really deeper inside me all the time than I was inside me. So that was very interesting. You know, I'd never experienced anything like that before. And most of his disciples in Chinatown did not come to see him and did not come to make a lot of offerings, and that he was having a very difficult time. But I noticed that whenever anybody brought food and there was extra food, because all the people living in this building were very poor. The master did not have a lot of disciples who were supporting him or felt that it was too difficult for them to go from Chinatown to the Fillmore district. And so the whole building was poverty. You know, it was this broken down Victorian building with lots of cockroaches. You know, and everything was always breaking because the building was so old. He was on the first floor. On the second floor were all these young students. On the third floor there were all these very poor, black, retired men living. And they had been there from before he had moved into the building, and they were still there. So whenever he got extra offerings of food, sometimes he would invite us and actually cook for us, not very often, but incredible food. And then sometimes there was a communal kitchen on the second floor and a communal kitchen on the third floor, and he would take his extra food and put it in the kitchen so that people would have food. And whenever he had extra monetary offerings, he would buy 2 100-pound bags of rice, and he would put one in the kitchen on the second floor, and he would put one in the kitchen on the third floor, so that at the very least people would have rice to eat. So that made a big impression on me as an initial impression of unselfishness. After I had some idea of who he was, and after I felt that, you know, we had shared this meditation space together, and after part of this was developing the notion that I had nothing to fear from him, and that he would always have my best welfare at heart. So I had a very warm, close feeling with him, and I also felt like I was relating with him in a way that the other people in the building were not, because they hadn't tuned into this. So I began to feel that I was somehow special because I had discovered these things about him that other people didn't know, and that I was, you know, having these meditation experiences with him. And so after I took refuge, one of the first lessons that the master had to teach me was that I really wasn't special, and that nobody's special, and we're all equal, and we all have the Buddha nature, and that this was a kind of arrogance on my part that I had to let go of if I was going to really study with him. So in the early days, the master really put in a lot of time and energy into us, and then after, you know, however many years, there were more and more people coming, and we kind of voluntarily got out of the way to, you know, leave room for the other people to be close to the master so he could teach them more directly. So he set up the schedule for the Shurangama summer session in such a way that we were capable of doing it, but it was pushing us a little. And he encouraged us always to experiment on our own. You know, he was not somebody who said, I'm up here and you're down here, and you do whatever I tell you to do and don't question it. You know, he was never like that. You know, he always wanted us to discover the Buddha Dharma from inside, you know, and to encourage us to think about what he was teaching us and to apply it to our lives. And the Master was amazingly patient with these, trying to help people out of these deep karmic holes that they were digging for themselves, and really tried to work with everybody, no matter where they were, and help them to suffer a little less. There's nothing really that special about any of my meditation experience over the years, and I particularly feel that it's important to not concentrate too much on special experience, because in this culture, I think that that's, particularly for my generation, you can answer for yourselves, that one of the obstacles that we've had to understanding the Buddha Dharma is to think it's about extraordinary experience, And I think one of the lessons that we've learned from the Master was that it's not about extraordinary experience. It's about, everyday interaction with people and the environment in very, very ordinary ways. For example, the Master going around and pulling the weeds out of the cracks in the street when other people thought that they were too busy to do that sort of things, and being kind to everyone, no matter what, and never putting yourself before other people. Those are the things that, are the lasting lessons that I really feel were most important to me, not the flashy experiences. Just to give you just another brief glimpse of Shifu in the environment, one night in wonderful Words Hall in the middle of the winter, he said to the assembly, he said, "We're having a very hard winter, and it's really hard for the birds to survive, so would you please go out and get some grain for them and mantra the grain, and then spread it out on the street so none of it will get lost in the grass." And he told them where to do it, so that the birds will have food to eat to get them through the winter. So maybe you haven't heard this story before, but it's this kind of, everyday concern for all sentient beings that, to me, is much, much more important than Shifu did this amazing thing, or did this amazing healing, or whatever. All that's true, but is that really what, his main message was? I don't think so.
我所学的佛法，我有没有照着去做去？每一天呢，应该这样检讨自己，不要总去追求什么是神通，什么是妙用，怎么样我能得到佛法的利益？不要想着，你只要能天天改过自新，合乎佛法的事情，你就去做去；不合法的事情，就把它停止了。那么这样去做，由早晨到晚间，时时刻刻念兹在兹，要在这个地方用行住坐卧，都是检讨自己的错误。你能这样，与佛法一定会相应，一定会有所成就。
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that people come away with a sense of how involved Shifu was in the world. Somehow there's some sense that he was sitting up here meditating and not doing anything. That isn't actually what was happening. And he was extremely involved, had us very involved in national, state government. We didn't tell the story about Wilson's dinner.
Yeah.
Did you tell that?
Right, no, it didn't.
You want to start on the Wilson dinner?
Let's see here. Was that?
Remember he asked us to go to that dinner, the $2,000 apiece?
Mm-hmm.
And Wilson was behind by like 6 points. He was going to lose the governorship.
This is.
And so he was running for governor in
Pete
California.
Wilson, governor of California.
And he said, so Shifu said, you and me, we should go over there and talk to him. So I didn't know that what it was a dinner, a $2,000 a plate dinner with about 6 Silicon Valley billionaire people, remember?
Fundraiser.
So it was a fundraiser for and somebody gave Shifu the 2 tickets or something for $2,000 each. So he told me to go over there. He told me to go over there and change Wilson's mind on supporting education. It was that, remember that proposition something he was going to defund. There was Proposition 64 or something. And it funded education for a certain percentage of the budget, and he had decided to defund. He decided to use the money for something else. Shifu said, "You got to tell him if he does that, he'll never get reelected. You got to tell him. You got to tell him that he's only got one chance to get reelected, and that's support education. Can you do that much?" He said, "Yeah, I should." So I remember we went over there, and so we're sitting there, and he just, the way these politicians do, they just talk. And they just keep talking. They don't stop. There's no place to build anything. Somebody asks him one question, and 2 hours later they stop and leave, you know. So he was going, I remember he was going on and on and on and on and on, and people were going, and finally I broke it, you know, and you were like almost like beside yourself. I said something like, I knew I had to break in the conversation. I said, Pete, I'm really surprised that you want to create a revolution and overthrow the country or something like that. And people spit food. It took a while for it to, it took about 10 seconds for all these business guys in Wilson to actually understand what I just said, and then place and I was kind of a little way in, a little wedge in, and I said, you understand by not supporting the public education system, you lose control over it, and supporting all these private schools, you're thinking of private schools, Catholic schools, and some Marin, but what about the inner city revolutionary schools that are going to get set up in the inner city too? And then you're not going to be able to have control over the agenda, so you'll actually end up supporting revolutionary schools that will overthrow the country, and that seems to be something that you seem to want to support. And his thinking processes was like, what? I said, I've been told to tell you, you can believe it or not, I've been told to tell you, and I know it's kind of crazy, but I've been told to tell you, you will not get reelected unless you support this education plan, and if you don't support it, you will lose, and you have nothing to run on. You don't have your Republican, you don't have the military to run on, you don't have anything else, you only have education to run on, and I've been told to tell you that if you don't do it, you won't get reelected, so you can believe it or not.
I remember sitting there and feeling my stomach drop. Like, because it's like, he said it. He actually said what Shifu told him to say, and it's often Shifu would kind of sometimes be kind of hyperbole, and no, but Doug said it. What happened?
They called back. So Wilson talked to somebody else, and the office called back. And did you go over with me to the?
Yeah, I did. Outside the office.
We had some kind of. They had something outside their office where they had a gathering, a reception, and they invited us. Right? Wilson invited, and he got me aside.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wilson got me and said, I want to hear more about what you were talking about. And I said, well, I'm telling you again, I only have one message for you. You're not going to get reelected, and you do and it makes perfect sense from a conservative, because if you look at it from the vantage point that Master Hua is trying to tell you, the supporting education is a conservative thing. Don't think of it as a liberal. You're thinking of it as a liberal anti-teacher thing. Don't think of it like that. Think of it as a conservative thing of controlling the agenda of the virtue that students are getting. And if you don't support that, what else do you have to do? And so, in 3 weeks, from that, they funded the 20 in a classroom, that all classes under the 3rd grade would have no more than 20 kids per classroom. So, and he won. Mm-hmm. Remember, he put that forward, and he actually ended up winning.
Now, just people, the context for this is Master Hua was very much in the mold of the lofty monks of the past who, when asked, would advise the rulers towards virtue. And so we had another member of our community, a man named John B. Zhu Bingmin. Dr. Zhu was a fellow Manchurian and a lifelong educator, and from Brown to Gray Davis to Wilson, all of these governors appointed John Zhu to state roles in education. And he was a faculty member at Seton Hall University. And presidents would appoint Dr. John Zhu to federal. He was a member of
he was the Chinese representative to the Republican Party. I mean, he was the man.
Lifelong Republican.
Okay. He was the man that was the conduit to the Chinese American community.
For national in Washington,
D.C. Yeah.
So Dr. Zhu had connections to the George H.W. Bush White House. That's George W. Bush's dad. Was 41. H.W. is 41 president. And so he got when George H.W. Bush was running for president the first time, he came to San Francisco, to Portsmouth Square, which is right down in Chinatown. And Dr. Zhu got Shifu to host officially on the platform, host the president, welcome him to Chinatown. And so we have this photograph of George Bush Sr. standing there with Shifu at the microphone. And Shifu says, through a translator, he said, "I want to tell you that any president who wants to win must not fight, not be greedy, not seek, not be selfish, not want personal advantage, and never tell lies. Any president who can really do that, I guarantee, will win." And so now through the translators and all, it's not sure
that's exactly what came through. But
but anyway, Bush did win and thanked Shifu by inviting him to the inaugural banquet in Washington, D.C. And anyway, quite a delegation.
We had a table.
We had a big table, and the way the political payback was, you got to have a cabinet member at your table. So we had the Secretary of Education, who was a very interesting man. Anyway, so George runs again against Bill Clinton. George, as you recall, was a one-term president. And so Shifu says, "Well, John," he says, "take a letter." He says, "I send this letter to President Bush, who's running for re-election." Shifu? He says, you find out the address and you take this down. I'll tell you what to write. So I'm sitting there. This is at ITI in Burlingame, and I have the phone on my finger on the Selectric typewriter, and I'm typing away. And he says, "Tell President Bush that if he can give up his salary, he'll be sure to be elected." I said, "Shifu?" He said, "Yes, tell him that give up his salary. And if he can give his salary to the people, and everybody realizes that the president forwent his salary on behalf of the people, then that kind of virtue and unselfishness will definitely get him elected." So I typed now, "Dear President Bush, we would like you to know that Master Hsuan Hua says that if you can give up your salary and not accept a penny, that you're governing because of virtue, because you need to lead the country this way, you will be sure to be re-elected. Signed, Secretary." So the letter went. Dr. Zhu carried it made sure that he got the letter, and comes the election, and of course Bush lost. We didn't hear the outcome. Dr. Zhu comes back, and so Shifu says, "Hey, Zhu Bingmin, 怎么样啊? What happened?" And Zhu says, "Well," he says, I think the president was willing to do it, but Barbara said no." The president's wife vetoed it. She was much more practical, and I think she thought they wouldn't make a living or something. So
It didn't work, and he lost. Yeah. Oh, well.
So that's interesting how, monks do, in fact, give an opportunity to the leaders of the country to plant blessings and to use wisdom. Whether or not they take it. Historically in China, the emperor sometimes did, sometimes didn't.
所以我在这个戊戌总统他竞选的时候，我说呀，这个美国是世界一个大国，这个大国俺们住在这个大国的领土上，俺们也有权利呀，帮助这一个大国令他选出一个既聪明又有智慧的总统。那么这个总统当他发正私人，爱护老百姓，能以不是单单为美国谋幸福，要为全世界的全人类来谋幸福。所以这一个总统一定要先不争不贪不求不自私不自利不达妄语，谁能这个样子，谁就是美国最好的最适当的人选能做总统。这是这个我对这个美国总统竞选的时候说的话。那么这个话也可以告诉全世界，哪一个国家是政府的当局者，这个有力量的人都能不争不贪不求不自私不自利不达妄语不欺骗老百姓。我不相信呢，有任何的那么愚痴的人他会反对这样的领袖，我不相信的。所以我现在要对全世界各国的领袖提议，你们哪一个国家的当局有力者，你能把自己的财产都拿出来给老百姓这真是共产，这真是为老百姓谋幸福的。我相信你要能这个样子，老百姓绝对不会反你的，你哪个国家都算上在这个政府的官员能以尽义务对老百姓这个热心服务，自己不要钱吃的也不要吃好的，穿的也不要穿好的，住的更应该简陋一点，也不要汽车，也不要洋房，也不要特权的阶级。你要真能这个样子，那是这个大同世界。所谓大道之行也，天下为公，故人不独亲其亲，不独子其子，使老有所终，壮有所用，幼有所长，精寡孤独废疾者皆有所养。你要能这样子，到哪一个国家老百姓不会反对你。
Time we were at CTTB, there was a teaching assistant who would go in early, and this was in No Words Hall usually, which is now where Shifa Sharira are, and Shila Sharira, would go in early and write the passage on the board, and then when we came in, that person was in charge of having us speak in two languages. We were supposed to speak in the language we didn't know as well first, and then follow with the language we knew well. And that person who was the teaching assistant would make sure we all said our thing. Our part as people coming in is we knew ahead of time what the passage was and we were supposed to memorize it. so that when we came in and we gave our talk, we didn't have to turn around and look at the board and what the passage said. We just knew it by heart. So one morning I got a call from my family. I was not close to my family after I became a nun, but one of them called me to tell me my father had had a major heart attack. So by that time, Shifu had younger people, younger monastics attending on him. And so whereas before I could just go and knock on the door of Kay and he would let me in, now you had to go through a young nun and get permission. I told her I would like to see Shifu. It was an emergency. My father had had a heart attack. And the morning passed. She didn't find me. So I went to the JGH Buddha Hall. And I was saying Guanyin's name. And I was surprised that I was so moved by my father's heart attack, because I'd only seen my family once, and it didn't go well. And I didn't have contact with him. I didn't write him letters or things like that. So I was very surprised at the depth of the emotion that came up with the idea that my father was dying. So I was into that depth of emotion and saying Guanyin's name silently. And Shifu sent one of the nuns to find me. And her message from Shifu was, "What are you doing? You're not going to eat? You want to die with your father?" So he always pushed me like that. You know, you ask about compassion, and he used two kinds. One was to gather people in, and so he was soft with some people. And then the other one was to admonish, and he was hard with people. And I was a person he was almost always hard with, because I'm a very stubborn person. So that kind of talk from him, you know, I would react to. So I thought, okay, for you, I'm gonna go to the class today, which was after lunch. And it was Nirvana Sutra, of all things. And there was a passage you had to memorize. So I memorized the passage and got ready so that I'd be able to present if needed. And I went. And we had Christian church pews back then. The pews were up. And so I was sitting on a pew. And the master came in early. Usually he didn't come in until the end after we've all given our talks. He came in early, and of course the nun had never gotten back to me, so I hadn't been able to talk to Shifu. So he walked up, and he's standing here, and I'm here, and he says, "Could you recite Amitabha's name?" And I nodded my head. But I was so full of emotion that when I got my head down, I couldn't bring it back up. It was stuck down there. And so he waited there, and I'm thinking, if I recite Amitabha, Amitabha is for when people die. And I'm reciting Guanyin because I don't want my father to die. I'm thinking that. And he says, or you could recite Guanyin. And I did, and my father lived to within a month of Shifu's passing. So I was always clear. My father had a terrible heart attack, and then the blood flowed around his heart and kept him alive instead of through the proper channels, you know. So it was a very precarious life, but he had life. And about a month before Shifu passed, my father passed, and I understood what that meant. Shifu had to let go of probably lots and lots of people he was keeping alive at that time. So I call it a lifesaver too.
It's like when my mother died. Shifu helped her a lot, even though he barely knew her. or at least, you know, she barely knew him, I should say. But she got cancer, and the master called her before she even knew that she was terminally ill. He called her a couple of weeks on the phone, and they'd only met once or twice. And he called her on the phone, and he had Hung Guan do the translation. And he talked to her for about a half hour, 45 minutes on the phone. And a week later, my mother says, you know, your teacher, Shifu, he called me. She was amazed that he was so kind. He said, told me not to worry, everything's going to be okay. And on, he was so gentle and kind. I said, really, Shifu? He said, yeah, because you never talked to him. I mean, she's only met him once or twice in a very short time. And yeah, he was so, and he went on, and Hung Guan, he translated for him, and they talked to me for a long time. She was just amazed. He goes, she was so kind, she kept saying. And then she found out a week or two later that she was terminally ill. And she didn't live much longer after that, you know. And then when she passed away, she used to come in my dream. I'd have a dream once a month. She would come to me in a dream. And we'd go out to a restaurant together. She'd buy me lunch in my dream. And she'd tell me everything's okay. The master came to me when I died, and he really helped me. So, and then she said, I really very happy, and she was very grateful to him. She says, I'm not in the heavens and I'm not in the hells. She says, everything's okay. I feel really good. It's like he's really helping me a lot. Then we do that like once a month. She'd take me out to another restaurant, and we'd have lunch together and see how things are. Then after a few months, she stopped, no more. Then I went to Shifu and told her that I had these dreams, and Shifu said, yeah, she went off to rebirth. I learned one thing though, that he used to tell me this, that he only cares about making people Buddhas, waking them up to their Buddha nature. He didn't care about anything else, nothing. He's not attached to anything. He didn't care what it is. He'd only use it for expedience to wake people up. He didn't care who they were. He didn't care if you're a monk or a nun, a monk, layman, laywomen, dog or cat. He wanted to wake all living beings up. He just focused on making, he says, there's only one reason I'm on the earth is to make Buddhas. I'm only here to make Buddhas. I have no other interest. He says, this is like a big toilet bowl for me. He says, I'm just interested in everybody waking up to their Buddha nature.
I 我希望把你们每一个人的罪业都消除去了，甚至于不能消除啊，把你们的罪业都布施给我啊！我要这个罪业，等我这个罪业堆得像须弥山那么高，你们的罪业都消得像那个平地一样。所以啊，我才发这个一个很笨的愿力，说是啊，所有跟我出家的弟子和在家的皈依弟子，他们如果没有成佛的话，我也不成佛。那么皈依我的人，他们做蚂蚁，我也跟着做蚂蚁；他们做蚊虫，我也跟着去做蚊虫去；他们堕地狱，我也跟着堕地狱去；他们变恶鬼，我也跟着做恶鬼。哪一个做畜生了啊，我也愿意陪着他去做畜生。那么发这么一个愿力，必须要他们都成佛了之后，然后啊，我要愿意成佛我就成，我要不愿意成佛呢，我还不成。说你为什么不愿意成佛呢？啊，因为我看见还有很多人没有成佛呢，我还要去拖他们一把。所以啊，就是我的皈依弟子和出家弟子、在家弟子都成佛了啊，以后啊，我还要看看情形再说。那么这是我今天呢想对你们说的话。所以我说我发这个愿呢是很笨的，不过我这个笨人就有个笨法子，就愿意这么笨。
there were two monks. The first two monks who did 3 steps, 1 bow. They went from San Francisco to Seattle. We had just bought some new property in Seattle for a temple. So they bowed 3 steps, 1 bow. And when they got to Seattle, Shifu declared we were going to have a World Peace Day to celebrate this, and this completion of the bowing. It was going to be a 3-day event. So basically it was a little session. We would have ceremonies and meditation and recitation, but we didn't have enough space for everybody, so we held it in a park in Seattle, public park. My father had cancer, and I was reciting the Great Compassion Mantra, the Dabe Jo, 108 times over some water, and then I would give it to my father. And then Shifu announced, so I'd been doing this for quite a while, and my father's cancer had gone away. So Shifu announced that we were going to have this World Peace Gathering in Seattle. One night I was reciting my mantras in front of Guanyin, and I had this thought, oh, I'll just go with Shifu. I really want to go up to Seattle. And then I thought, oh, I can't leave the temple. I have to do my mantras over this particular water, and then I have to give it to my father so he can drink the water. So the next morning, when Shifu came to the temple, and he said, Gogoi, you could go to Seattle with me. And I said, oh, I can't, Shifu. I have to recite the Dabe Jo for my father and give him this water. He said, the Dharma pervades everywhere. There's no place where it doesn't dwell. So if you have a sincere mind and a sincere heart, it doesn't matter where you are. I have disciples all over the world, and I'm constantly with them. And if you are doing this Dharma door, you too should know that you can do it wherever you are. So that was a kind of a beautiful moment for me, and affirmed that dharmas really aren't fixed, that the Buddha Dharma is indescribable and infinite, and this idea of universally pervasive. And this theme, so we got on the airplane the day before. We didn't have computers. We couldn't just check the weather in Seattle or see what the traffic was on the highway. But somebody found out that it had been raining in Seattle, and it was a big storm. It was due to, Seattle gets a lot of water during the year. And so it was a big winter storm, and it was supposed to be raining for the next 3 or 4 weeks, just solid rain. And so somebody mentioned this to Shifu. He said, oh, don't worry about that, I'll take care of that. So everybody else drove up to Seattle, and I flew with Shifu on the plane. And we got to Seattle, and I was looking out the window. For a 10-mile radius, there was a perfect circle over Seattle where the clouds, there was no clouds. It was just, you know, like somebody had taken a compass and drawn a circle 10 miles in diameter. There was no rain. We got to the airport, it was raining. We got into Seattle, and there was no rain. It was sunny, skies were clear. The grass we were holding the ceremonies on were all dry. And I don't know what the newspapers said about this, but we had our ceremonies and our world peace gathering. We got back on the plane, and the circle just disappeared as we left. And I don't think anybody else got to see this. And if I hadn't have been on the airplane with Master Hua, I wouldn't have seen it either. Because if you're in the park, in this area where we were staying, then it just seemed like the clouds had sort of parted, and it wasn't raining. But from the sky, you could see this very definite circle. It was 很奇怪. Very, very strange.
"大悲咒啊，谁念，谁能有感应。谁诚心念，谁就得到感应。这个大悲咒，你谁用诚心念的，谁就有灵感。大悲咒，它是通天彻地的。大悲咒，它是能世间上有84000种病，它都能治。但是唯一的就是你诵持大悲咒这个人要有诚心，他才有灵感。虽然要有诚心，也要你不打妄语，你诵持大悲咒才有灵感。你要天天打妄语啊，你念大悲咒它也没有那么灵感。
有和善不归，他有我们在佛教讲堂的时候，他就来参加暑假班，以后他常常在这儿用功修行。他的父亲呢，在前年呢到伦敦去，那么和他2个人去旅行。那么他就发觉他父亲发觉自己就生了 cancer， 生了炎病。于是乎这个旅行呢就很快回来就治这个炎病呢，治这个 cancer 病呢。那么经过一个时期也没有好。我们在去年呢春天 ，last year， 春天，我在香港他打电话说他要发愿呢，让他父亲不被这个 cancer 病呢，死了。那么问怎么办？我当时就叫他念大悲咒，那么他就每天呢念108遍大悲咒，那么结果以后他父亲呢这 cancer 病呢就不知道到什么地方去了，没有。
那么在我所经验，大悲咒你能持好了，真是入水不腻，入火不分逢凶化吉，遇难成祥。但是就要你用你的真诚心恒远的心来受持读诵，它就有功效。那么诚心，拿出真诚的心，为国家消灾免难，我们来 以这个至诚恳切的心为国家，来以大悲咒护国，以大悲咒息灾，以大悲咒来增长人的善根和智慧。
One time I had a lot of false thinking. This is after we bought Wanfa-chun when we were living there. I said, it's really expensive driving back and forth to Gold Mountain. I think what I'll do is buy a motorcycle. It will save a lot of gas. And my mother had was holding extra money for me that I had before when I was working. And I told Shifu that I could go buy a motorcycle and get really cheap gas that way. Don't waste so much gas driving back and forth to go, because I used to commute back and forth to Gold Mountain a lot to do different kinds of business. And Shifu said, no, okay, koi. So I went and bought this motorcycle, little Honda. And so I drive in the motorcycle, and after about a week, I was driving down to Gold Mountain. But I didn't go down the highway. I always use the back roads. So I was going down the back roads, and I guess I was getting near Napa. And I was coming around a bend, and there was this American Indian, Native American. And he was a full dress, like old days. He had buckskin, and he had feather, and he had beads. He was an American Indian, like traditional. And he's standing by the road and he's going, stop, stop, stop. So I stop. He says, you need to be very careful. Around that bend, you can't see it, but there's oil on the road. And if you go around there, you're going to for sure slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I thanked him. So I was very careful, and there was this big thing of oil there. So then when I got back to Wanfa-chun, I told Shifu the whole story. I said there was this American, and Shifu said, you don't even recognize Guanyin? What's the matter with you? He goes, I don't know, Shifu. Then about, I think a few days after that, he says, you should get rid of that motorcycle because you're going to get in an accident. Guanyin's too busy. See, he doesn't have time to watch over you all the time. So you need to get rid of that thing, or if you get in a crash, it'll really make Buddhism look bad. So I sold the motorcycle for more than I bought it for.
念观世音菩萨，拜观世音菩萨，观世音菩萨来现身见你，你又不认识观世音菩萨，所以让众生啊，就是很苦恼。千处祈求，千处应。这观世音菩萨，你不是一个地方求他来救一个地方，你就有千处万处百千万处，有多少人求他，他就随心满愿去帮忙你这么多的众生令你离苦得乐。所以每一个人都应该常常的念南无观世音菩萨，念念勿生疑。你这个念的时候千万不要生疑心，不要说这念有什么用呢？这念观世音菩萨，这岂不是没有什么意思？天天念那观世音菩萨，观世音菩萨你就生出疑心来。最要紧的就不要生疑心，念念勿生疑。
你就一念之中也不应该生怀疑心，要生信心，念念无生疑。观世音净圣，这观世音菩萨这个清净的圣者，于苦恼死，在你呀有这个最苦那个痛苦的时候，最烦恼的时候，或者讲要危险要死的时候，那个厄难，这个厄就是厄难，能为做依护，能给你做一个依护，就是做你的保护者。依是依靠，护就是保护着你，他能保护着你，你可以把你身心性命就交给观世音菩萨，观世音菩萨一定会帮你忙的，一定会保护着你的。
I have other notes, but I wanted to go to what Shifu said about those of us who made vows. I talked about that the other night in the lecture. I don't think you two were there. So again, I'm going to read, but I will also talk. So the Master said, people have forgotten their original face. They have forgotten what they're supposed to be doing. In previous lifetimes, they made vows, saying, Master, in the future when you go to America to propagate the Buddha Dharma, we will protect your Dharma. We will do such and such things, end quote. Everybody made vows. Some people vowed that they would come and help lecture on the sutras, and others vowed that they would come and help recite sutras. Others vowed that they would come and help eat. Isn't he wonderful? Others vowed that they would come and help cultivate ascetic practices, which just means eating. Still others vowed that they would cultivate and become patriarchs. Others vowed that they would come here and take a look. And then he quotes, everybody, even bodhisattvas become confused when they are between bodies. And arhats become muddled when they dwell in the womb. Now that you've come to America, you've forgotten the vows you made. You don't remember all the promises you made in the past. Your teacher said, when we get there, it won't work because I won't know English, end quote. And you said, never mind, don't worry. We'll go there first and we'll all know English. It won't be a problem if the Master doesn't know English. We will already have been there with English as our native tongue, end quote. Take a look. To a greater or lesser degree, many of you who have come to study Buddhism have the looks of Asian people. Maybe you can resemble the Asians, or maybe your ears resemble the Asians, or your nose, or your eyes, or maybe you have Asian-looking eyes, but American irises, or maybe your irises are Asian-colored. Maybe some of you look thoroughly Asian. In other words, it's not just Westerners he's talking about. Isn't that strange? All of you are strange creatures. I brought this up because San Francisco is an international place where Buddhists come and go from all over the world. Buddhists come here from various countries, and you must recognize them for who they are. You should understand the situation in their countries as well as their behavior outside of their own countries. If you don't understand these things, you may go astray. Therefore, I hope you will emulate their good points, but avoid learning their shortcomings. Have yourselves, base yourselves on the three great principles. Freezing, we do not scheme. Starving, we do not beg. Dying of poverty, we ask for nothing. According with conditions, we do not change. Not changing, we accord with conditions. We adhere to our three great principles. So here to me, yes, it's certification that some of us who have blue eyes came on vows, but it's also certification that there are Asians who followed Shifu and remained Asians and came on vows. And that's one of the few places you see it. Mostly when this starts, the Asians all figure, you know, they're not included. But he says very clearly here that they are.
He used to tell me when he told me one time that in the past lives I was with him, and I made a commitment to come to the West to help him out when he came here. That's what he told me. He says that you were Chinese in past lives. And I said, Shifu, I don't remember. He said, I know you don't remember, but I remember. So it's not a question of whether or not we're going to meet Shifu. It's only a matter of when I'm going to meet him, you know, in the flesh. I mean, he's around all the time anyway.
就因为啊，人把自己的本来面目都忘了，人把自己应该做的事也都忘了。在先生往昔所发的愿，说是啊，师父，俺们将来到美国去弘扬佛法，我呀做护法，我呀做什么做什么，个人发个人的愿啊。有的发愿说，哎，我来帮着讲经；有的发愿说我帮着来念经；有的发愿说我帮着吃饭；有的发愿呢，说我帮着行苦行，行苦行也就吃饭；有的发愿说我呀到那儿要修行成一个祖师；有的又发愿说我到那地方看看。所以现在呀，菩萨就有隔音之谜，罗汉就有助胎之婚。咱们现在到了这个美国了，把自己呀所发的这个愿力都忘了，所有的诺言呢，就是那时候答应了啊。师父说我也不懂英文，到那儿去不行的啊。他说那不要紧，咱们先去到那地方就俺们都懂英文，师父不懂英文没有问题啊，因为俺们已经都是这个英文的这个出生的人了，所以现在你们看啊，你们这些个来学佛法，多多少少都有一点亚洲人的样子，或者耳朵像亚洲人，或者鼻子像亚洲人，或者眼睛像亚洲人，但是那个眼珠子不像亚洲人啊，眼珠子是另外一个颜色，或者完全像亚洲人，这样你说奇怪不奇怪？这也是个怪物，因为这是三藩市是一个国际间的佛教来往的一个地方，那么这一个国家的佛教徒也来，那一个国家的佛教徒也来，那么你必须要认识所有国家的这个佛教徒，你也应该知道他们的这种情形， 在本国里头是怎么样的情形，到国外他们又有什么样的行为，都应该知道的。你如果不知道，就会误入歧途，那么走错了路。所以我希望你们各位这好的可以效法他，不好的就不要照着他那样去做去本照我们这个三大宗旨：冻死不攀缘，饿死不化缘，穷死不求缘要随缘不变，不变还随缘，抱定我们这个三大宗旨。这是我们的宗旨。你不要看呢，这是很简单。现在佛教就犯这个毛病，通通都犯这个毛病，每一个国家都是所有国家的佛教徒都犯这个毛病你说本来这化缘呢，出家人是可以的，但是因为太过了，俺们就要对治这个毛病。化缘是佛所许可的，化斋化缘也可以，但是你要专门的为了化缘而出家不修行，那这就是错误。所以我们现在就要专为修行而出家，不是为化缘，不是为求缘，不是为攀缘而出家。你们这要特别注意的这一点。所以今天我们共同来研究，这个是很重要的一个问题。
My favorite story is about David Fox, who was then Dharma Master Hung Chien, who was the first American to become a bhikshu. And he was this great big guy, who was very good-natured and very strong, and always liked to have a good time. And he was very young. He must have been around 20 when he decided to leave home. And he loved to joke around. And it was very nice to be around him. He was a very happy guy and very relaxed. And the master told him, well, if you're going to be a monk, you can't go ha all the time, you have to have some serious demeanor. And so he would, whenever he started joking around or laughing or even smiling sometimes, the master would publicly come down on him and say, what are you doing? What kind of monk are you? And then what I remember is one Sunday, very often we'd have potluck lunches on Sunday at the monastery, and then afterwards the master would lecture on sutras and tell us stories. And so that Sunday, it was very shortly after David Fox had left home and was Hung Chien. And he was sitting up there in full lotus next to the master while the master was talking. I think it was after the lecture. And he was telling us all these really funny stories, I don't know whether this comes through for you, but the master was also the funniest person I have ever met in my entire life. He could be really amazingly humorous, and so he'd tell us these stories, and one after another, and we were all just sort of cracking up, laughing, and restraining ourselves from rolling on the floor, and David Hung Chien was sitting there still in full lotus, trying really hard. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. And then finally he couldn't take it anymore, and he broke out laughing. And the master said, What are you doing? What are you laughing at? So this is an example of helping somebody change their habits.
3000为一，法忘四横气横。这3000为一从什么地方来呢？从这个行住坐卧这四大为一。行也是呀，有为一；坐也有为一；站也有为一；卧也有为一。我常常讲，我说行入风，立入松，坐入中，卧入弓。行路啊，好像写风一样。这个风啊，就是无印，无印，像风雨的风。这个风啊，并不是飓风的风，也不是啊那个狂风的风啊，好像走路像跑似的。那虽然不是飓风，变成狂风，狂风暴雨，狂风刮得很大的风，不是那样。那清风徐来，水波不兴。那个清风呢，很慢的风啊，清风徐来，水波不兴。那个水海上呢，它没有波浪，那个有风是有风，但是那个水没有波浪，这种风。立入松，立呢像一棵松树似的，很直的。以后要改变你这个不要这么样子啊，缩脖子，罗锅啊，一点也没有精神的样子，都好像睡不醒觉似的。要挺起胸膛这样子直挺，不要弯着腰走路，低着头，不要低着头，总要仰着头。低着头啊，你总看呢，看地下，看地狱啊，不要低着头，这仰着头。哎，他仰的也不对，你这样也不对，人家这样，这叫这为一，四大为一之中的。你立着啊，走路啊，也不要东张西望的，不要这么是吧？看看前面，看看后边，不要东张西望。你东张西望的，那个警察一看，哦，东西。这个人一定是想要偷东西，啊、看这个有没有人，他一定想要不知撬谁的门啊！注意不要这样。立入松，立那个地方像一棵松树似的，直的，直的，没有弯的啊。立，坐入中，坐这个地方就像一个钟似的，你们看见没有？这个博古我看着好多都坐那儿坐得很好，坐得很正像张弓似的，这叫托腮搭胯，这叫吉祥卧，托腮这样啊，搭胯，这个手搭在这个地方，这腿弯曲一点呢，就好像一张弓似的，就是卧入弓，就像射箭那个弓箭的弓啊。像一张弓似的，这是四大为一，行住坐卧四大为一。在这四大为一之中，每一个为一有250条，行有250条，坐有250条，卧有250条，立有250条，行住坐卧都有250条。这个详细的分析呀，这个详细每一种有250种这么多，你看。啊，不是那么简单的。那么这250，四个250合起来是多少？是1000了。四个250，合起来是1000。这1000呢，再加上过去1000，现在1000，未来1000，这就3000为一。
my husband, who was a summa cum laude from Harvard and a writer and an intellectual, had put up an altar in one of the rooms of our apartment, and he was bowing and reading sutras. And I thought, wait, who is this person? And he was doing this because his friend Ron Epstein had been writing him, who he knew in college, had been writing to him from California about this amazing teacher that he had met. And David, who had never been religious at all in his, during his childhood, was suddenly very taken with Buddhism. So here was David doing these Buddhist things, and he told me one day that he wanted to move to California so he could study with Master Hua. So we moved to California, and I went to Gold Mountain Monastery with David. And I have to say that unlike many people who you will hear in these interviews, it still seemed really strange to me. I felt uncomfortable. I remember there was a meditation session there, and I remember sitting for the first time in my life, pulling my legs up, and after about 10 minutes in, it was like, ow, what is it? What are people doing here? I was in tears. I went up in Gold Mountain. You could go up and hide in the bedroom, and I did that. I would do a little sit, and then I would go and hide in the bedroom, and it was very hard. But it meant a lot to David, and I could see that people were very sincere, and so for me, what happened gradually was that I began to practice, and I saw that I could see changes in myself. I should go back and say that we became vegetarian before we moved to California, and that what David has told you about that. And after being a vegetarian for about 3 or 4 months, we both noticed that it had changed us. And it had changed us in the sense that we were much less angry. And that we had not, nobody had sort of told us that if you become a vegetarian, you will actually, your emotions will change. So that was interesting. Also, when we became vegetarians, we stopped killing things, which was interesting because we lived in New York City with an apartment full of cockroaches. And I had always been very afraid of spiders, just horrified, really terribly frightened of spiders. After having been vegetarian for a few months, and after having become deliberate about not killing anything on purpose, I found that I can't say spiders are my favorites anymore. I won't say that, but I no longer had that visceral aversion and fear. They were just other creatures that weren't my favorites, but I could be in the world with them, and it was that was very noticeable to me. So I'd had those 2 experiences. And one other experience that I'd had before we moved west, I was visiting my parents, my father and stepmother. My father, they were both heavy drinkers. And one night, my father got falling down drunk. I'd never seen him that drunk, and it was very upsetting to me. And I went to bed, and I couldn't sleep, and my feet were like blocks of ice. I could not warm them up. I tried rubbing them. I bundled blankets around them. They were like blocks of ice, and I thought, I'm never going to get to sleep. If I'd had a tranquilizer available to me, I would have taken it, but I didn't have one because I was so upset about my father and the whole thing. And I remember David saying that people recited the name of Amitabha Buddha, that this was a practice. And I thought, well, I have nothing else to do. I'm going to start. So I started Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. Really not expecting anything. It was just, but I was desperate. And after about 10 or 15 minutes, my whole body got warm. My feet warmed up. And I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. So that was a thing. And I remember later years later asking Shifu, do you have to asking him on behalf of people I knew, not on myself, because by then I was convinced. But I said, could I tell somebody else to recite Guanyin or Amitabha if they don't believe, if they don't have faith? And he said, first comes the practice, then comes the faith. And that just made so much sense to me. So, you know, my whole experience with Buddhism from the beginning was, you got to show me, because it's not something that I didn't. The path came through my husband, not through me, and what I found was that, unlike in the Christianity that I'd been brought up with, which had never felt comfortable to me. I didn't really understand prayer. When people talked about it, I didn't have any kind of relationship with God. It didn't make sense to me. But I found that the Buddhist practice of keeping precepts, of trying to live a consciously virtuous life to the extent that it was possible, it just worked.
念佛的法门呢，也可以令人往生，又可以令人长生。不但可以令人长生，又可以令一切的畜生长生。好像国中那个狗，前几天呢，被车中国叫撞车，被车压的都不会动弹了，也不会喘气了。我前去看，回来告诉我，是那一定死了，不会好了，没有法子可以再活的了。我中国魁就问我怎么样，和果毅问我是不是可以给他看看医生去，我说不要看医生喽，死就死了，你何看医生？他那样子，你看医生也没有法子，你就念南无阿弥陀佛，他要会好就会好了，要不会好啊，就往生去就好了。你这时候他要果中和果魁啊，还有其他的人在那个阿飞寺里就给念佛，念了有30个钟头，居然间就把这个狗给念好了，当堂就可以会跑了。所以你说念佛的感应是不可思议。还有这个果许的这个妈妈，今天她也来了她以前说中过毒，中过一种不知什么毒，然后她也就念南无阿弥陀佛就好了，这都很奇怪的事情。所以这个念佛的法门呢是不可思议的。
Well, I think the teaching at that time and the teaching up to when he left, I would say pretty much dovetail. The things that I found most important were, number one, ahimsa, or non-harming. It seemed to really resonate with me that living lightly on the land and trying not to harm the environment, certainly trying not to harm other people or other creatures, not harming ourselves. That seemed a strong message that he gave. Maybe that's because that was the 60s and people were doing a lot of self-destructive things, so that might have been part of it. And then patience was another one that he taught us early on. And it has to do with forgiving ourselves and being tolerant of other people. It has to do with trying to find our habits discover them in ourselves and the particular afflictions we have, the particular emotions and so forth, and then trying to work on those, but being able to forgive yourself if you didn't get rid of a habit all at once and you had relapses. As I've said before, many people left because they couldn't forgive themselves, because they saw, they felt that if they couldn't do it perfectly, then they couldn't do it at all. We have to understand that we're Buddhists and we're bonding in a certain kind of community, but we're all just people, and we all have shortcomings, and we all have different things about us. So sometimes my difficulty and your difficulty rub together, and we have a very unhappy and unpleasant situation. And somehow you have to figure out, if you're going to stay on in the community, and especially in the monastic Sangha, you have to figure out, what do I do about that? How do I manage to be in a community with people that rub me the wrong way? What do I do? And if you really want to stay, you figure out lots of ways to handle that.
So if I were to try to think, to boil down what his teachings were that that spoke to me, one of them was patience. Being patient. Another one was don't get angry, which is not an easy one. And I'm still, what is this, 50 years later or something, still working on that one. But it all came, what I saw as I practiced, what it all came down to was the ego is always there. Always there. Whenever I would get angry at somebody, I would just see, I should say, I didn't just see, but over the course of years, you begin to see how your own ego, your own selfishness, your own eagerness for praise, your fear of blame is just always right there when you get angry. That's where, it's always there. And so that's always an opportunity every time it happens to take a step back. Say, oh, that's not going to happen. That's not good. So not getting angry, being patient, and then the other thing you probably heard that Shifu would say to us was, everything's okay, no problem, don't worry. Now, if you take that in the context of the 60s and the 70s, it'd be easy to misinterpret that as, everything's fine, just lay back, no, and it wasn't that at all. We were still exhorted to work hard and to do our best, but to me, it was the ultimate paramita of giving fearlessness. Don't be afraid, because everything really is okay fundamentally. And even if you were going to worry about it, that's not going to help. That's not going to change anything. So that, to me, that's a profound teaching that I remember. I tell myself when things are hard, and I tell it to other people too. Everything's okay. We still have to do our best. We still have to work hard. And yes, things will be difficult. And yes, we are just ordinary people. Even those of us living at the city of 10,000 Buddhas, even people who have known Shifu for many years, we're still ordinary people. And that means that we still make mistakes, we hurt each other, we quarrel, we get jealous, we do all of those things. But we know that we have a path forward. And so, Shifu always said, well, I can't remember how I would phrase this exactly, but this idea that when you turn the page, when you repent, when you're truly sorry for your offense, everything starts over again. All right, so don't go back. Don't play the bad tapes. Don't go back in your mind. I wish I had. If only I had. I should have. I could have. If only. That's just wasted energy. We have this precious gift of this time that's given to us, and so this is the time. I made that mistake. I'm going to move forward. I'm not going to make that. Hopefully, I'm going to make that mistake again. And if I do, I remember. I'm an ordinary person. I'm in an extraordinary place, and I'm capable of extraordinary things, but I'm still an ordinary person, and the people that are working with me and that are living with me are ordinary people too. And they have the same faults that I do.
无论做什么事情，你要放不下都是麻烦，你要放得下就不麻烦了。怎么叫放得下呢？就是我常常对你们讲的，行 ，OK， no problem， 就是这个。你要能这么样子，你也是变成妙人了。你听听呢，也就越听越妙了。
你这样能改过自新，以前你无论犯什么罪业，都我愿意承担过来，我愿意替你们担负这个罪。因为以前你们不懂，你们造了罪业是不明白，没有学佛法。以后你们皈依佛法了之后，再不要造罪业了。你们大家以前所造的罪业我是绝对这个罪业都算我的。为什么呢？因为我没有教化明白你们。那么你皈依之后，不可以再造罪业了，要做种种的善事，不要做种种的恶事。你听得懂吗？我学会一句英文，这句英文呢，就是怎么样呢 ？I'm okay, no problem。就是一切事情怎么样都好，你骂我也好，打我也好，杀我也好，总而言之我是认账的。所以一切的人对我有什么不礼貌，我都是回光返照。
Now we were in the hippie era, so people took drugs and got stoned with a D. But Shifu said this was a stone man, and we all laughed. We thought, because we thought he was a homeless guy, and he would come in and he was very, very stiff and kind of gray skin, and he walked very stiff. And Shifu said, he's a stone man. And we thought he meant he was on drugs. But Shifu explained more. The guy hung around. We didn't let him stay, the men wouldn't let him stay inside the monastery, so he just sort of hung around the outside of the monastery, and whenever Shifu would ask him to come in or ask us to go get him and let him come in, he would come in, and it lasted for a week or two, probably. But he said, Shifu explained to us that he was actually a stone man, that he'd come down from the mountains, and he was a rock who had, enough cultivation or whatever to be able to appear in human form. And he came to be saved by Shifu. And that's the end of that story. He just disappeared one day. And I'm sure Shifu probably took him as a disciple.
Ah, 前几年我们这金山寺来那个石头人，你们记得不记得？他也不讲话，到这儿来外边下雨，他也在外边坐着，也不进来。 和谁也不讲话。那么最后这个谁国庆和他讲话，他大要说了一两句话，大要看他是个女孩子，生得很漂亮，这个石头人也会说话了，你看妙不妙？那么结果我去问他，他对我讲话，我问他你干什么来的？你干什么在这儿？他说来找我来了。我说你找我干什么？这你是不是你在旁边听着来的？听着没听着？国庆啊？哎，我说你找我干什么？他说求法。我说你求什么法？我也没有什么法，你我无法可求啊！你求什么法？啊，他说那你有以后我就叫他进来了，他也很听话的。在他身上我一检查，这个身上什么也没有，就有一块这个好像木炭似的。我说你要这么一个东西干什么？他说 cave worm， 说这取暖cave worm。那么到这儿来了那时候他们就被捐到上面一个房里头把它放到里边，他在这呢也不吃也不喝也不大便也不小便，那么过了一个时期就没有了就没有了。你看奇怪不奇怪的？所以你每一个人，你不要以为他是个人，这个他就是一个山上的石头或者海里头的沙子修炼成了，到这来想听法了。所以我们今天晚间不知有没有石头和沙子到这来听法了，当然没有。
You have to remember that the master was always talking to a particular audience in a particular time and particular circumstances. So please keep in mind that when I tell you what the master said to me about a particular topic, this is not a universal statement with universal validity regardless of who's there and where it is and so on and so forth. All these statements, all have to do with particular people, particular situations, okay?
I always tell people it's the same as when you read the Agamas or when you read the stories of people who were with the Buddha and how he taught. It's the same thing as the Shifu. You can look at it's almost parallel. You see how he taught us and how the Buddha taught his disciples. It was like, wow, it's the same jingje, same way. Not the same exact things. He used different expedient devices in this day and age, but it's the same principle. He teaches all his disciples just like the Buddha did. The Buddha taught all his disciples according to conditions. Each one. Like they had one really stupid one who the monks wouldn't even let him leave home. And then he felt so bad, and the Buddha said, well, I can't remember anything. I'm sorry, Master, I can't. I just haven't the ability to remember things, and I don't know how to recite and this and that. And the Buddha said, well, can you sweep with a broom? And he says, yeah, I can do that. He says, okay, when you sweep with the broom, just recite, I can sweep it and sweep clean my mind. Every time I sweep with the broom, I'm sweeping the dust off my mind. He says, that's all you got to do. So each disciple, Shifu did the same kind of thing. It's the same as the Buddha. So if you want to know how the Shifu taught us, that's how he taught us. You could read the Agama stories, the stories of his disciples, all the different things that happened to him with their teacher. Because the Buddha lived for many years, for several decades, and they were with him all the time. It was the same kind of thing.
He'd teach you according to conditions, of your conditions, not somebody else's conditions. But he'd always, it's funny to, like when Shifu would give a lecture, somebody who has wisdom like that gives a lecture in the Buddha hall, then he'll bring up, even during the lecture, Shifu will bring, oh, there was this person I know who did this and that, but then they did it wrong, and da-da-da-da. He'd bring up things like that sometimes. You can even hear it on the tapes sometimes. And everybody in the Buddha hall said, oh, Shifu was talking about me. But we talked to everybody after the lecture. They said, no, it's me. No, it's me. No, it's me. Shifu was multitasking.
那么又有人生了一种怀疑心，是什么？哎，我打这个妄想，你怎么知道呢？那你可以打这个妄想，你就不可以我知道？因为我和你一样的，你打妄想，哎，我这个电波也就动了。 啊，就好像那个雷达似的。那每一个人的脑和脑都有雷达，你要会看这个雷达，你打什么妄想啊，都现出来了。又打了妄想的时候，这位法师他也是读心理学的吧？怎么我打妄想他就知道呢？不错，我就是读心理学的。 你们谁要有心理学的毛病，就来看这个，到这儿来就会没有了。
That's me. Yeah, we all do the same thing. Oh, she was talking about me. Really?
Let me say first that the Master often told us that there wasn't a single one of his disciples who really understood what he was doing. So I think we always have to keep this in mind when we are confident in the rightness of our own views, whether it be about education or the Sangha or whatever. You know, one of his main teachings was not to make yourself the standard of correctness. You know, that in the Sutra in 42 sections, I think it is, it says, you shouldn't trust your own mind until you're a 4-stage arhat. So, not trusting in my own mind, I can tell you I was working on education from very early on, and I think in 1976, the Master told me and Gary Linebarger to start working, who was later Dharma Master Hangzhuo, to start working on Dharma Realm Buddhist University. And it was really a good example of his not telling us what to do and telling us, you know, I've taught you the basic principles, you apply them, you figure it out, and if you get it wrong, I'll definitely let you know. So it was a very frustrating process over the years, and sometimes it was so frustrating I would go to the Master and practically beg him to tell me what we should be doing, and he almost never did. So he would tell us when we, you know, got something wrong. But he didn't give us the details of what we should be doing. He would always explain to us, you know, why we got things wrong. There were some things that he made very, very clear. One was that he talked on two different levels about, I'm going to talk about DRBU now, not about the schools. One is what's happening right here on the ground now and in the near future, and the other one was the large vision. And the large vision is very easy to talk about because we're not, it's just kind of a reference point for what's going on now. The large vision, I think you could say, he always praised the Catholic educational system, not in its content, but in its organization, that they had schools from kindergarten through graduate school all over the world, and that they were well regarded, and that they influenced an incredible number of people. And he wanted to have a more or less equivalent network of Buddhist schools and colleges and universities all over the world. Since it was so hard in the United States to get an institution accredited, one of the things that we asked him repeatedly early on was, do you want to Forshegen, you know, a Buddhist academy or institute for a kind of seminary for monks and nuns? And he always said no. You know, that's not what he wanted. He wanted a complete liberal arts institution, you know, a full university model, and he wanted it set up in a way that it could also accommodate, you know, the academic training of the Sangha, you know. And he never, that I heard, said that he wanted a separate Sangha education apart from the Dharma Buddhist University. Now, of course, there are certain things that are part of Sangha education that are not appropriate for the university, you know, like studying the Vinaya and so on. And of course, he wanted the Sangha to go ahead and do that. But since I was not a left-home person, I was not part of the discussions, if there were any, about how he wanted those kinds of things to be handled.
在这个国家，这个佛教是个开始，开始啊，一定要有一个基础，要没有基础呢，这佛教啊是不会发扬光大的。基础在什么地方呢？基础就要从教育上着手，教育先要办小小的学校，然后又要办中学，办大学，办教育。 然后教育出来人才，可以翻译经典，可以讲经说法，不要像中国那个佛教那种制度啊，就是单单上早晚殿，做完了早晚功课，这个出家人就一点事情也没有，什么事情做了，所以呀，结果也没有什么成就。 乃至于现在呀，这亚洲的佛教都没有了，这就因为呀，没有从根本上入手，没有从教育上入手，所以俺们要从这个教育上入手，要把这个基础立起。这个现在在美国这发扬佛教，不是说哪一个国家的，就是世界的一种世界性的。 将来你们各位呀，都要到世界去，各处去弘扬佛法的。那么现在，所以要造就这个人才。
Now, one of the things that the Master said was that we should influence the development of Buddhism in the West. And I feel that very much ashamed, and I think a lot of the older Western disciples feel the same way, that we have not done a better job of this. And the Master said, given Western culture, if you don't have a PhD, nobody is going to listen to you. Because we Westerners have really fallen down on the job, we haven't done a good job of getting the Master's teachings about a reformed Buddhism and explaining the fundamentals of that to Buddhists in the Western world. So this is something that we have to work on, and so he said, those of you who have academic affinities, particularly in the Sangha, if you go and get a PhD, then you can have the kind of influence in the development of Buddhism in the West that I was unable to have. You know? And so he very much encouraged people who had, he didn't say everyone, but if you're one of those people who have that background in affinity, he encouraged people to do that, so that, particularly so that they'd have more influence, you know, in having the right Buddha Dharma develop in the West, and not, you know, deviant Dharma or Dharma ending age Dharma. So if we're going to attract educated people into the Sangha, the Master made it clear that the Sangha, and particularly the Bhikshu Sangha, is to have a strong and vibrant Sangha, and including a strong and vibrant Bhikshu Sangha, which is well educated, is absolutely essential for spreading the Master's teaching, not only in the West, because it's no longer East-West, it's the modern educated world all over the world versus, you know, the uneducated world, you know. So we really have to work on this, and the Master set up DRBU as the best way of moving education into the community of the 4 assemblies that are doing right cultivation, and that there is a reciprocal relationship of need, you know, in this way. And these are not two different objectives, you know, that the objectives of DRBU and the objectives of the rest of the cultivating community in CTTB and DRBA, according to the Master's vision, as I see it, are completely interdependent and in a very harmonious way, and are not at all in opposition to one another, if one takes a bigger view. So I hope we can all encourage people to understand this and to take a bigger view about this.
那么法界大学，将来全世界各国的这些个真正研究学问的学者，真正想要发扬光大这个每一个国家的这个文化的学者，都会聚集到万佛城来。万佛城呢，是全世界的这个宝贝聚会的地方，各国的国宝都会飞到万佛城来。你们要不信的话，20年以后你们就知道我这个话是绝对应验的。30年之后那更明白了。那么因为现在全世界只有万佛城，这是真正想把这个人生的真理发明出来，想把每一个人的应该做的事情自己认识了它，也就是唤醒所有的这个迷梦的人，在这个世界上赶快觉悟了，不要那么大的贪心，那么多的嗔心，那样没有穷尽的痴心来在这个世界上打滚滚，转来转去的。要认识自己本来的这个宝贵的自性， 返本还原返迷归脚，舍邪归正，这是万佛城的宗旨。我相信门内有君子，门外君子制。万佛城是万佛所聚会的一个地方，那么也就是世界所有的有智慧的人聚会的地方。我常常说，我说万佛城这儿无论哪一类的人到这儿都是英雄有用武之地了尽量发展你的抱负，只怕你没有抱负，你要有抱负，可以到这儿把它发扬光大，来共同给这个世界人类谋幸福。这是我们万佛城的宗旨。我们在万佛城的人，人人应该努力维护这个道场，不要想法子和这个旁门左道那个样子，想破坏这个道场。
Lần này một phụ nữ Cơ Đốc giáo rất sùng đạo bước ra. Cô ta chỉ vào tôi và tiến đến gần tôi lợp cợp. Các người đang làm gì thế? Tôi trả lời, chúng tôi là tu sĩ Phật giáo đang hành hương, chúng tôi đang lễ lạy. Cô ta nói, ồ thật lãng phí thời gian, và bảo nhà tôi ở trên đó, ngôi nhà đẹp nhìn ra biển đó. Chúa Giêsu đã ban cho tôi căn nhà đó. Rồi cô ta hỏi về Đức Phật đã ban cho các ông những gì?
Tôi có một câu hỏi, xin cho phép tôi hỏi. Nhiều người trong chúng tôi cũng như thầy, xuất thân từ gia đình không phải là Phật tử. Đôi khi chúng tôi đi sâu vào thực hành, thì chúng tôi giải thích thế nào với gia đình và người thân đang tu tập theo tín ngưỡng khác với tín ngưỡng chúng tôi đang theo? Làm sao để chúng tôi có thể hiếu thảo và tôn trọng tín ngưỡng của gia đình nơi chúng tôi xuất thân và xây dựng nhịp cầu để thấu hiểu lẫn nhau cho gia đình và người thân, những người có thể không có cùng phương thức tu tập.
Nếu quý vị giới thiệu Phật giáo như một tín ngưỡng khác, một điều gì đó khác với truyền thống, một nền văn hóa khác, một tôn giáo khác, thì quý vị đã tạo ra một vấn đề không thể nào hòa giải và không có cách nào hòa giải, vì quý vị sẽ phải nói tín ngưỡng của mình tốt hơn của họ, hoặc quý vị không cần phải nói tôi đang theo tín ngưỡng này. Điều này cho thấy rằng tôn giáo của tôi tốt hơn của anh. Bởi vì tại sao quý vị lại đi con đường đó nếu nó không tốt hơn? Đây có thể được hiểu như một sự bài xích, một sự xa lánh niềm tin của người khác. Nếu quý vị xem các tôn giáo là bình đẳng, Theo nghĩa, các tôn giáo chỉ là công cụ để khám phá bản thân, và bất cứ điều gì phù hợp với người này có thể không phù hợp với người kia vào một thời điểm khác, nhưng không phải là tốt hơn hay xấu hơn, thì ít nhất quý vị có thể bắt đầu một cuộc đối thoại bằng sự tôn trọng và nói rằng, điều đó dường như rất hiệu quả với bạn, rất tốt, nhưng nó không hiệu quả với tôi. Hôm trước ở đây, có người rưới tương ớt lên món hoàng thánh của mình. Tôi nghĩ bụng một cách hay để làm hỏng hương vị món hoàng thánh là đổ tương ớt lên. Và có vẻ như quý vị biết đó, niềm tin tôn giáo khác cũng giống như món tương ớt. Cho rằng quý vị ăn món hoàng thánh giống cách tôi ăn thì đó mới là đúng cách. Quý vị sẽ nói, món đó không hợp với tôi. Tôi không nói, được thôi thì đối với người này hãy đuổi anh ta ra khỏi bàn. Anh ta là một kẻ lập dị. Giống như câu Latin có nói, de gustibus non est disputabum. Về khẩu vị thì không cãi nhau được. Về sở thích cá nhân cũng vậy. Tôn giáo chỉ là phương thuốc. Đó là thức ăn, và thức ăn đó có ngon đối với quý vị hay không? Hãy thử nói với một đứa trẻ, món ăn này rất tốt cho con. Ta đã nếm thử, nó sẽ nôn ngay lập tức. Và không chỉ vậy, đứa trẻ còn ném đồ ăn về phía quý vị. Vậy tại sao phải ép buộc ai đó phải dùng thức ăn hay thuốc men theo ý mình? Về cơ bản, chúng ta không cần bất kỳ tôn giáo nào nếu chúng ta thành thật với chính mình. Nhưng bởi vì chúng ta bị mê mờ điên đảo nên chúng ta mới trở nên méo mó lệch lạc. Chúng ta cần những thứ như phẫu thuật chỉnh nha hay phẫu thuật chỉnh hình. Vì vậy, nếu quý vị dùng lối tiếp cận này, ý tôi là quý vị không phán xét. Quý vị không thể tự cho mình là sứ giả của công lý. Tôi là Phật tử đây. Thật vậy ư? Thôi nào. Vì vậy nó phụ thuộc vào thái độ của quý vị. Hầu hết mọi người nếu họ thực sự thấy biết rằng quý vị đang cởi mở và trở nên thành thật với chính mình, dù quý vị có đang làm gì đi chăng nữa, họ có thể cảm thấy thoải mái một chút. Nhưng nếu quý vị tự cho mình là đúng, điều đó chứng tỏ quý vị chưa hiểu rõ Phật Pháp. Quý vị đang xem nó như một sự định danh bản thân hay một lối sống, hoặc như một cách để đấu tranh gì đó. Vì vậy quý vị cần phải hoàn toàn thành thật trong những việc mình làm. Ít nhất là đối với cha mẹ quý vị thì sẽ có kết quả. Bởi vì họ hiểu quý vị khi họ cố gắng dòng 7 phân đầu đời của quý vị. Do đó họ biết nếu quý vị đang thật sự thành thật với chính mình, họ sẽ thoải mái một chút. Điều tiếp theo là quý vị đừng cố gắng chuyển đạo của bất cứ ai. Bởi vì đó chỉ là một hình thức đấu tranh khác, giống như nói món ăn của tôi ngon hơn của anh. Vì vậy đừng đi theo hướng đó. Nhưng tôi nghĩ cuối cùng quý vị phải từ bỏ sự bám chấp vào Phật Pháp này và tìm đến Phật giáo như một cách để hiểu rõ, một cách khám phá, một cách phản tỉnh và suy nghĩ sâu sắc về mọi thứ, thay vì xem Phật giáo chỉ là một hệ thống tín ngưỡng, xem điều đó là tốt hơn hay xấu hơn, vọng cầu ra bên ngoài theo cách đó. Vì vậy đó sẽ là cách tiếp cận đầu tiên theo tôi nghĩ. Chúng ta chưa làm tốt việc này. Rõ ràng thế giới hiện nay đầy những người đang giết chóc và tranh đấu lẫn nhau nhân danh tôn giáo của mình. Phải chăng những người sáng lập những tôn giáo đó đã đi sai? Hay chúng ta đã hiểu sai thông điệp đó là gì? Và chúng ta đã biến những thứ vốn là chiếc bè thành một chiến hạm. Và rõ ràng là không có cơ sở cho điều đang nói. Tôi nghĩ quý vị nên nhận định lại những gì mình đang làm. Đó là sự nghiên cứu về tâm và các cảnh giới của tâm. Tôi đang nghiên cứu xem tất cả các tôn giáo đến từ đâu. Vấn đề không phải nghiên cứu nguồn gốc cụ thể nào tốt hơn hay xấu hơn, bởi vì nói thật là hầu hết mọi người sẽ nhận ra cái nào tốt hơn hay xấu hơn, tùy vào từng người, vì mỗi người đều có cách riêng của mình. Họ tìm hiểu ra và họ sẽ đi theo. Ngay cả với trẻ em, quý vị cũng không thể nói bọn trẻ tương lai sẽ trở thành như thế nào. Quý vị không thể biến đứa trẻ thành một cái gì đó. Trẻ em giống như hạt giống. Quý vị có thể tạo ra nước, ánh sáng và những thứ tương tự, và các em sẽ phát triển thành những gì mà các em sẽ là. Quý vị cố gắng quản lý chặt chẽ và kiểm soát. Rất nhiều sự tranh chấp xung đột xuất phát từ sự kiểm soát, và sự kiểm soát đến từ cảm giác thiếu tự tin và bất an. Và do đó tôi muốn thuyết phục quý vị, tôi muốn chuyển đạo của quý vị, tôi sẽ cảm thấy thỏa mãn. Không, quý vị phải coi chừng điều đó. Nhưng quý vị lại đang đặt câu hỏi tất cả các tôn giáo đến từ đâu? Các nền văn hóa khác nhau đến từ đâu? Chúng đến từ tâm. Nếu chúng đến từ tâm trí thì quý vị quay vào tâm. Và vì vậy, thay vì xem là một tôn giáo, quý vị xem đó là một cách để tìm hiểu về suy nghĩ quán chiếu, một cách để tìm hiểu chính mình. Thậm chí quý vị có thể nói rằng tôn giáo này đã giúp tôi ở một mức độ nào đó, nhưng tại thời điểm này tôi cần phải đi xa hơn và sâu hơn. Vì vậy không phủ nhận tôn giáo đó, mà thật ra tôi đang dựa trên đó để xây dựng thêm. Tôi có thể nói với người khác rằng tôi không chối từ đạo Công giáo của mình. Đạo Công giáo đã đồng hành cùng tôi đến giai đoạn này mà tôi thấy rất biết ơn, nhưng tôi vẫn có những câu hỏi mà không có câu trả lời. Và vì vậy tôi vẫn đang theo đuổi những câu hỏi đó, tôi không còn lựa chọn nào khác ngoài việc tiếp tục theo đuổi. Vì vậy đó không phải là sự từ chối một cái gì khác. Tôi sẽ kể cho quý vị một câu chuyện. Câu chuyện này thật sự phù hợp, ít nhất là về mặt triết học. Tôi không chắc là quý vị cũng cảm thấy như vậy. Khi chúng tôi đang trong chuyến hành hương lễ lạy, thầy hành thật thì tịnh khẩu, còn tôi được nói. Lúc đầu tôi nghĩ thế sẽ rất tuyệt, nhưng sau đó tôi gặp đủ loại câu hỏi kiểu Megan làm khó, và tôi thốt lên, trời ơi, những câu hỏi này sao mà khó quá. Người ta đến và hỏi những câu kiểu đó, tôi chẳng biết phải trả lời thế nào, rồi tôi cứ nói như thế này như thế kia. Sau đó tôi nghĩ câu trả lời của mình khá hay. Một tuần sau, Hòa Thượng Tuyên Hóa gặp tôi và hỏi, sao rồi, nhiều người đặt câu hỏi quá, những câu hỏi gì thế? Tôi nói họ đã hỏi những câu này, con trả lời thế nào? Và tôi đã lặp lại câu trả lời của mình. Sư phụ thốt lên, ôi, và Ngài đưa ra một câu trả lời ngắn gọn. Tại sao tôi lại không nghĩ đến điều đó? Đó là một câu trả lời rất hay, bởi vì Ngài không chỉ trả lời câu hỏi, và Ngài còn trả lời cái tâm của người hỏi. Như lúc đó có người hỏi, này, thầy là người xuất gia. Tại sao thầy lại xuất gia? Tại sao thầy lại vứt bỏ mọi thứ để trở thành nhà sư? Hòa thượng đã trả lời thế này, nếu anh có thể cho tôi biết tại sao anh không thể, thì tôi sẽ nói cho anh nghe lý do tại sao tôi xuất gia. Tôi như bừng tỉnh. Sư phụ dùng cách hỏi ngược lại, bởi vì để trở thành tu sĩ là phải như thế này, như thế này. Hòa thượng nói với anh ta rằng những gì anh nói là lý do tại sao anh không thể xuất gia. Lần khác có một phụ nữ Cơ Đốc giáo rất sùng đạo đến hỏi một câu. Lúc đó chúng tôi đang ở khu vực Big Sur, thì một chiếc xe hơi màu hồng đến gần. Đó là một chiếc Cadillac màu hồng. Và tôi ngửi được mùi nước hoa, một mùi nước hoa nồng nặc. Sau đó tôi nghe tiếng giày cao gót lộp cộp lộp cộp. Người phụ nữ đó đang bước đi trên đường xa lộ, và tiếng chó sủa. Đây là hai con chó nhỏ. Cô ta nắm dây dắt những con chó cưng nhỏ này, và cô ta bước tới. Cô ta đến rồi, còn thầy hằng thực tiếp tục lễ lạy. Và tôi tự nhủ tôi sẽ không sao đâu. Rồi cô ta chỉ về phía tôi, và cô ta đi về phía tôi lộp cộp lộp cộp. Hai thầy đang làm gì vậy? Tôi đáp, chúng tôi là tu sĩ Phật giáo đang hành hương, chúng tôi đang lễ lạy. Cô ta nói, ồ thật là lãng phí thời gian. Tôi nói, không sao hết. Cô ta nói, thầy thấy hai con chó của tôi, Phu Phu và Phi Phi chứ? Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi những con chó này. Ồ, vậy à? Thầy xem chiếc Cadillac màu hồng xinh đẹp của tôi. Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi chiếc xe đó. Và cô ta nói tôi có căn nhà trên đó, một căn biệt thự xinh đẹp nhìn ra biển. Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi căn nhà đó. Rồi cô ta hỏi Đức Phật đã ban cho các thầy những gì. Và thế là chúng tôi ở đó, chúng tôi đang lễ lạy trên đường. Tôi cứ nói luyên thuyên. Tôi nhớ cô ta đã nhổ nước bọt rồi bỏ đi. Và tôi nghĩ, ôi mình đã trả lời không đủ hay. Rồi tuần tiếp theo Hòa Thượng Tuyên Hóa đến. Ngài hỏi mọi chuyện thế nào, và thầy hằng thực có thể nói chuyện khi có sư phụ ở đó. Nên thường những gì thầy hằng thực nói là kể cho sư phụ nghe tôi đã làm gì và nói gì. Thế là tôi nói cô ta đã đến, cô ta đã nói như thế này. Rồi sư phụ hỏi con đã nói gì. Tôi đáp con đã nói như thế này. Sư phụ nói không phải. Tôi nói sư phụ sẽ nói thế nào. Tôi thực sự cảm thấy thất vọng. Và Hòa Thượng Tuyên Hóa hỏi cô ta còn nói gì nữa. Ồ, Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi cái này, Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi mấy con chó và chiếc xe hơi, Chúa Giêsu đã cho tôi mọi thứ. Cô ta hỏi Đức Phật cho con điều gì. Sư phụ sẽ trả lời thế nào? Ngài đáp, Đức Phật đã ban cho tôi Chúa Giêsu. Và tôi chết lặng. Lúc đầu tôi nghĩ đó là một kiểu lém lĩnh, rồi sau đó tôi nghĩ không phải. Điều đó thật thâm sâu. Bởi vì những gì Ngài nói là tất cả chúng sanh, toàn thể pháp giới chỉ do tâm tạo, các cõi thiên đường địa ngục, các pháp giới ở giữa. Và vì thế ý của sư phụ là Phật tức là cái tâm đã ban cho tôi Chúa Giêsu. Sư phụ không có ý hạ bệ Chúa Giêsu. Ngài chỉ đang nói ra cội nguồn gốc rễ, và chính cái tâm cũng cho tôi Đức Phật, phải không? Vì Phật là tâm nên câu trả lời như thế thật thâm sâu. Thứ nhất, câu trả lời này sẽ ngăn cô ta lại, bởi vì kiểu như là Chúa Giêsu đến từ đâu? Vậy đó, thứ hai, câu trả lời này sẽ đưa cô ta về lại lời dạy về tâm địa cơ bản thật tuyệt vời. Thậm chí câu trả lời của Ngài rất nhanh. Tôi thầm nghĩ muốn có được kỹ năng đó. Tôi nghĩ lý do mà sư phụ có kỹ năng đó là vì không có gì ngăn che ở giữa. Ngài không chống đối hay cố gắng làm cô ta chuyển đạo. Ngài chỉ đơn giản là ở ngay đó. Tôi đã thấy điều này rất nhiều lần. Không có gì nằm ở giữa ngăn ngại. Thực ra quý vị có thể rất khéo léo. Nhưng ngay khi quý vị vượt khởi tâm mong muốn làm điều gì đó thì là sai hỏng ngay, không thành tựu được. Tâm tạo tác là kẻ trộm đức hạnh. Ngày hôm nay chúng ta cùng nhau nghiên cứu Phật giáo và hòa bình thế giới. Phật giáo chính là hòa bình. Hòa bình chính là Phật giáo. Không có sự phân biệt. Nếu quý vị đang học Phật thì chính là học hòa bình. Người không học Phật thì không có hòa bình. Tại sao lại nói như vậy? Người học Phật cần phải học vô tranh tam muội này. Vô tranh có nghĩa là không tranh chấp. Vô tranh này nghĩa là cái người khác không muốn. Thì chúng ta sẽ nhận không tranh với người khác. Những gì người khác muốn thì chúng ta không cần. Đây chính là không tranh với người khác. Chữ tranh này, tại sao lại có chữ tranh này? Chữ tranh đến từ đâu? Nó xuất phát từ tâm con người. Bởi vì một khi chúng ta tranh thì sẽ không có hòa bình. Nếu quý vị không tranh thì sẽ có hòa bình. Hòa bình nghĩa là không có bất kỳ hình thức tranh đấu nào. Không hòa bình nghĩa là có đấu tranh. Khi Đức Phật còn tại thế là thời kỳ chánh pháp kiên cố. Sau khi Đức Phật nhập Niết Bàn là thời kỳ tượng pháp kiên cố, cho đến thời kỳ mạt pháp là thời kỳ đấu tranh chiếm ưu thế. Vì vậy mới nói tranh là có tâm thắng bại, trái ngược lại với đạo. Một khi quý vị tranh đấu là đi ngược lại với đạo. Do đó tâm sinh ra bốn tướng. Một khi quý vị tranh thì sẽ có ngã tướng. Một khi quý vị có ngã tướng thì có nhân tướng biểu lộ ra. Có nhân tướng thì cũng sẽ có chúng sanh tướng. Có chúng sanh tướng rồi thì sẽ có thọ giả tướng. Vì vậy mới nói tâm phát sinh bốn tướng. Làm thế nào để đạt được định tam muội? Khi tâm quý vị sinh ra bốn tướng thì làm sao có thể đạt được chánh định và chánh thọ? Khi quý vị học Phật Pháp, nghiên cứu về các tôn giáo khác, dù học bất kỳ pháp môn nào, một khi quý vị có tâm tranh, tâm cạnh tranh háo thắng, thì tâm không còn hòa bình nữa, mà tâm chính là nơi diễn ra đấu tranh, sinh ra cái tâm đấu tranh. Bởi vậy mới nói rằng tranh là có tâm thắng bại, trái ngược lại với đạo. Tâm sẽ sanh ra bốn tướng. Làm sao chứng đắc tam muội được? Khi quý vị có cái tâm tranh này thì làm sao quý vị có thể đạt được những lợi ích mà tôn giáo mang lại? Cho nên không có lợi thì sẽ có hại. Tâm tranh chính là một loại tánh nguy hại cho người khác, gây nguy hiểm cho tánh mạng người khác. Đây chính là không có sự hòa bình. Vì thế nếu chúng ta muốn thế giới hòa bình, chúng ta cần bắt đầu từ sự không tranh.
I had a experience on the ship where I was working out. See, on the ship, my job was a able-bodied seaman. It's called an AB. It's basically a sailor. And what you do is you go on, you have these watches, they call them watches, where you have to look out for other ships. So usually a ship, while it's traveling on the ocean, has at least 3 people on watch, to watch out for other ships, or maybe derelicts or things in the ocean you don't want to crash into. So you have an officer, it's usually one of the mates. So you have a first mate, second mate, third mate, and then the captain, typically.
on merchant ships. So this was an oceanographic ship, so we had those people. I was with the second mate at that time. And we have these different watches. They're usually 4 hours on at a time. So you have 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 4 hours on, 8 hours off, 4 hours on, do, day after day, day after day. I didn't know it at the time, but that was basically a Chan session. Only it's a standing Chan. You don't sit in lotus. I didn't know anything about Chan. I didn't know anything about that. But I started working on a meditation topic spontaneously. I was wondering, who am I? Where did I come from? How did I get here? How do we end up in this universe as humans? That kind of thing. And there was nothing to do on watch. You're not allowed to read. You're not allowed to listen to the radio. You're not allowed to watch TV. You can't do anything. You have to just stand there and watch the ocean. So that's like meditation. Only we didn't get to sit. I mean, we didn't know how to sit anyway. We were just sailors. But we'd stand. And we'd stand either out on the bridge wing of the bridge or out on the very bow of the ship. And so day after day, week after week, month after month, we do 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 8 hours on, day after day. And they shift around the clock. So this particular watch I was on was the 12 to 4, I believe. Or either that or was the 8 to 12. I can't remember. I think it was 8 to 12, actually. Anyway, around 10 or 11, I keep thinking, where did I come from? How did I get here? Keep working on that. And pretty soon my mind started going like, you know how when you fill the water in the sink, when you pull the plug, and the water goes, well, that's what my mind was doing. It felt like that. It's going around in a circle with the same question. Then it became, and then it just stopped. My mind just stopped. I don't know how to describe it properly, but it's like no thought, just stopped. But still, the ocean was there, the ship was there, the sky, the stars were up, it was at night. Everything was there, but no thought, just pure consciousness to see the universe as it really is. No thought in between. And it only went like less than a second, just really fast. It was just like no thought, and then thought came back right away. But that was enough. It was like somebody lifted a huge weight off like all our lives we have this huge weight we're carrying. It's like somebody just lifted it right off. And it felt so free. It was so joyful. It was incredibly joyful to have that burden of thought take away for even one split second. And later on I learned that that's the first stage is like that. I didn't achieve the first stage of arhatship, but I have the sense of it. That's like that. They say it's the joy of leaving filth. What is the joy of leaving filth? It's the joy of leaving thought. It's the joy of thought stopping. All thought, good, bad, ugly, beautiful, all thought, stop. And you're able to purely see things as they truly are in your intrinsic nature. And we all have this deep wisdom that's already there. It just needs to be released. And I said, I wanted to go grab the officer, the mate, the second mate. I wanted to shake him. Look at the stars. But I realized I better not do that. But my whole body was tingling all over. And I went to bed that night after watch. And I felt light and easy. What do you call it? Zutzai? When you're light and easy? Almost floating. I felt so happy. Even though my thought was back, I still felt very light. And so I went to sleep that night. And then when I went to sleep, I found that I was still not, part of my brain went to sleep that's tired, but another part stayed open. It's like stayed conscious. And it's like you can control your body and even your mind, your physical mind, this part. You can rest the parts that need it and use the parts that don't need rest. So I was able to leave my body. And I never had that experience before, but I was able to leave my body. And but it felt very natural. And I went through the whole ship. You can go through walls. It doesn't matter. You can go anywhere you want. And Shifu used to tell us, you can go anywhere in the space of a thought. And that's basically what was going on. I could go to any part of the ship. I can go to the engine room, go on the bridge, go into the mess, the dining room. They call it a mess hall. I can go to the kitchen. I can go anywhere. So I went around, saw all these people talking and moving and doing their thing. We had about, I guess we had around 60 people aboard. So then I come back to your body. and I was having these kind of experiences. But they slowly closed up over a period of about 3 days, 3 or 4 days.
For 3 days, this kind of...
Yeah, this kind of light, easy state. But my mind was still thinking. My false thinking was still there. It didn't stop. It wasn't true samadhi. True samadhi, you can stop your mind and just be in pure samadhi. It's like Shifu could do that and not have any thought for like as long as you want. But I couldn't do that. And but I didn't know what this was. I didn't know who to talk to about it. I couldn't talk to the captain. What am I going to do? Tell them my state? They wouldn't. They'd laugh at me. So, and who am I going to talk to? A priest? They won't know. So I didn't know. I felt very panicky. And then I could feel my mind going back to its old way again. And I felt very depressed because I'm losing that wonderful light and easy feeling. And I was I've never been depressed in my life. I'm not the kind of person that gets depressed. But that time I could barely stand up. And then we went into Palma de Mallorca, which is a Spanish port. They're islands off of Spain. A very big tourist area. But it's a very old place. And the Spanish people, the Spaniards, they love to sell leather goods. Leather coats, leather pants, leather, belts, everything leather. And when we went ashore there to take a day off, basically took a day off, I smell all this leather and it's really terrible because I realized that's the skin of living beings. They're basically wearing the skin of sentient beings. And I didn't ever experience that before. I said, oh, this is just like wearing, why don't we just wear human skin? This is the difference. And then it felt, oh, this is terrible. So I walked around a little bit, and then I saw this very, very old church, Christian church. It must have been over 1,000 years old. They're a very old place, Europe. So I went there, and went into the church, and it's just beautiful, because all the people in there were old people. They were reciting. Basically, they were reciting they were doing Hail Mary, it's called, the Hail Mary prayer. It's a prayer. But it's similar to reciting Guanyin. And they have done that their whole lives. And you can see they're cultivators. These people were cultivators. They were cultivating a pure Dharma. In their sense, it's as if we were reciting Guanyin. And they had stilled the whole jingje, the whole feeling of the place was beautifully quiet. You can feel it, sense it. Shifu used to like to go into churches. He says they have that kind of purity. And not this, similar to a Buddha hall, where everybody practices the Dharma of recitation. In their case, it's a prayer. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. They say over and over again. Because I used to be a Catholic. I know these prayers. So I sat in the back and just felt, it's like an island, safety. It's like a safety island in a sea of leather. So I said, I really need to find what this state is. How come I had this state? I knew I couldn't talk to a psychologist. They wouldn't help me. And I couldn't talk to, I didn't know who to talk to. I couldn't talk to a priest. They don't have this kind of state. I know. I grew up in, I went to St. Augustine's Monastery in school. I know these kind of people. They're not like that. They don't have that kind of samadhi. I said, I want to talk to somebody. I need to find a teacher. I didn't know at the time I needed to find a teacher, but I need to find somebody to help me. Then I found a book in the library of our ship, had a little library on it, and I found a yoga book. And in the back it was a description of what enlightenment is by an old Swami from the 1920s. You can tell he had some way. He had something special. He had Shintong. he spoke of enlightenment, and it felt so real the way he described it. They had translated what he said. He said basically, enlightenment is our true natures, and everybody has it, and it's like a beautiful river, pure, clean river. And there are many streams that go to that river, so people find different ways to get to that river. There's no best way, no worst way. But he says, once you get to the river, if you're not pure, when you step into the river, you yourself will step out. You cannot take it. It's too beautiful. Nobody throws you out of this beautiful, beautiful river except you. And that's what happened to me. I realized, oh, that's why I can't have that state, because I'm not pure. You know, you have to have a grounding in the precepts. That's what the precepts are all about. You have to prepare you for this beautiful, clear stream to set into, the stream of enlightenment. You can't step into it. Nobody's going to throw you out of it. You yourself will. You say, I can't take it. It's too pure for me. And I realized this person really, I want to talk to a person like that. But I know he'd already passed away, so it couldn't be him. So I had to find somebody, a guru or a teacher. So when we got back to the U.S. after 6 months, I still have different kinds of states during all this time. But we finally got back. And when we came in, I started looking around. I started reading. At that time, this is 1969. So very popular back then were the hippies. This is the time where people were exploring Eastern religion. So they really liked the Maharishi Mahesh Yoga. And then there was the Hare Krishnas. And there was a bunch of other people. There was a Tibetan Lama. All these people, very popular. And the Beatles, you know, the rock and roll Beatles, they had gone over to India, and they've had this experience, la la la. So everybody's and so I said, well, maybe I'll find somebody there. So I went over to the Maharishi place, and they had these little places all over the U.S. for meditation, like for meditation. They call it transcendental meditation. And they said, all you have to do is sit for 20 minutes a day and you'll become enlightened. So, really good. So I went in there, and there was a young girl about my age, and she said, all you got to do is recite this mantra. And she gave me a mantra to recite, some crazy sound. She probably just made it up, I don't know. So, and then you try to sit, you can sit in the half lotus or just cross-legged. And if you can sit in the full lotus, that's okay. That'd be good too. And that's all you have to do. And I said, this doesn't sound, this is kind of cheap. I don't think this is, no, I need to find a teacher. So it took me a long time to eventually find a real teacher. And by then it was over a year, I think. Well, not quite a year. We came back in 69. Yeah, that's when we came back. So I had met Shifu December, late 69, where I finally got around to being able to meet the master. And then I realized I could just sense that this person, he has the way. I just knew. So that was my experience. Other people have different kind of experience, but that was my...
这禅有初禅，有二禅，有三禅，有四禅。这个初禅的境界，先呢得到一种清安的境界。这种清安呢，就觉得身上啊很舒服的，很自在的，很呢受用的。这种舒服自在，这叫法喜。得到一种法喜，你法喜充满，得到法喜充满的境界，甚至于你不吃也不饿，不睡也不困，甚至于你不穿衣服也不冷了，这就是修行开始的一种 感觉很轻啊，坐着觉得像没有自己似的，走路也好像没有自己似的，不知自己在什么地方。那么在这清安的境界开始以后啊，就会入一种初禅的定。初禅定一入的时候，自己呀空了，所以呀觉得这脉搏也停了。
这打坐觉得非常自在，自在自在，真自在哦，难以言形容，说不出来那么自在了啊！你要得到这种自在呀，你把什么都忘了。你这个美国人现在都吃药，你没得到真正的这个禅定的那个胃禅呢？我不知道是那个啥一届叫胃禅呢？那个胃禅呢，那种的滋味呀，比任何的情形都快乐啊！比你呀男女结婚也快乐，比你这个吃任何的麻醉品呢，什么药也快乐，那种的境界简直这是说不出。所以说自在自在真自在，难以言形容，说不出来的啊！所以说入人饮水冷暖自知，就好像喝茶似的，这个茶是凉的你自己也知道，这个茶是热的你自己也知道。一定这个境界一定要过来人才明白。怎么叫过来人呢？从这个路上走过来的啊！你一说他知道你这是到一个什么阶段上了，到一个什么程度上了啊。那么修禅只要你有一点诚心，谁都可以得到的。那么那种的快乐法呀没有可以能和他比的。所以这叫离生喜乐地，离开烦恼啊，将要离开烦恼，得到这快乐了。这是这个定的一种。
On that trip, 3 people basically came close to death or died and came back. One was Doug Powers, the other one was Alan Nicholson, go away, and then myself, in different circumstances. But this was a very traumatic journey.
I think this was 1978 or 9. I went on two tours of Asia with Shifu. These tours were lots of fun. They were, you came back from these tours and you were a different person. You're lean and energetic, and you know, it was like training for a thoroughbred horse race or something, you know, or a triathlon. You went like a fat blob and you came back like a Olympic athlete, both in your cultivation, your body was just so full of energy and light. So it was nice to be able to spend that kind of intimate time with Shifu. And it wasn't easy. It was a lot of hard work because you were always on the move. You had to make sure, you know, all the people in the delegation were in the right place at the right time. The lecture hall was set up properly for him, take care of all the little details. So in terms of practice and cultivation during these times, Shifu said you have to be really extra special careful about this time when you're traveling with me, because it's a different part of the world. People have different ideas about who we are. This is kind of revolutionary. We're going to places where people have been practicing the kind of Buddhism that they practice, and we're going to go tell them that's not quite right. That's cultural religion, it's not Buddhism. You know, his whole mission in this worldly body was to bring alive the proper Dharma, and in part of the bringing this forth, you have to expose the improper Dharma. Many times he would, you know, from the high seat, he would always say, you know, you have to follow the 5 precepts, you can't drink. Oftentimes there would be Sangha that would be smoking and drinking, and it was just very common. For example, in Thailand, they take Buddhism very seriously, but on the other hand, it's you know, it's like a job. You have to become a monk for 2 years instead of going into the military for the boys. Learn their ceremonies, and they'd all go out for a smoke break, and yet this was Buddhism in Thailand. So Shifu would never scold people unless it was on the high seat. From the high seat, he could explain proper Dharma, but if somebody was not following the rules when he was not on the high seat, he wouldn't say anything. It was, and I think that's the way he taught us all. There was a time to study the Dharma, and it was always proper Dharma, and then you put it into practice or you didn't. If people didn't follow all the rules, then that was their karma. You know, they're just delaying their own awakening. You know, lots of the host would provide us with attendants and drivers and people to take us around and take care of all the little business things, and they wouldn't follow the rules, and I several times pointed this out to Shifu, and he said, you can't say anything to these people. They're our hosts, and they're doing what they think is the right thing, and we can just talk about the Dharma when we lecture the Dharma, and the rest of the time we're their guests, and you can't be telling our guests that they're going to hell or whatever. So you have to, there's a time for proper Dharma, and there's a time for learning proper Dharma. And it's not for other people to judge us, and it's not for us to judge other people. If other people are not following the rules, that's their problem. It's not our problem. So on tour in Malaysia, Shifu said many people will be testing us. This is a test. When we go to these foreign countries, not only are we propagating the proper Dharma, and this is our test for them, they're going to be testing us with the Dharmas that they have. So we all have to be very careful, and one good way to do this is to invoke the aid of our Dharma protectors, and to do that you need to recite mantras and recite the name of the Buddha. So one very powerful mantra is, it's called the heart of the Shurangama Mantra, and it's not very long, it's pretty easy to memorize, it's only a few lines. So he said, if everybody in my entourage here recites that, then that will help reduce accidents and calamities, and especially before you eat or drink anything, don't drink any tea without doing this. So one time he said, okay, we're going over to so-and-so's temple. He's invited us to come and have tea with him. It's okay if you drink the tea, but make sure you recite this mantra before you go. I don't know what happened, but because I'm so dense, I forgot to recite the mantra. And so when we got back to where we were staying, the temple we were staying at, I felt unusually tired. And so I went to sleep, and the next morning it was time to get up. I couldn't move. I couldn't wake up. I could hear things. I had awareness, but I couldn't move. And people tried to wake me up. I was just like a dead log. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't open my eyes. And so somebody went and got Master Hua, brought him in. And he said, "Oh, he's got the goo poisoning. He didn't do his mantra last night before we drank this tea." And so he recited some mantras, did some dharmas, and he had his cane then. He beat me with his cane, and as he beat me with his cane, I could feel this black, sticky, gooey chi moving out the bottom of my feet. And as soon as he did that, I could open my eyes and talk. And, if he hadn't have been there, I probably would have died. I couldn't eat. It was kind of scary. So that was in Malaysia, and I hear that in a lot of those Southeast Asian countries that there's a black magic is practiced quite a bit. So I hope you'll all be very careful if you're traveling there. And the more light we generate with our practice, the more darkness wants to put out that light. Generating that light, we're practicing the Buddha Dharma, which is just being mindful of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in many different ways. So wherever you are traveling in the world, always be mindful of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and not only will that improve your cultivation and understanding and awareness, self-awareness, it will also protect you when strange things happen. So that is a little bit about my trip to Malaysia with Master Hua.
我今天先要提出来，俺们说需要研究的一部经典，这一部经典就是佛教的一个照妖镜，佛教一个降魔杵，佛教一个斩魔剑什么经呢？就是楞严经。这个楞严经啊，是开智慧的楞严，但是这一部经现在受到世界各国的人的歧视，受到各国学者的歧视怎么样说呢？他们都说这一部经是假的，不是真的为什么他们要说这一部经是假的？俺们还要研究这一部经呢？这个有它的价值，有它的值得研究的地方。这一部经就是说出来所有旁门外道这种邪知邪见，这种不合乎佛法的这种知见，都给他们说得清清楚楚。所以说这一部经就是照妖宝镜，就是降魔杵，就是斩魔剑。那么俺们把这一部经人人都明白了，所以天魔外道自然就都没有了，这个世界战争也会平息了 所有一切人类都再得到安宁了。所以这一部经是最要紧的。但是你们应该知道，这个是不容易的因为现在所有的小者，他自己的毛病不会去他又想要有隐喻嘛，又想要成佛又想要抽烟喝酒嘛他又想要要在佛教里做一个有地位的人。所以呢，这个一些个学者现在对出家人很看不起的，说是出家人都没有什么知识。这是我所经验的在这个越南或者不会有这样的情形，在美国这个情形可多得很这个普菲萨也懂得佛法了，那个普菲萨也开了悟了。究竟我曾经问过他们，我说你们开的是什么悟？是不是一个牛悟？是不是一个狗悟你们开畜生悟了我这么骂他们。那么这样的他们也没有话讲所以俺们应该研究楞严经大家共同努力把这个楞严经研究明白了这是最要紧的。为什么要研究楞严经？楞严经在末法的时候它最先末楞严经这一部经最先没有了怎么样没有的？就是被这些个小者批评连出家人都不相信了，说人家某某教授都说他是假的嘛我们还学他干什么完了没有了。这是头一个没有的。所以头一个没有的，我们出家人我们佛教徒一定保护他，不叫他没有。我们有一天楞严经妖魔鬼怪就都藏起来这个楞严经没有了，那些天魔外道就都出现了。所以这一点每一个人应该要知道的。在中国里有一个智者大师，他一生就听见楞严经这个名字，就向印度拜了18年，希望见这一部经，但是始终他没有见着。所以这个事情也是他一生的很遗憾的一件事。那么俺们现在遇到这一部经，俺们应该令这个经大放光明，照耀法界。这个呢，咱们所有的人在这个世间上千奇百怪什么事情都有所谓天地之大，四海之广，无奇不有。可是总括起来，俺们人呢要存一种正心正心修身齐家治国平天下。俺们心正了他什么旁门外道不会有办法的。所以被人落杠头，这种情形就是你心里先不正当了，先不正当才能把被这个邪来扰乱。你要是心正所谓邪不胜正，他什么杠头也没有什么灵验的。尤其我方才提议你们各位研究楞严经，读诵楞严咒，你们要能会诵楞严咒，这什么杠头也都没有功效了都会没有用的。那个楞严咒就是能破一切魔的罗网，能破一切旁门外道的这种法术，那个其中那个力量是不可思议的。如果你们想不受这个杠头的所扰乱，就读诵楞严咒这个楞严咒是我方才不讲过了，你谁读能诚心的读诵，就有84000金刚藏菩萨来拥护你。
he encouraged us, especially as he grew older, and he encouraged those of us who had been around a long time to go and get our degrees. He didn't do that in the beginning. So Dr. Verhoeven went and got his degree, and Reverend Hung Sure got his degree. And I was another of that era, and he asked me to get mine, to get a PhD. Well, I had a PhD from DRBU. The degree I got was a legitimate PhD at the time, and then later the capacity for giving the PhD was taken away from us, and we could only give the masters. So the master told me to go get another one. I didn't do that. I have to say it's really good that Dr. Verhoeven did. It's really good that Reverend Hung Sure did, and I suppose I should have. It's one of the places where I didn't listen to the master so much. But I want to say that his whole being here with us was an education. In other words, we had a lot of classes under him, and we also had the sutras every day, at least once a day, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. And he never stopped doing that. For all the years we were with him, every day he would teach the sutras. And he would encourage us to look at the commentaries and the text ahead of time, and sometimes he would call on us to give the explanations. So there was that. And the classes he had, many classes, for instance, learning matched couplets, was something we Westerners had no concept of. And he took us through learning Chinese matching couplets, and we became very excited about it. It was one of the most interesting classes we had. So even though we didn't, a lot of us in the beginning, he didn't encourage us to go out to universities, he was giving us a strong education, not just in the sutras, but in things that would help us. For instance, when we became teachers, when we taught in the schools. He also advocated education because he didn't get much, had 2.5 years of formal education, set up a school, free school for people in his home when he was about 18, and educated many people who would never have gotten it otherwise because they couldn't afford it. And he would say over and over again that the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and that education was absolutely the most important thing, that they needed to have a broad-based understanding of what the world was like. And so his education was, you know, controversial. He would bring in someone for the weekend and introduce us and say, okay, this person is going to do something for you. Like the man he came who hypnotized us. We had to all go, we had to all sit in the No Words Hall, and for about 2 hours while this speaker hypnotized us. How did he do it? Well, he read like this. He read and he read and he read and he read, and you couldn't even understand what he was reading, but he just kept reading. And pretty soon, I was sitting in the front row. In the back, all this commotion started. And what had happened was, he'd called on the ghosts and spirits to possess the people in the room through his hypnotism. And the people, our people, like you, got up and danced and yelled and sang. Both monastics and lay people. And went on and on and on. And then finally, you don't have to put this in. You're scared. Finally, you know, he wound down with, he kept reading and reading and reading and reading and reading. And he kept winding down, and he didn't stop. And we couldn't figure out why, because it got all quiet again. I never turned around, but I heard what was going on back there. And it got all quiet, but he didn't stop. And finally, one of his attendants came up and told him something, and then he stopped. And what had happened is, we had someone with a disease similar to Parkinson's disease in the room, and that person always shook. And so he didn't know that that person always shook, and he figured there was one ghost who was not leaving that person. So he waited and waited until finally it became clear that that was an illness and that wasn't a ghost. So, and then we're supposed to, then we have a countdown, you know, and we go for a debriefing, and he said, well, what did you think? And either we were totally taken in by it or we weren't, and that was an education in itself. He educated us in ways that we wouldn't have gotten if he didn't bring in people to stimulate us. We were very cloistered, and we wouldn't have gotten it. So I remember the time he brought in a black magic guy, and he wouldn't tell us ahead of time whether the person was legitimate or not, and he'd wait to see what we all had to say. And so we got an education. We listened to everybody say what they thought, and then we would know a lot more than we knew before we started. So his education here to us in the monasteries and here at the City of 10,000 Buddhas was very diverse, and you could even say controversial. And we probably wouldn't have gotten that in universities. What we got was special.
我告诉你们各位，现在在这个末法时代，善知识啊是没有那么多的。这个全世界的善知识啊，真正善知识好像凤毛麟角那么少。所有的有名的善知识不一定是个善知识啊，那没有名的善知识你还不认识他是善知识，所以你就像一个苍蝇似的，东飞一头找善知识，西飞一头找善知识啊，知识啊东西南北各处飞，去碰壁去，碰那个墙去，碰那个玻璃窗去，究竟你能不能找着善知识，这是很大的一个问题啊。真正善知识他不会呀自高身价，说自己呀有什么样了不起，或者呀自己是什么佛化身，什么菩萨化身啊，凡是他自己公开表露他是什么佛化身，什么菩萨化身，这都是天魔外道，在这儿啊游吓人心。他知道你这个人呢不是为的法，而只是啊为的贪心啊，来呀想要得到什么利益啊，想要得到什么好处，实际上这正是啊投到那个魔王的那个眷属里头去了。那么你要是有善根，自然而然的时节因缘会遇到善知识，会指示你那么遇到善知识，你要认识这个善知识，真正的善知识没有贪心，没有争心，无所求于人，不自私不自利。要能这样，那他就构成一个善知识；不能这样，那都是天魔外道的一个眷属，在那儿就是叫你颠颠倒倒，叫你没有真正智慧，没有真正把握我今天呢我说这话你们切记要注意的你不要就因为你有那个贪心，所以就遇不到真正善知识。你要想遇到真正善知识，就要没有贪心，那才能遇到真正善知识求法是要有诚心，念兹在兹，我要求一个善知识来指导我，不是我贪图的到那地方那个某某 谁有神通，某某又是什么菩萨化身，什么佛化身，他就是佛化身、菩萨化身，他没有法子来帮助你呀开悟的，要你自己呀用功修行，才能得到这个真实的受用。所以这一点，你要认不清楚这一点，那你永远也在佛教里也是做一个魔王的眷属，不是真正佛教徒。
I recite the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I've done that for many years. And I find that it only gets more powerful the more you do it. I've learned that a lot of the time when I thought I was being productive with my mind by what I was actually doing was fretting, worrying, regretting, dreading, rehearsing, unnecessary planning. In other words, I was using that very valuable mental muscle that I have in my brain to do a lot of things that it didn't need to do, and it really needed a rest. And that rest is provided by taking the time to recite the name of Guanyin. And now I've done it for so many years that I find that, whenever I have a minute, or when I'm driving, or I'm in the dentist chair, well, that's especially a good time to do it, but that it just naturally, it just comes, that's what I do. And what I find is that it's an amazing source of equanimity and balance and perspective and patience. And I guess the patience thing is kind of it's a circle, because it takes patience to do it, but when you do it, you become more patient. I told this story in the Buddha Hall one night when I gave a talk. I'll just tell this as just an experience that I had when I was at Dominican, and I was running a teacher education program. And sometimes I had student teachers who were not doing well out in the schools. And sometimes it was so bad that we got to the point where we were going to have to basically tell them that they could not continue in the program because they just weren't going to be teachers. And that was obviously that was a difficult conversation to have. And one of my supervisors called to tell me about a student that we've been worried about. He was teaching in Middletown, which is way over on the other side of Lake County. And the teacher, his supervising teacher in the school, was up to here. She said, he's going to have to go. This is not working. And so the supervisor wanted me to come over and observe the student. And I knew that the conversation was going to be difficult because probably we were going to have to tell him that he couldn't continue. Now, typically, knowing that I had an hour-and-a-half drive to get to Middletown, my habitual pattern would be to sort of rehearse in my mind all the things I would say to this person, how the meeting would go. Well, if he said this, what would I say? What if the teacher said that? What would I say? And I just realized right from I said, no, wait a minute, that's not gonna work. So I set myself the task of just reciting Guanyin all the way out there. And so I started out, Namo Guan Shu Yin Pu San, and then the thought comes in, but what if Namo Guan Shu Yin Pu San, Namo. But and then you could feel the stomach clench. When you get in a difficult situation, you get that pit in your stomach, and I would just say, well, no, I'm not going there. And I managed to be pretty darn single-minded all the way out to Middletown. And as it turned out, when we sat down with the teacher and the student, and we had the conference, they were able to come to a compromise to make some suggestions, and everything worked out. And when I tell this story, I say, I don't want people to take away from this that I think Guanyin Bodhisattva, who has many more important things to do, came down and rescued this situation. That's not what happened. What happened was that I was able, through my practice, to put myself in a situation where I was not broadcasting fear, anger, disappointment, you name it, all those negative things that we can work ourselves up into. And instead I was in a place where I was just able to sort of hold the space for people to come together and talk about the situation, and it worked out. Now it could easily have not gone that way, but in that case it did, and it was just a really good lesson to me that again, as I said at the beginning of this, that it works. This Buddhist practice stuff actually really works. And just to connect to that, Shifu used to say that Guanyin Bodhisattva, or all the Bodhisattvas, they're always broadcasting. They're out there. They're always broadcasting. But we have to be tuned in. Because it doesn't matter how, if they're broadcasting and you're busy fretting, rehearsing, regretting, accusing, playing the bad tapes, planning how you're going to take over the world, whatever it is, you're not on their wavelength. And I really have found that to be true in my life, that the fundamental energy of the universe is good and full of light, and it's just a matter of opening yourself to that, and then everything will be okay.
你念南无观世音菩萨，你念观世音菩萨，观世音菩萨也念你，彼此互念，也就好像你想你的亲戚，你亲戚也就想你。俺们和观世音菩萨是无量劫以来这个法眷属，法亲。所以俺们想俺们这个亲戚，亲兄弟，俺们兄弟这哥哥在那儿也去想弟弟，俺们就是观世音菩萨的弟弟，观世音菩萨就是俺们的哥哥。俺们说观世音菩萨怎么会是俺们的哥哥？那不是太高攀了吗？不是。观世音菩萨不但拿俺们当弟弟，拿所有的一切众生都当他的弟弟。要不然的时候，他为什么要寻声救苦呢？他为什么要所有的众生有什么困难，他就帮助呢？他就看一切众生是他的手足一样，是他的骨肉，所以他才这样不怕一切的困苦艰难，而来诱度俺们在这个娑婆世界这个苦众生。俺们叫一声观世音菩萨里边呢包含就是哥哥，观世音菩萨就叫一声俺们这个未来的菩萨，未来的佛这个小弟弟。你要能这样看，念观世音菩萨更应该诚心，更应该亲切念的，就像念我们自己的兄弟一样。你要知道尼洛克，你看呢和观音菩萨的看法不同。观音菩萨是看里边，你是看外边。观音菩萨他看他自己的自性，他自性和每一个众生都有个电波，都有个瑞达，那么他看他自己这个电波和瑞达，就知道一切众生的要干众心，这个众生打什么妄想他都知道，他往里边看他那个 电波和你看的不同，因为众生啊，有的离他很远。如果要是啊，虽然千手千眼，但是看这个无量无边的众生啊，也不够用，也看不过来。那么他回光返照，反闻闻自性，那么看自己的自性，自性的众生，那么哪一个受什么苦了，他就去救度这个众生。你看你是向外看把自己根本的智慧就忘了所以你这个看和他那个看不同的所以各位不要忘了自己这个法兄弟。咱们这儿一念观世音菩萨，观世音菩萨也就念我们了
He said, you're in a new country, you're in a new people, and you have to understand the thought ways of these people. Why would you learn English? Because you can't talk to living beings at their level of understanding unless you know not just their language, but the ideas and feelings and psychology under that language. So he'd say to us right away, everybody who knows Chinese has to learn English. Everybody that knows English has to learn Chinese, because this Dharma is going to be going back to India and China. And the unlikelihood is you guys will be bringing it back, just as it came there. And so you have to be versed. So the whole reason behind the educational system was to expand your understanding of the deep ground from which different living beings would come, so you could speak that language in a way that communicated to them. And we're just beginning that. I don't think, our translations are just bridging into other languages, but he wanted the whole Tripitaka to be translated in every major language of the world. And he wanted us to be able to be versed in that, to be able to go out and share, not to propagate or convert, but to make this available. When I first came in at the morning recitation at Gold Mountain Monastery, we'd stop for 5 minutes, and whoever was the Wayno at that time would read from the Platform Sutra. We'd get little bits and pieces every day, and then you'd spend the day letting that sort of sink in and sit. And then Master Hua at one point saying, this text has everything in it you need to know to be a Buddhist. Moreover, it has everything you need to know to be a Buddha. I thought, whoa. And we found it on the highway to be really a true companion. It's very direct, it's very straight. And if you wanted to get close to what Master Hua's sound was, his actual voice, his method and his teaching, it's in that text. It's very, very direct and straightforward. So that was it. But there was a request that came because they were going to republish it in China, in mainland China.
Oh, right.
And they wanted to get a new version, and there was a window to do it within. And somebody said, if we don't take it on, it won't get done. And so I just had the impulse to take it on and begin that project. And then the new translation then was used by them to be put into a 3-text single volume of the Tao Te Ching, I think, the Lunyu, the Confucian Analects, and then Six Patriarch Sutra. And then they're going to do a separate one with Chinese and English interface. So that was the first impulse. But in the doing of this, it was almost comparable to doing a pilgrimage again. It was so intense, the concentration that had to be brought. Because what happened was, to do a good translation, Master Hua says, you have to also do a good transformation. You cannot translate without transforming yourself. And so every little niche and cranny of my covered over stuff got under pressure there, because I couldn't get at the translation without bringing my mind to a sort of purity and focus in order to get into it. And while that was happening, again, there were dreams back and forth. So I'd get to a passage, I couldn't figure it out. I'd have a dream and interpret, oh, that means this and this. And I go back the next day to work on this and get it to English. And then Hung Sure and I would work on it together blessed technology. He's in Australia, I'm here, and so we start to Skype at different times. And again, we're together across continents, united by this text, working on it. We both enter this state, and we forget about everything else to get this translation going. So it's quite a story in terms of that. But the point I'm making was, Master Hua really, really believed there was no translation without cultivation. That no matter what language or scholarly ability you had, you could get the letter, but you couldn't get the spirit. And it's the spirit that has to be conveyed through a different medium, and that can only come about through cultivation. And so I think over time, as we all cultivate, our translations are getting, I would say, better, because as we transform, we're able to enter. These are spiritual documents, and only the spirit can fathom them. So unless you're cultivating the spirit, you can't get at it. They're just a string of words, and sometimes meaningless words. But once you get the spirit of that, the intent, then it can come alive.
一切的经典都是教人修行的一个法载。那么这种法载呀，有佛说的，有菩萨说的，有祖师说的，也有阿罗汉说的，也有化人说的，也有天人说的。所以这个经典是一样的，其中这个义理是不同的。在所有的佛经都是从印度翻译成中文，流通到每一个国家去。那么从印度翻译成中文，可是中国所有的佛经都是属于翻译本，只有六祖坛经是中国人所说出来的，而没有翻译。中国人是谁说的呢？就是六祖大师他所说的。六祖大师本来是一位不认字的能人，以后因为听《金刚经》应无所住而生其心，有所感悟，那么前去到黄梅亲近五祖弘忍大师，弘忍大师传给他以心印心的妙法，向上一招。那么六祖大师继承心印法门，来接续佛祖的慧命，而说这个六祖坛经。这一部经是祖师所说的，那么现在把它翻译成英文本，这是佛的心印法门，来永远传流到西方社会里边，也就是希望西方的人读诵这一部经典，研究这一部经典，每一位都能成佛，每一位都能成菩萨，每一位也都能成作为祖师。这是翻译这一部经典最重要的一个目的，希望见到这一部经的和闻到这一部经的都能结共成佛道。希望这一部六祖坛经流通到什么地方，什么地方就是正法注释，令 一切的众生都导成佛道。那么这就是这个六祖坛经的翻译本一点的重要性。要是很详细说，这一部经就是宝所，这一部经就是佛的真身，这一部经也就是众生的慈悲父、慈悲母，这一部经能生出来无量无边的佛，能生出来无量无边的菩萨，能生出无量无边的祖师。那么西方人见到这一部经就同成佛道，也早证菩提。简单所说的作为本经前边的一个序文。
In 1980, with the fall of Vietnam, which was the end of '79, I think, there were many, many refugees from Southeast Asia, starting originally from Vietnam, but then Cambodia and Laos. We even had some refugees from Hungary, if I remember correctly. And all of the organizations that helped these refugees were Christian. And so Shifu encouraged us to start the Buddhist Refugee Rescue and Resettlement Program at the City of 10,000 Buddhas. And it had programs for both the children and the adults. So the children came to our schools, and that was the point at which we sort of gave us enough students, so we then divided into a boys' school and a girls' school. Before that, we just had one school, boys and girls together. For the most part in elementary school, I think we had a high school for 2 or 3 years with boys and girls together. But when the refugee program started, then we divided it into a boys' school and girls' school, and the Sangha got much more involved. And then for the adults, there were several different training programs. So they learned English, and then they learned either, I think it was landscape design, or not design, but more like landscaping, how to do landscape and yard work, or they learned how to do custodial work. So, and then we found them jobs and places to live. At that point, California was considered impacted to have too many refugees, and so part of our agreement was, unless they stayed at the City of 10,000 Buddhas, and there weren't very many who did that, that we would find jobs and housing for them in other states. So we did resettle them all over the country.
So Shifu, purely out of compassion, I remember him talking about, we need to do something about these refugees. We have to, help them. And at that time, it would the refugees couldn't come unless they had somebody to sponsor them. And there was only so much sponsorship. So anyone when we first started, every refugee we sponsored was somebody that got out of the camps that wouldn't have otherwise. So it was a really great service that Shifu wanted to do. But, then I had to come explain, Shifu, okay, yeah, well, that's all great, but, it's like this really complicated thing. Okay, well, fine, go do it. It's complicated, fine. So he'd always say, go, oh yeah, you meet with Washington, go, White House, good, go, do it. But it's complicated. So basically, and another thing I want to get across is his basic approach to us all the time was, you're supposed to do a really good job, and it's supposed to actually have a real impact, but you're not supposed to get attached at all to anything about it. So you can't get attached, but you have to do a really good job, and you got to actually do it in a way that actually is how whatever. If you're doing refugees, then you got to do it through the State Department. You got to do it right through the whole. So anyway, we said it. So eventually, after a lot of now the reason the State Department wanted us was actually a very good reason, because I don't know if anybody knows it, but all refugees in the United States are resettled through private agencies, not through the government. And there's, I think at that time, 9 private agencies that resettle refugees. They were all Christian or secular. And there was no Buddhist or even Asian organization. And the issue was, one of the issues was monks, especially monks from Laos or Thailand that are monks for a week or a month. And I don't know if you know it, but in the refugee settlement programs and in immigration, monks are in a different category than the rest of the people. So distinguishing between monks that were 1 week monks and a monk that would come under the actual, laws of what they were trying to do with immigration was impossible for them to make any. Plus, there was most of the refugees coming were Buddhists, from Cambodia, Laos, and there was no contact with the Buddhist thing at all. So they saw us as an opportunity to have some being in touch with the Buddhist community and the Asian community, and since most of the refugees were coming from there. And then we were supposed to have an office in Washington, D.C. and in New York, but because the refugee programs meet in New York and the Washington, D.C., you're always doing stuff in the State Department stuff. So what I did was I just put a phone in my office with 202 and 212 numbers, so I knew whether it was coming from Washington or New York, and then pretended I was there. And then I just had open ticket. I just goes, 1 week I went 3 times, went back and forth. If there was a meeting, I just had an open ticket. I just went back and forth from San Francisco. So I would fly one day and come back the next. So I always, for the meeting, every week I fly to New York or Washington for 5 or 6 hours and then fly back. Just fly there and then fly back. But I always pretended like in these phones in the back of the Geary Hotel that I actually was at an office in Washington and New York, and they called the number and oh yeah, what's going on? We have a meeting, and said, oh fine, I'll be there. So the refugee program, we resettled lots of refugees. I think Shifu was very compassionate, and we brought a lot of them up here. That's what that big building over there was full of refugees. And then we sent them out to different places from there after we'd done training and so forth. And I don't know, what, 4 or 5 years we've had in that refugee program, and it went pretty well. So that was again running something for Shifu's trip. So he had all these things that had to be managed, and so I and a couple other people were just sort of like, I was sort of I was in charge of just sort of managing all these ridiculous things and just kind of traveling around and taking care of stuff. And then Shifu would all say, yeah, how's it going? Yeah, okay, Shifu. I remember one time I said, Shifu, I don't have even one thought between one thought and another. I don't have any space between one thought and another. He said, really good. You can't have any false thoughts. He says you should have no space between one thought and another.
So this trip to Malaysia was really interesting. It was also at this time that we encountered the Vietnamese boat people who were trying to come off of Vietnam onto the shores of Malaysia and were being turned back to sea, many of them drowning because the country wasn't accepting them at that time. And that's when Master Hua just almost, I could see the tears in his eyes and saying, can't let this happen. We have this big place at the city of 10,000 Buddhas. We're going to make room and invite these refugees to come here. And that's how we started the Rescue and Refugee Center here. Again, I saw the compassion, the immediate compassion on the spot to gather these people in. Some of them are still here.
他们早也不在这个世界上来，晚也不在这个世界来，偏偏等这个世界有大战的时候，倒是这个世界来看热闹。这个热闹一看呢，看得魂飞魄散，看得有的尸骨无存，俺们每天在这儿还是照常的吃喝玩乐，吃饭穿衣服睡觉，还过得很叫做自在的。这是没有正式临到头上，俺们恐怕忧愁也都会忧愁死。咱们大家应该反省， 这些战争从什么地方来的呢？就是我们心里的戾气造成的。我们心里没有祥和之气，就是产生战争了。
我们这个，我怎么说，教育是真正的国防呢？你就有原子弹、氢气弹、死光这些个武器呀，都是害人的，都是硬碰硬的，都是以毒攻毒的，并没有一个祥和之气在这里边。这里边都是预备杀伤人类的最残忍的一种行为。所以不叫这个，我们叫人尽忠为国。为国，你想尽忠爱护自己的国家，你也要爱护其他的国家。你不能以你强国的这种地位去侵略那个弱小的国家你要爱护自己的国，也要爱护其他人的国。那么不用这个武器、刀兵这种去伤人去那么自己你国防，你把人类都教导明白了，这是真正强国的一个根本道理。可是世界人呢，都是把这一点忽略了，只知道造飞机大炮怎么样去侵略人家。你对其他的国家你要侵略，你要去想夺人家国家的这个财产这个布白和子女去把旁的国家的人都给抢来，这个就是对自己的国家自己的国不忠什么叫不忠呢？你侵略人家，你一定要损失很多的财产生命财产牺牲了之后，你才能得到旁人的国家的财产，但是这已经有所损失了，你就有那个其他国家的这个财产也得不偿失，将来其他的国家要强大了也来侵略你，所以这个你侵略旁人的国家，就是对自己的国家不重视不尽忠。这要爱国爱家爱生爱这个生命所以我们这个宗旨教育的宗旨是这样子。我今天呢，借着这个过时间的这个机会，来和你们大家讲一讲。
Well, Chinese is, to me, absolutely the most wonderful language in the world. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do, and I did from the beginning. It was fascinating. I'm a visual person, so I like what the characters look like and what they mean as pictograms, and the fact that just as we write in English, which to me is very boring when you write English or Sanskrit without the character. If you have the Sanskrit It's beautiful. If you just have the romanizations, it's such a loss. So, and I learned by the master, you know, he has a very formal voice when he lectures the sutras, and when he first speaks, he speaks very slowly, and take a long time to read the passage. So I began to realize shortly after I came, I could follow. So my finger followed like a little kid, you know, the ru, and then the shur, and then the wa, and the one, and I could do some of it. And then the next step in that was, I began to recognize some of the simpler characters. Even when he wasn't reading them, I could find them on the page. And the impetus was he wouldn't speak to us in English. And when he'd lecture about 20 minutes, and then there would be a translation. And during that 20 minutes, he had a great sense of humor, so people would be laughing all the time. And then the translation would come, Alan will support me in this, and it'd be 5 minutes long and nothing funny. So I realized I was missing things, and that's exactly what he wanted us to realize. You know, he'd sit there and talk in Chinese, and you'd be dying to know, because if you met someone like Shifu, he was so wise that, you know, I remember one time a guy came in and talked Mandarin from off the street. He was a businessman, a very nice person, but a businessman, and his Mandarin compared to Shifu's Mandarin, I suddenly realized, oh, Mandarin doesn't always sound like it does when Shifu speaks it. It can be just plain old business or whatever. And I realized then how fortunate we were to be able to hear the level of eloquence that the master put into speaking the language, even just casually talking to us. So for me, again, wanting to know the language was primary, and I didn't want anything with the romanization. I wanted to learn the characters and their meanings. How did he teach it? He had, even back at the Buddhist lecture hall, he had the men and women who knew Chinese, who were our translators for the sutras, give reviews the next morning. So we'd come in about 7:30 or 8 from a bus ride, and we'd sit down, and that person would have taken Shifu's lecture from the night before, picked out the important technical terms or idioms or difficult passages, and we would go over those. And we were also allowed to ask questions, so we could supplement whatever he had prepared. So we were getting a good review all along. Most of it we were self-taught and self-motivated in the beginning. Unless there were people who had come in from, some of the people who came in the first session were language experts and had degrees in language. And that was very fortunate for those of us who didn't. But for instance, in my case, I was self-motivated. I would spend a lot of time looking at the characters, learning to write the characters, and learning as much as I could in Chinese about what was going on. I remember the master giving us Great Master Oi's entire, it isn't in this room, his entire works, Great Master Oi's entire works is a bunch of volumes about like that. I suppose now they're all digital and it's, you know, this much, but it was books with words. And I didn't know anything. That was back at the Buddhist lecture hall. And I thought, whenever will I be able to do that? But I did. I learned classical commentaries, primarily Tang Dynasty, and they differed. You know, Ming, Song would have different language than Tang, and I did mostly Tang because that was the golden age and there were some good commentators. But I was self-motivated, and I think some of the others who got deeply into the language were. I just kept looking, kept trying to figure it out. In the old days, we translated together to begin with, much as they're doing now. So there's sort of a revival of team translation that's happened in the last, say, 6-7 years. Before that, for many decades, 2 or 3 decades, we were mostly following a sequential pattern. You translate it, I review it, she edits it, he certifies it. And what's happening now is more a simultaneous process where the team works together and talks over the words that might be the translated words, and you come up with a translation that's pretty close to being then just edited and certified. In the beginning, we tried that. The master, I think, preferred if we would have done it as a team. And we were new Sangha. There were 5 of us, 3 men and 2 women. And our day was supposed to be come to the monastery and translate 8 to 5. And we couldn't do it. We couldn't get along. We argued. We were stubborn about our own opinion. We had looked up the terms and decided what it ought to be, and didn't want to compromise, didn't want to listen to other people. And we all sat in the Buddhist lecture hall, that was early, around a big table. And one day, and the master was down the hall in his room, I'm sure he could hear us arguing. But one day the picture of Venerable Master Hsuan fell off the wall, whoomp, and broke. The glass broke and it scattered all over. And of course the master walked out when he heard the big crash, and told us that we could change now and we could translate sequentially instead of simultaneously, because we couldn't do it. And I guess the Venerable Hsuan had enough. So then we each picked our sutra we wanted, and we began to translate sequentially. And there's some faults there too. When you translate sequentially, then you're going to be, say I'm the rough draft translator translating from Chinese to English. Then I am in a sequential process. You give over your translation to the person who's going to do a bilingual review. They're going to look at the Chinese and the English again and fix the places they think need fixed. And then that manuscript is going to go on to an editor of the target language, in this case English. So an English editor covers it. And then finally the person who's certified in those days was the master. He had certain secretaries, if you will, mostly among the lay people, who would help him certify a translation. We kind of fudged it a little because we would get the translation back. For instance, if I was a translator, then I would get it back after the reviewer was finished and I get to take a look at, which was good education, but also I have been the reviewer before and handed back the manuscript to the translator, and I reviewed in pencil and watched the translator go through and erase all my corrections. So that is to an extreme. You shouldn't totally reject what people are offering. On the other hand, I translated something, and it was given to, we used to have professors live here, professors from Taiwan. And this one was well known for his translation skills. So the master gave him the option to review, and I kept everything he did. And that didn't work either, trust me, because he didn't get it all. And I had gotten it in many cases, and so the translation got changed in ways that were regrettable later. So there had to be a balance between, I only want to use the words I used in my translation, I'm going to erase all of yours if you comment on me. 2, you know, okay, I'm a humble translator, you can change my translation any way you want. They're both extreme. There has to be a middle ground where we accept and compromise. And I think maybe in simultaneous translating where everybody's working together, that may happen more easily. He gave us some rules to follow. He said we shouldn't be attached to our own translation, that we shouldn't assume our translation was the best one. We shouldn't obstruct other people from translating or getting published their translations because they might not be as good as ours, or at least we thought so. We shouldn't be translating in order to get name or fame. We should ask knowledgeable people in Buddhism. He said sages, elders, to certify our translations so that when they were finally published, they could be trusted. They were as close as possible to rendering whatever language we were using into the target language that came out. And he would then have us edit those so the target language was fluid and communicable. He set up 4 committees, and we never hired people. None of BTTS is paid. These days, sometimes we send out for certain tasks to be done, mostly formatting and publishing. But the hardcore translation, bilingual review, English or whatever target language editing, and finally certification are done by people who are entirely volunteer. You probably won't find that, I'm sure you don't find that anywhere in the world. And we've maintained it at least this much, up to this time. So that means the people that are working really care. They're taking their time and energy to turn a text from one language into another. And so their motive and their impetus isn't fame, isn't money, isn't satisfying their own ego, if we follow those rules that he set up.
今天呢，这我也不怕泄露天机，泄露天机呀，这也就泄露了。我到美国去弘扬佛法，那么为什么有这么多美国人来出家？我实实在在的告诉你，美国这些个出家人不是现在出家的，这是在过去呀，在汉朝的时候就出家了，在隋晋这个每一代呀都有出家的。那么在这个唐朝的时候也最多，好像唐玄奘翻译经典那时候，这一般人呢也都在那儿参加这个一场的工作的。那么有唐朝、宋朝、元朝、唐宋元明清，每一个朝代里头都有。这些个出家的人都是以前在中国做过出家人并且多数是做过我的徒弟。我老老实实告诉你你们信不信就随你们了那么当时就觉得这个经典呢应该把它翻译成英文。那么翻译成英文呢必须要懂得外国的文字。那么当时也就大家来研究，共同研究这个问题怎么办呢？那么有的这个弟子就是当时我曾经发一个这么不自量的一个愿我说将来我要到外国去弘法，弘扬佛法。那么就有一些个徒弟也都发愿了。这个说我先到升到那国家去所以对外国的语言一定会很这个流利了那么等师父到那地方弘扬佛法，我们大家这个都可以来这个拥护这个道场。因为这样子，所以把我这个不认字的人呢也就相信呢这些个徒弟的话。所以呢就也不自量力，自己不会英文，现在跑到美国去讲经说法讲经说法。那么果然这些个人呢以前发愿要到这个外国去来帮着弘扬佛法，那么现在呀都源源而来。你不信，你如果不信，你看看呢这些个出家人的面孔都有多少中国的样子都有 多少中国的这个气在里头，这个血在里头如果人呢自己没有得到取命通，就不知道这个前因后果的事情。那么现在呀，我是告诉你们这个大概的情形，所以有这么多的这个外国人来出家，就是这个因缘。他们为什么现在翻译英文呢？什么？不过比一个时代此一个时代不同。在唐朝翻译经典有800多，有的3000多在一起翻译。现在呢，科学时代，机器做工都用机器，机械化，所以那个翻译经典也不需要那么多人。但是人多也不是不好，将来一天比一天就会人多的。现在是一个开始，那么开始俺们这个愿力就是要把这个所有的佛经都翻译成英文这么多年西方没有真正的出家人，为什么呢？就因为佛经没有翻译成英文，没有翻译成英文，西方人就不容易明白佛法这是一个最大的问题。现在呢不是说用原子弹呢掉到那个人口稠密的地方去解决这个问题。现在我们就用这个佛经把它放到那个人口稠密的地方，解决这个现在当前这个危险的问题。
Unfathomable Master Hsuan Hua